Squeeze my hand." Her voice was measured, patient, the voice of a doctor who knew you wanted to trust her because she was the hand that held the scalpel. "You've been under for about 7 hours." Under? Under where? I was becoming more aware of my body, which was lying flat on a padded surface. My head was somewhat higher than the rest of me, probably to help my breathing. I strained to focus, clenching my fingers in the process. They hit something yielding. "Very good." Dr. Kimberly sounded pleased. The something was pulled from my hand. "Kathleen, inject the solution into her IV line and pass me the stimulants. It's time for our Miss Mason to fully rejoin the living." I squeaked in fury. If Sean were here, these people would have been knocked on their asses so fast. And then a familiar voice spoke, startling me out of my anger. "Is she all right?" I froze, inasmuch as my current condition distinguished that from my efforts to move. Dr. Kimberly didn't appear to notice. "Yes, Mr. Vice President. The procedure was a success. Barring complications, I'm expecting her to make a full recovery." "Good." A hand touched my forehead. I strained to open my eyes. "I'm so sorry you've had to go through all of this, George. Now do what you do best. Break this fucking thing wide open, and let the pieces fall." I moaned. It was the best I could do. Rick pulled his hand away. "They'll miss me if I stay gone any longer. Pass a message through my office if there are any complications. I want to know immediately. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir," said Dr. Kimberly. Sudden pain lanced through me, radiating out from a point somewhere near my heart. I couldn't speak, but I could scream, and scream I did, arching my back away from the mattress beneath me until it felt like I was making a perfect half-circle. "She's convulsing," shouted Dr. Kimberly. "Trauma cot, now!" Her voice began to slip away at the end, blurring into the general chaos as the dark reached out its tendrils and twined them around me once more. An alarm blared. I screamed again, so hard it felt like something tore inside my throat, and then the world fell away, leaving me to plunge into the black. There was no peace there this time, only pain, pain, pain. Panicked voices in the dark, overlapping with each other. "Losing her. I don't know why, she's... Must have missed one. Check behind her collarbone." And then there was only the dark, so all-consuming it devoured even the pain, and the voices didn't matter anymore. And then there was, for a time, blessed nothing. Nothing at all. Georgia. The third time my name called me out of the dark, it didn't have any blurred edges or comforting distance. It was near, immediate, and spoken with perfect clarity. I groaned, suddenly aware of my body as a part of my consciousness, and of my consciousness as something distinct from the dark. "What?" I whispered. Even that much motion triggered 100 more realizations. I had a mouth. I could speak. My lips were dry. My throat was aching. That was the only pain, at least for the moment. I was alive. "How do you feel?" Dr. Kimberly sounded honestly concerned. I've spent enough of my life dealing with doctors to know when they're pretending to care, and she wasn't pretending. The edges of her words, still Welsh-accented, the masks, it seemed, were off for good, were soft and weary, like she hadn't slept for days. "Water," I whispered. "You're not dehydrated, but your throat will be dry. We've been feeding you via a tube for the past 3 days. It was removed about an hour ago. If you can open your eyes, I can give you some water. That's the bargain, I'm afraid. Responsiveness for water. I opened my eyes. Light lanced into them like knives, and I quickly closed them again. There was a tap against the bridge of my nose as Dr. Kimberly settled something there. "That will block the worst of it," she said. "I'm afraid we didn't have the equipment to keep reminding your retinas of light. They'll adjust if you give them a little time." Where am I? I opened my eyes again. This time, the disposable UV blocker Dr. Kimberly had given me kept the worst of the light from reaching me. The doctor herself was standing in front of my bed, a glass of water in her hand. "You're still in the Seattle CDC. We've been able to loop footage and falsify results to make it look like you're in my primary lab, but we haven't had any way to remove you from the premises. Not that we could have done so anyway, given the givens." She leaned forward, holding the glass to my lips and tilting it until I could take a few tiny, carefully measured sips. "Slowly, Georgia. Slowly. You don't want to aspirate this." I pulled my head back, coughing a little, and asked, "Why can't you just say, 'Don't breathe the water,' like a normal person?" "Because I'm a doctor, and they teach us never to use little words where the big ones will do." Dr. Kimberly pulled the glass out of my reach. That made me focus on more of the room around us. It was packed with medical monitoring equipment, including an IV that was still anchored to my arm. I looked at it with disgust. "What is all this?" "It's what's been keeping you alive while we waited for the toxins to finish working their way out of your system." Dr. Kimberly put the glass down atop one of the machines before taking a seat in the chair next to my bed. "Gregory showed you your replacement, did he not?" "Yes," I rasped. "Then you'll have seen that they were tailoring her to their requirements. They did the same with you, my dear, although they left your mind basically alone. Small mercies and all of that. They needed you for display. The rest of you was free game." "And that's why you drugged me?" I was too tired to sound as indignant as I felt. I still gave it my best shot. "Yes." Dr. Kimberly nodded. "Have you ever heard of the sea wasp jellyfish? It's one of the many nasty surprises lurking in our world's oceans. This one comes from Australia and has a sting capable of killing an adult human in minutes if untreated." "So?" I whispered. "The nice people responsible for making you wanted to be sure nothing akin to what is happening right now would succeed, and they implanted biological explosives at strategic points within your body. They were to burst, given the correct set of stimuli, releasing sea wasp venom into your bloodstream. The only circumstance under which death would not be instantaneous would be one in which the toxins were released while a full medical team was standing by, ready to counteract the poison." The darkness was starting to make sense. I swallowed, trying to make my voice a little less unsteady as I said, "You could have warned me." "No, I'm afraid we couldn't have. Some of the devices were set to trigger at specific key words that would inevitably have come up, if only because you'd have seen us dancing around them and demanded to know why." Dr. Kimberly patted my hand. She wasn't wearing gloves this time. Her skin was cool. "We removed 8 venom packs from your intramuscular tissue, along with 2 trackers and a microchip identifying you as CDC property." That managed to annoy me all over again. "You mean they tagged me? Like a dog?" "It's not a bad comparison, sadly. If you ever made it out of this facility, they wanted to be able to track your movements, and to prove you were who and what they said you were. All that's been removed, and your incisions have mostly closed over. You should be fine after another day or 2. A small frown crossed her face. "That doesn't leave us much time. I have custody of you for a week. We've already used up 3 days with your decontamination and recovery. We can move forward now that you're awake, but I'd hoped to have longer."
"What she isn't saying is that you nearly died 3 times,
said Gregory. I looked toward his voice. He was standing in the doorway, a tray in his hands.
"The first operation taxed your system enough that the remaining venom packs began to rupture. We got those out, only to find that we'd managed to miss one."
"And the 3rd time?" I asked. It was hard not to smile, even with the things he was saying. I hadn't realized how much I needed to see a familiar, believably friendly face.
"Your heart just stopped. We still don't know why."
"But we did manage to get it started again. There's no reason to frighten the girl," said Dr. Kimberly sternly. "Now, Georgia, I'm sure that you must have questions. Who are you? What are you doing? And how the fuck are you planning to get me out of here?" I pushed myself into as close to a sitting position as I could manage, using the pillows that had been supporting my head to support the rest of me instead. Dr. Kimberly sighed. "And apparently we'll be having question time now, rather than after you've put something solid in your stomach. I really am Dr. Kimberly. Shaw was my mother's maiden name. My first name is Danica. I trained at Oxford, and then later with the Kauai Institute of Virology, under Dr. Joseph Shoji. I was recruited to the EIS 6 years ago. I've been undercover with the CDC for the past 5 years. I've been on the Shelley project since it started. You're the first Georgia Mason to make it this far." "The Shelley? Oh, come on. They named the Let's Clone a Reporter It'll Be Fun project after Mary Shelley? Couldn't they at least have gone with Herbert West or something?" "I didn't get a vote," said Dr. Kimberly, looking faintly amused. "Gregory here is one of our best men."
"Dr. Gregory Lake, at your service,"
said Gregory.
"I'm primarily a field epidemiologist, but I came here when Dr. Kimberly called for backup. I'm glad I did. The situation was more advanced than her reports led us to believe."
"It's not my fault they don't allow me access to the subjects until they reach the stage where the tests I'm supposedly here to run become necessary," said Dr. Kimberly, an edge of irritation in her voice. "Half the subjects went from lab to slab without darkening my door. Yeah, this is the sort of conversation that makes me feel really, really good about my prospects." I slumped against the pillows. "So, what? You're the clone rescue squad?" "Not quite." Dr. Kimberly leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees. She looked at me gravely. "Georgia, we're here because we need your help." I blinked at her, glancing at Gregory. He had the same solemn look on his face. The urge to laugh bubbled up inside my chest. "You need my help? I've been dead for the last... I'm not even sure. Not to mention the part where I'm not actually who I think I am, just close enough to her that I probably qualify as clinically insane. What can I possibly do to help you?" Dr. Kimberly and Gregory exchanged a look. He cleared his throat and said,
"Things have gotten worse since you died. Sean Mason is currently unreachable, following a rather unpleasant incident at the Memphis CDC, in which he remains a person of interest. He—"
"Wait, Memphis? Is Dr. Wynne okay?" Dr. Joseph Wynne worked out of the Memphis office. He was one of the first CDC employees I'd ever met who seemed to genuinely care about people. Without him, we might have died in the desert between Oklahoma and Texas.
"Dr. Wynne was killed during the incident. It's still unclear what his role was. The CDC insists he was a martyr, but the EIS has reason to believe otherwise."
Catching the stricken look on my face, Gregory continued reluctantly.
Dr. Kelly Connolly was also found dead in the Memphis CDC.
Which was surprising when you considered that she'd been killed several weeks previously in a robbery gone awry, interjected Dr. Kimberly. Once we started analyzing video footage of your brother's team over the weeks leading up to the incident, we found a surprising number of shots, including a blonde woman whose facial features mapped quite well with Dr. Connolly's. Perhaps she didn't die before that day in Memphis after all. What are you saying? I asked. Dr. Kimberly motioned for Gregory to bring the water over again. I'm saying things are much worse than you knew at the time of your passing. That wasn't me, I said, almost sullenly. I'd just been drugged and cut open without my consent. I was feeling entitled to a little balkiness. Gregory held the glass of water up for me to sip, and I did, gratefully. The feel of the liquid coating the back of my throat may have been the sweetest thing I had ever experienced. No, you're right. It wasn't you, said Dr. Kimberly. But it was you at the same time. You're a bit of a paradox, my dear girl, and possibly the only ace our side has left to play. We need you to be Georgia Mason, just as much as the other side needs for you not to be. We need you to think like her, we need you to act like her, and we need you to be her. We would never have made you. I like to think the EIS still has marginally more of a soul than that. Now that you exist, forgive us, but we will use you to our best advantage. I coughed. Gregory pulled the glass away. What do you think you're going to use me for? I won't betray Sean for you. We never expected you would. Your loyalty is one of the things that makes you useless to Dr. Thomas and his ilk. Dr. Kimberly's lip drew back in a sneer. That man's never understood the virtue of loyalty. Right. Moving my left arm felt like one of the hardest things I had ever done. Somehow I managed, raising it to rest my hand against my forehead. So you're the good guys. You're just going to find a way to set me free so I can run off and join Sean, and we can blow this conspiracy open and go live happily ever after. Is that it? I wouldn't have put it quite like that, began Dr. Kimberly. I looked to Gregory. Is she stupid, or does she think I am? Because I know a line of bullshit when it's being fed to me. Florida has been declared a level 1 hazard zone, he replied. What? I managed, after that seeming non sequitur had been given a moment to sink in. That's impossible. An insect vector for Kellis amberley was swept over from Cuba by a tropical storm and deposited along the length of the United States Gulf Coast. We've lost more than just Florida, but that's the only entire state to be designated level 1. So far. Wait, are you saying... This isn't a natural mutation. These mosquitoes are 3 times the size of anything we've seen before, the perfect size for transmitting Kellis amberley. Isn't it a little odd that they didn't appear until right after a major break-in at the CDC? Gregory looked at me calmly. The purpose of the EIS is tracking, containment, and eradication of infectious diseases. At this point, we consider the CDC a form of infectious disease. So yes, Georgia, we really are going to find a way to free you to find your team, what's left of them, and tell them what you know. It may not tilt the balance fully in our favor, but it will help, added Dr. Kimberly. Your death was too well publicized, and you're too well made. There's no way you can be written off as a hoax once you get to the proper people. And if you can't find the proper people, we'd be happy to provide them. I sighed. Is this all just one big political ploy to seize control of the CDC? Do you really care if it is? Asked Gregory. Trying to think about this was starting to make my head hurt. I decided to try another approach. Did I hear Rick? I remember waking up and hearing him here.
You did, said Gregory. That was a surprise. I'd been half expecting them to lie. He was able to sneak away to meet with us. I'm sorry you weren't awake during his visit.
Vice President Cousins has been very concerned about you, added Dr. Kimberly. He's the one who approached the EIS about infiltrating this project. He was able to get my security clearance improved. That's how he could pull off this little ruse in the first place.
Not that it's going to do us any good if you don't recover fast enough for us to break you out of here, said Gregory. He turned to look at one of the monitors. Your system is still stressed from all the excitement. You need to get some sleep.
Sleep is the last thing I want, I objected. I want to know what the hell is going on.
And that's why you need to sleep. Gregory smiled a little, holding up an empty syringe. I'm afraid you don't have all that much choice in the matter. I added a little something to your IV line. We'll see you in a few hours.
What? My eyes widened. You bastard.
My parents were married.
You could have asked me. My voice was already slowing down. I didn't know whether it was psychosomatic or just very well timed, but either way, I was pissed. You would have said no, said Dr. Kimberly, standing. Damn right, I lost my grasp on the sentence as the dark reached up to take me. This time it was softer and less menacing. That didn't mean I had to like it, but when it became apparent that fighting wasn't going to do me any good, I let go and let it pull me under. The fourth time I woke, no one was calling my name, and no one else was in the room. I was alone in my little half-folded hospital bed, with a yellow blanket pulled up around my shoulders. I was so used to CDC white that the color was almost shocking. I pushed myself into a sitting position with shaking arms, letting the blanket fall away. My white pajamas were gone, replaced by a set of pale blue surgical scrubs. More color. After so long in a world without it, even those little splashes were enough to make me feel disoriented. After I was sure I was steady, I swung my feet around to the floor. My bare feet. A momentary panic lanced through me as I realized my gun was gone. I grabbed the bed rail, intending to stand, and paused as I saw the gun resting on the bedside table. I picked it up, hand shaking slightly, and relaxed as the weight of the gun confirmed that it was loaded. They hadn't left me defenseless after all. I tucked it into the waistband of my scrubs, checking twice to be sure the safety was on before I tightened my grasp on the bed rail, took a deep breath, and stood. I didn't fall. That was a start. There was no immediate pain, although most of me was sore, and various parts of me ached in an irritated way that made me think of feeding tubes and catheters. Necessary evils, but not things I really wanted to dwell on. There was a door on the far side of the room. I focused on it as I let go of the bed rail and started to shuffle forward, slowly at first, but with increasing speed as my confidence came back. The soreness actually began to fade a little as I stretched the muscles in my legs and back. Maybe most of it was from lying still too long. I made it to the door without incident and grasped the knob, honestly expecting it to be locked. Instead, it turned easily, and I stepped out of my small recovery room into what looked like the central lab. Dr. Kimberly was there, reviewing test results with two of her technicians. All three of them turned toward the sound of my door opening. For a moment, the four of us remained where we were, blinking at one another. Dr. Kimberly was the first to recover. "James?" "On it, Doctor," said the technician, and stood hurrying over to a small specimen refrigerator. He opened the door and produced a familiar red and white can, which he carried over and offered to me. "It's good to see you awake." I took the Coke without a word, popping the tab and taking a long drink. The soda burned the soreness in my throat. All of them watched me. No one spoke. I lowered the can. "The first thing I will do, the first thing, is have myself checked for tracking devices," I said, directing my words at Dr. Kimberly. "If we find anything, I don't work with you people. I don't give you anything. You'll need to shoot me and start with another clone, and hope you can get away with it twice. Clear?" "As crystal," she said, nodding. "We're playing fairly. Not because we're innately fair, but because at this point, it's in our best interests to do so. And it's the only thing left that distinguishes us from the other side." "All right, then. How much time do we have?" "Still 3 days. You were only out for a few hours this last time. Long enough to let us do the last of the post-op cleanup work." "Yeah. Don't ever do that again. If you're going to knock me out, I need to know before it happens." I took another drink of Coke. "I need an internet connection, shoes, and another soda." Dr. Kimberly smiled. "I think all of those things can be arranged." "Good." My can was almost empty. I finished it before returning Dr. Kimberly's smile. "Let's have ourselves a revolution."
We've reached Seattle in one piece. It was a little touch and go for a while there, but now here we are, and Maggie has somehow managed to hide us by going the opposite of underground. Money. Is there anything it can't do? We're about to leave to see the monkey, the man who can supposedly make identities that fool anyone and everyone in the world. That makes this Maggie's last hurrah. When we're done here, she's heading back to Weed, back to her bulldogs and her grindhouse movies. I'm going to miss the shit out of her, but I'm also glad, in a way. At least one of us is going to make it out of this shitstorm alive. From Adaptive Immunities, the blog of Sean Mason, August 1st, 2041. Unpublished. There are days when I wake up and I realize I no longer know the man in my mirror. Who are you, with your graying temples and your $200 haircut? Who are you, in your fancy suit with your vast political power that does you no good when it really matters? Who are you, with all those ghosts in your eyes? Seriously, you asshole, who the fuck are you, and why are you looking back at me whenever I look into my own eyes? What good will it be for a man if he gains the whole world, yet forfeits his own soul? It's on days like this that I really want to know. I wish I could explain to them why I let this happen. I wish I could tell them what it was for. And I wish I thought, even for a second, that they were going to forgive me. From the Private Journal of Vice President Richard Cousins, August 1st, 2041. Unpublished.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Hachette Audio presents Blackout, Book 3 of the Newsflesh trilogy. Written by Mira Grant. Read by Paula Christensen and Michael Goldstrom.
Chapter 18. The polite voice of the hotel roused me from my bed shortly before sunrise. I sat up, blinking in disorientation at the opulent room around me. It would have been a suite in any other hotel before I remembered where I was, swore softly, and got moving. My clothes were scattered near the bathroom door, under the panel with the light controls. I'd spent almost 10 minutes the night before just playing with them, cranking them up to mimic natural sunlight for the seasonally depressed, shifting them into the UV spectrum for the sake of people with retinal callus amberly. In the end, I'd gone to sleep with the black lights on and the white noise generator turned to full. It was almost like being back in Berkeley, before everything changed. I hadn't slept that well in a year. Being woken, even gently, felt like a betrayal. There'd been no discussion of how we'd be getting to the monkeys. We just assembled at the van, like all of us being together again was the way things were supposed to be. Mahir got into the front passenger seat, balancing his tablet on his knee. Maggie and Bex took the back, and in the rear-view mirror I could see Bex sitting sentry, watching out the rear window for signs of pursuit. "Where to?" I asked as I buckled my seatbelt. "I've got the directions," said Mahir, and held up the tablet showing me a black window with a blinking green cursor in the upper right corner. I blinked. "What the fuck is that?" "Our map." He lowered the tablet, swiping a finger across the bottom to make the keyboard appear. He typed the words, "Find monkey," with quick, efficient taps before pressing the Enter key. The cursor dropped to the next line. Maggie was peering over the seat at us. I frowned at the tablet, which Mahir was watching with absolute focus. Minutes ticked by. "Okay," I said finally, "this is officially stupid. In case you were wondering whether it had the Sean thinks this is stupid seal of approval, it does. Is there a plan B?" "Yes." Mahir held up the tablet, showing it to me again. A second line of text had appeared beneath his, with the cursor blinking on a third line now. "Exit garage," it said. "You've got to be fucking kidding me," I grumbled, and started the engine. "It's based off a pre-Rising computer game," said Mahir. "So primitive it's invisible to most monitoring systems." He began typing. "At the end of the drive, wave to the guards and turn left. You'll come to an intersection with a 7-Eleven. When you get there, turn right." "Fucking kidding me," I said. At the base of the driveway we all waved to the guards as we waited for the gate to open. They waved back, apparently accustomed to strange behavior from their eccentric, wealthy clientele. "Are you sure this is necessary?" I asked, still waving. "If the directions say to do it, we do it," said Maggie. "That's what everyone says. If you don't listen to the monkey, he doesn't meet with you." "Let's hope the directions don't tell us to shoot a man in Reno just to watch him die," I muttered, and pulled out onto the street. The directions did not tell us to shoot a man in Reno just to watch him die. They did tell us to drive down dead alleys, only to turn around and go back the way we'd come. To drive in circles through residential neighborhoods, probably setting off dozens of security alerts, and to get on and off the freeway 6 times. It was incredibly annoying. At the same time, I had to admire the monkey's style. None of the neighborhoods we drove through had gates or manned security booths. None of the freeway exits we used required blood tests. We might be driving like idiots, but we were driving like idiots without leaving a definite record of where we'd been or why we'd been there. We were crossing a bridge that actually floated on the surface of a lake. Thankfully, the monkey hadn't requested we do anything stupid, like drive into the lake. I would have refused, and then I might have had a mutiny on my hands. When Mahir looked up, eyes wide. "Sean?" "What?" I asked. "Are we being followed?" "No. The directions." He cleared his throat, looked at the screen, and read, "Turn on your jamming unit. Tune it to channel 8, or these instructions will cease." "We don't have a jamming unit, do we?" "Actually, funny story. Hey, Bex!" I looked at the rearview mirror. She turned, the reflection of her eyes meeting mine. "Put the jammer's batteries back in and turn it on, will you? The text-based adventure wants us to get scrambled." "On it, boss," Bex called and put down her gun. I hadn't wanted us to kill the jammer in the Agora parking garage, no matter how upper crust they were. There were bound to be some things that would upset them. We'd settled for checking it for obvious bugs and removing the battery pack before heading into the hotel. Now I was glad we'd taken that approach. If the monkey knew we had the jammer, he would probably have been pissed if we'd killed it. "This guy must think he's the goddamn Wizard of Oz," I muttered. "I don't like being spied on." "We're off to see the wizard," chanted Maggie in a gleeful, sing-song voice. "Before you start killing people with joyous abandon, you might like to know that the next batch of directions has arrived," said Mahir dryly. "Maggie, please don't antagonize him. He's had a hard week, and he's liable to bite." "Spoil sport," said Maggie. "Thank you," I said. "Where are we going?" "At the end of the bridge, turn right," said Mahir. There was no joking around after that. Whatever test we'd been taking, we'd apparently passed, because the directions sent us along a straightforward series of increasingly smaller streets, until we were driving down a poorly maintained residential road in one of the oldest parts of Seattle. This was 1,000,000 miles from the cultivated opulence of the Agora, or even from the reasonably well-maintained Berkeley streets where I grew up. This was a neighborhood where half the houses burned years ago and were never rebuilt, and where the remaining homes were surrounded by the kind of ludicrous fencing that was popular immediately after the Rising, when people were frantically trying to protect themselves from the next attack. "People still live in places like this?" asked Maggie. Her levity was gone. She stared out the window with wide eyes, looking baffled and horrified at the same time. I shrugged. Where else are they going to go? The question sounded rhetorical. It wasn't. There were patches like this in almost every city, tolerated despite their sketchy adherence to the safety requirements, because there was nowhere else to put the people who lived in these slowly collapsing houses. Eventually, they'd all be condemned and razed to the ground. Until that day came, people would do what they always had. They would survive. "Take the next driveway on the right," said Mahir. "To be more specific, it says turn right at the serial killer van." "You mean the big white one that looks like it was set on fire at some point?" "One presumes." "One right turn coming up." I leaned on the wheel, sending us bumping down a driveway that was, if anything, even less well-maintained than the street. It felt like my nuts were going to bounce all the way up to my shoulders. I gritted my teeth, clenching my hands on the wheel as I steered us to a stop in front of the one house on the cul-de-sac that looked like it might still be capable of sustaining life. "Now what?" Mahir looked up. "Now you and I are to put our hands on the dashboard, and Maggie and Rebecca are to put their hands behind their heads." "What?" demanded Bex. "That's what it says. Oh, wait, there's another line. Do it, or else Foxy will shoot you until you are very, very, very exceedingly dead." He frowned. "That sounds unpleasant." "Yeah, and it'll hurt, too," said a chipper female voice. It sounded like it was coming from the speaker on Mahir's tablet. He and I exchanged an alarmed look. The tablet chirped. "Hi, look in front of you." We all looked toward the windshield. There was a short, slim woman standing in front of the van. The top of her head probably wouldn't have come higher than my shoulder. That didn't really matter. The assault rifle she was aiming at the windshield more than made up for any lack of size. "Ah," said Mahir, "I believe we found the right place." "That, or we found the local loony bin." I put my hands on the dashboard. "Everybody do what she says. We're going to go along with this for now." "Good call," chirped the tablet. "Mason," said Bex, "just chill, okay? They knew we were coming. Let's do things their way and see what happens." One by one, the rest of my team did as we'd been told. Bex was the last to move, sullenly putting her gun down and lacing her fingers behind her head. She glared at me in the rearview mirror the entire time. Once we were all in position, the girl with the gun half walked, half skipped over to the van, stopping next to the driver's side door. She beamed through the glass, blue eyes wide and bright as a kid's on Christmas morning. Her hair destroyed any illusion of childishness despite her size. Most kids have bleach blonde hair these days, a sign that their parents are properly respecting security protocols. Her hair was so red it was almost orange, and only the last 6 inches had been bleached, ending in about an inch of inky black, like the tipping on a fox's tail. She tapped the barrel of her gun against the window, gesturing for me to open the door. I did so, moving slowly in case she decided to take offense at the fact that I was moving at all. "Hi," she said, once the door was open. She removed her right hand from the gun stock long enough to reach over and tap the skin behind her ear, presumably turning off the transmitter she'd been using to speak through Mahir's tablet. "I'm the Fox. Welcome to the brain pan." I said slowly, "Nice to meet you?" "Oh, that's probably not true," she said, still with the same manic good cheer. "Why don't you come inside? The cat baked bread this morning, and I don't think it's poisoned or anything. Also, leave your guns in the car, or I'll not only kill you, I'll fuck up your corpses so bad that even DNA testing won't be able to figure out who you were." She flashed us one last, bright-toothed smile and started walking backward down the path to the porch. She kept her gun leveled on us all the way. Only when she reached the porch did she turn, bounding up the stairs and vanishing through the open door. "Oh, great," said Bex in a faint voice. "I was wondering how we were going to fill our daily quota of batshit crazy. Maybe we can make quota for the rest of the month." I unbuckled my belt and slid out of the van. Once I was clear, I removed the guns from my waistband, setting them on the seat. "Everybody drop your weapons and come on. We came to them. We may as well play by their rules." Yes, because allowing the crazy people to set the rules is absolutely always the way to ensure one's survival in a hostile situation. Mahir managed to sound almost amused, even though he scowled as he removed his own pistol from the holster beneath his arm. "Thanks for the vote of confidence," I said amiably. He had the good grace to look abashed. I leaned back in through my open door and punched him in the arm. "Don't worry. The lunatics have been running the asylum around here for a long time. We'll fit right in." Bex had to shed 6 guns before she got out of the van, and even then, I was reasonably sure she was holding back at least a couple of knives. Maggie didn't need to remove anything. That made me grimace a little. "She really isn't field-ready at all, is she?" "No, she's really not," I murmured, and slammed the van door. The 4 of us walked together down the broken concrete pathway leading to the brain pan porch. As we got closer to the house, I started spotting the security enhancements and architectural tweaks hidden among the general disorder and decay. All of them were subtle, and from what I could see, all of them were designed to be effective. That meant they were recent. If they'd been done immediately post-Rising, when most of the improvements, such as they were being made to this neighborhood, they would have been flashy. These had no flash at all. They weren't here to show off how secure the house was. They were here to secure it. "Look," I said, elbowing Bex in the side before nodding toward a camera mostly hidden beneath one of the shingles edging the roof. She followed my gaze. "Not very well concealed." "Yeah, but it's also a dummy. You know, for dummies." The Fox bounced back into the open doorframe, beaming at us. "If you think that's the only camera, you're a dummy, and I get to shoot you." "That's an entirely reasonable and understandable mechanism for judging one's guests," said Mahir smoothly. "Might we come inside now?" "Oh, sure. Just take off your shoes. The cat gets a little crazy when you track mud on her floors." She disappeared back into the house. Bex and I exchanged a look. "I'm not sure what's worse," she said. "The fact that she just implied someone else might be crazy, or the fact that everyone here has a name that starts with the word the." "Just pretend they're all comic book villains and it starts to make sense." Maggie took off her sandals, swinging them casually from one hand as she climbed the porch steps and entered the house. "I'm Batman," deadpanned Mahir, and followed her. Bex was half a step behind him, and I brought up the rear, looking back over my shoulder for signs of pursuit as I stepped inside. There were none. For better or for worse, we were alone with the people we had come to find. I expected the door to swing shut itself as soon as I was over the threshold. Instead, it remained open until an aggravated female voice shouted, "Shut the damn door!" from somewhere at the end of the hall. I shut the door. It took a moment for me and Bex to undo the laces on our boots. Mahir and Maggie waited for us to finish, and we walked down the short entry hall to the living room together. The house was constructed on one of the pre-rising open space models, with the living room, dining room, and kitchen essentially blending together to form one large space. There were multiple windows, which must have provided a lot of natural light before they were sealed up and boarded over. Now they were just plywood rectangles set into the walls, barely visible behind the banks of computer equipment and monitor screens. The place looked like a combination of a server farm and a college student's dorm room, with one big exception. It was scrupulously clean. There might be a futon on the floor, but there were no pizza boxes or takeout containers. There was clutter, but no trash. It managed to be sterile and lived in at the same time. "Bizarre," muttered Bex. "Awesome," I countered. "Expensive, so don't touch anything," said a voice. I turned toward the kitchen where a brown-haired woman was standing, arms crossed, a stern expression on her face. She was wearing jeans and a tank top, and her hair was cropped short, leaving nothing for a zombie mob to grab hold of. She looked more like a normal human than the girl from the driveway, who was now sitting on the counter, drumming her heels against a cabinet. Somehow that made her more difficult to trust. Nothing that looked normal in this place could possibly be what it seemed. Mahir had turned, along with the rest of us. He recovered quickly, stepping forward and offering his hand. "I'm Mahir Gowda. It's a pleasure to—" "You're not here to meet me," said the brunette in the same disapproving tone. "No one comes here to meet me. You're here for the monkey. Well, he's not sure he wants to talk to you just yet. Who sent you?" "No one sent us. We came—" "Whoops, wrong answer." The fox was suddenly holding a pistol in each hand. I hadn't even seen her draw. "Somebody told you who to look for, and somebody told you where to look. So who sent you?" "Alric Kwong. He said the monkey was the best in the business," said Bex. The brunette blinked. Then, to my surprise, she smiled, a little wistfully. "Alric? Really? You're the people he's been working with?" The four of us stared at her for a moment. Slowly I nodded. "Yeah, he's part of my crew. I'm Sean Mason, after the end times." "I know you," she said, smile fading as fast as it came. "I'm the cat. You've met the fox." "Met is a word," I agreed. The fox lowered her guns. "Do we pass the security check?" "For the moment." The cat turned, picking up a bread knife from the counter. "Why did Alric send you?" We could have tried for diplomacy. We could have tried for plausible deniability. In the end, that seemed like too damn much trouble, and I did what Georgia taught me to do. I went for the truth. "There's a good chance we're going to need to run for the border pretty soon, since the CDC is trying to kill us." "We think," Bex interjected. "Right, we think. Anyway, they probably released bioengineered death mosquitoes and accidentally wiped out the Gulf Coast trying to get us, so they're a little pissed right now. That means we need IDs the CDC won't be watching for." "Why?" asked the little redhead guilelessly. I hesitated. I could give the answer we'd been giving everyone else, so we could get out, so we could run and escape and live, or I could tell the truth. I looked toward my team. Mahir was still watching the two women, the redhead drumming her heels, the brunette slicing obviously home-baked bread. Bex and Maggie were watching me, waiting to see what I would say. I took a breath. Mahir needs a new passport to get him into Canada so he can get back to Europe alive. Bex needs an identity that can get her out of the country, wherever it is she wants to go. Alric needs IDs for him and for his sister Alyssa. We're going to get her out of Florida. "Maggie is paying for all this," said Maggie. The cat turned to me, knife still in her hand. Raising an eyebrow, she asked, "And what about you? What are you planning to get out of this deal?" "Assuming this dude is as good as Alric thinks he is, I'm going to get an ID that doesn't set off any alarms. I'm going to stay low until we finish finding the people who killed my sister. And then I'm going to walk right in their front doors and shoot them in their fucking faces." "I like this one," said the fox, giggling. "He's funny." Maggie was staring at me, clearly aghast. Bex and Mahir, on the other hand, didn't even look surprised. Bex looked a little sad. Mahir just looked accepting, like he'd been waiting a long time for those words to leave my lips. Seeing them like that made me feel slightly ashamed, and more determined than ever to set things right. I all but glared at the cat. "So, are those reasons good enough for you people, or do we need to find someone else to help us?" "You're doing this out of a suicidal need for revenge, even though it may not change anything," said the cat coolly. "Yeah," I shrugged, "pretty much." "You're an idiot," muttered George. I ignored her. "Okay," said the cat. I blinked. "What?" I said okay. The fox likes you, and I think you're a suicidal idiot with friends who will pay to let you kill yourself in an interesting fashion. She gestured toward Maggie with her knife, can give us obscene amounts of money without thinking about it, and the other two are non-offensive enough to not matter. Besides, you work with someone that I owe a favor." "Who?" I asked. "Alric Kwong." She smiled at our expressions. "He doesn't know I ended up here. Probably break his heart if you told him. I may as well pay him back by passing you through." "A favor? For what?" asked Bex. The cat smirked. "I broke up with him when our Quest Realm Guild was in the middle of a raid, and then I kept making him heal me without answering any of his whiny whispers about, 'Why, Jane? Why would you break up with me? I love you.' So we'll get you your IDs. Cost is 50,000 each up front before you leave here today. And a favor." "A favor?" Bex frowned, suddenly suspicious. Given how on edge she'd been since we arrived, that wasn't much of a transition. "What kind of favor are we talking about here?" "Nothing you'd lose any sleep over. We need you to break into the local CDC building and drop a little something off for us," said the cat. She resumed slicing bread. "Define a little something," I said. "We're not blowing anything up. That's their game, not ours." "Nothing like that. Their main storage facility isn't online. We want access. So we have a pressure point hotspot that we just need you to get into the proper place and switch on. Then you come back here and get your shiny new identities, and with them the warm satisfaction of knowing we're going to screw the CDC over in some fun ways that you don't need to know anything about." She put her knife down, resting her hands on the counter as she looked at us calmly. "Do we have a deal?" Looking into her calm, cold eyes, I realized the fox wasn't the only crazy person living in this house. She was just the one who had the honesty to wear her crazy on her sleeve. "Yeah," I said. "We have a deal."
All attempts to culture a live infection in blood samples taken from subject 139B have failed. More interesting, we induced amplification in a white-tailed deer and injected it via dart with a serum derived from subject 139B's blood. The deer showed signs of improvement before dying of massive cerebral hemorrhage. The necropsy was inconclusive. Unfortunately, I think we'll need to try this with a human subject before we can be sure of anything. My team is scouring the area for freshly infected individuals. Thus far, we've had no luck. No reports of mosquito-borne Kellis amberley have come in from any of my sources in California, Arizona, or Nevada. It's possible that we may be able to dodge this bullet. I don't think so. We haven't dodged any of the ones that came before it. But I'm starting to believe that there may be an answer. All I need is a little more time. Taken from an email sent by Dr. Shannon Abbey to Dr. Joseph Shoji at the Kauai Institute of Virology, August 1st, 2041.
"Well, that's that then. We're all going to die." Charming. From Fish and Clips, the blog of Mahir Gowda, August 1st, 2041. Unpublished.
Chapter 19. Dr. Kimberly's technicians didn't have any street clothes in my size. They did manage to find me a pair of hard-soled slippers, which weren't quite the shoes I'd asked for, but were several thousand times better than the socks I'd been wearing since I woke up. Better yet, best of all, they brought me a computer. A sleek, hard-shelled little laptop, which Gregory set in front of me with the top closed. I reached for it. He pulled it back. Only a few inches, but far enough to make it clear that I needed to listen before I was going to get my hands on the machine. You have a connection and a guest login routed through one of the administrative offices, he said. We can't spoof it forever, but we should be able to get you about 20 minutes without raising any red flags. Please don't run any open searches on phrases that might get the attention of our firewall. Like what? I asked. Governmental corruption? Conspiracy to defraud the American people? Cloning? Yes, he said, without a trace of irony. That's a good initial list of things to avoid. Don't log into any email accounts with your name on them. Don't. I promise I've used other people's networks before, and I've never managed to get anyone arrested when I wasn't trying to, I said, and reached for the laptop again. We're all trying to trust each other here. For me, the last step to trusting you is seeing that I have a clear connection. For you, the last step to trusting me is seeing that I won't abuse it. So I guess we both start getting what we want when you let me have that computer. Huh. Gregory chuckled and pushed the laptop toward me. You're definitely feeling better if you're trying to use logic against me. That's me. Only rational when I'm not being cut open and dissected for the amusement of others. I took the laptop, breathing slowly through my nose to keep my hands from shaking as I opened it. The screen sprang to life, displaying a stark white background with the CDC logo in the center. I let my fingers rest against the keys, breathing unsteadily out. Oh, wow. Maybe we only trust you because we don't have any other choice. But we do trust you, Georgia. Gregory touched my shoulder, causing me to look up. He smiled. Let's try and earn it from each other. I nodded. I'll do my best, I said. And then I bent my head and started to type, and Gregory didn't matter anymore. His warning about avoiding my email was smart, if unnecessary. Anyone who's never worked professionally in internet news would probably assume the first thing a journalist would do was go for their inbox. He was right, in a way. He was also wrong. All the public-facing email addresses, the ones that fed into the customary webmail interfaces, were basically dummy accounts, feeding their contents into the true inboxes behind the After the End Times firewall system that Buffy had designed. The only time we ever needed to use those boxes directly was when we were somewhere that didn't allow for logging all the way into the system. Even if I only had 20 minutes, I'd plenty of time to make it that far. The first place I went was an online game site, the sort of thing that's been killing productivity in offices everywhere since the first computer was invented. Somehow, I wasn't surprised when the browser autofilled the URL after I'd entered only the first 3 letters. Not even the CDC is immune to the lure of brightly colored graphics and simplistic puzzles. The site presented a list of options, all with cute, easily marketed names and icons designed to catch the eye. I scrolled to the bottom. "What are you doing?" asked Gregory. Not all computers have shell access these days, and any site that's obviously designed to be secure might as well have a big red label on it flashing, "Oh hey, look over here. People do things they don't want you to know about when they're over here," I said. The last icon on the list of games was a comparatively drab cartoon atom. I clicked on it. "So we have back doors, for those times when we need to get in, but don't have access to the normal equipment."
And one of your back doors involves a game site?
Buffy designed their security. I smiled as the loading bar appeared on my browser. Buffy designed a lot of people's security. She hid things all over the damn internet.
Well, I wish she were here, said Gregory.
Yeah, so do I. The menu appeared, giving a list of options. I clicked a set of 5 that would have resulted in an unplayable game if I'd actually been trying to play, and hit start. The screen froze.
Did it crash?
Asked Gregory. Are you going to watch over my shoulder the whole time I'm online?
Yes. We're still in the earning trust phase, remember?
Right. No, it didn't crash. This is what's supposed to happen. I tapped the spacebar twice. If I were a casual player who'd just chosen a bad set of options, this is where I'd reload and try again. Since I'm not, this is where we wait.
Wait for what?
Wait for that. The browser flickered and vanished, replaced by blackness. A login window appeared, floating in the middle of the screen.
Username?
It prompted. Nancy, I typed.
Nancy?
Asked Gregory. Remember how I said Buffy did our security programming? Well, Buffy was a pre-rising media nut.
Address? Prompted the window. 1428 Elm Street.
There was a longer pause this time, as the program controlling this particular back door checked my responses against the list. The pause wasn't necessary. It was one more trick programmed by our former professional paranoid. If I touched the keyboard before I was prompted, it would not only kick me out, it would lock this door until someone who was already inside the firewall decided it was safe to open it again. Finally, the prompt asked, "Why did you move out?" Of the 8 possible questions it could have asked, that was the one I'd been hoping for. I wasn't sure I remembered the answers to any of the others. I typed, "Because a dead serial killer with knives for hands murdered my boyfriend." The pause this time lasted less than a second. "Welcome, Georgia Mason," appeared on the screen, and vanished, replaced by the After the End Times logo. "That login won't work again for 6 months," I said, trying to make the comment sound casual. I probably failed, but it didn't matter as much as making sure I got my point across. Buffy knew her business.
Remind me, why wasn't she working for the CIA? Or better yet, for us?
Gregory dragged a chair over and sat down where he could watch my screen. Oddly, it made me feel more at ease, rather than making me feel spied on. There's almost always been someone watching over my shoulder while I worked. It was usually Sean, but that didn't change the way Gregory's presence calmed me down. "You guys didn't offer her enough opportunities for bad poetry, porn, or bad poetry about porn." I clicked the link that should have taken me to the staff directory. Instead of opening, it flashed a red, restricted warning at me. Crap. Gregory frowned.
"You're kidding, right?"
"About the poetry and porn? No. She was a genius. We all knew she'd been scouted by at least one of the alphabet soup agencies. I wouldn't be surprised to find out she'd been scouted by all of them." I glared at the screen. I'm not kidding about this stupid firewall either. They didn't close the loopholes into the system, but they locked down the staff directory. Who does that? Purge it all, or allow for the occasional spontaneous resurrection.
Most people who come back from the dead can't type, you know.
Right now, I don't care. Let me try something else. I moved my mouse to the administrative panel for the forums. If anything was going to stop me, it would have done so on the first layer, when I accessed the full member list. Nothing pinged. Oh, jeez. They let Dave do the purge, didn't they? He never finishes everything on the first go.
David Nowakowski? Asked Gregory, sounding suddenly hesitant. I glanced toward him.
Yeah. Why?
I'm sorry to tell you this, but...
Something in the way his voice trailed off told me what he didn't want to finish his sentence. My eyes widened. Dave's dead? How the hell is Dave dead? He was the most careful Irwin I ever met.
There was an outbreak in the location of your team's new headquarters. It's unclear exactly why he did what he did, but he chose to remain behind after the quarantine sirens began ringing. He was still inside the building when it was sterilized.
By sterilized, do you by any chance mean carpet-bombed?
Gregory looked away.
Pressing my lips into a thin line, I looked back to the computer. The After the End Times forums were open in front of me like some sort of a miracle, with their threads and board titles looking so familiar that it was like I'd never left. It didn't matter that I didn't recognize even a quarter of them. That could happen when I spent a weekend in bed with a migraine and let Mahir take forum duty for me. What mattered was that they were there. I scrolled to the bottom of the screen and closed my eyes for a moment from sheer relief. The moderator's forum was listed. If there had been any changes to my profile following the purge of my core system access, the forum would have turned invisible, marking me as one more end user. I crossed my fingers, opened my eyes, moved the mouse to the appropriate icon, and clicked. The forum opened without a pause. I started scrolling down, barely aware that I was crying. According to the admin script at the bottom of the page, only 2 users with mod privileges were currently online. One was me. The other was Alric.
"What are you doing?" asked Gregory.
"Sending up a flare," I said. I opened a private message window and tapped out. "Alric, are you there? Need to chat ASAP. Do not have much time." I hit enter.
"Georgia."
"Just give it a second." A message appeared in my inbox less than 15 seconds later. "How did you get this login? This is not funny. Log off right now or I will contact the authorities." I grinned. Oh, good. He's pissed.
"That's good?"
"Yeah, that's good. If he's pissed, he'll want to know who I am so he can have someone to be pissed at. That means he'll talk." I hit reply, typing, "Buffy gave me this login the day we went live. Alric, it's me. If you don't believe me, open a chat. I can prove it." Gregory looked dubiously at my screen.
"Let me guess. The goal here is to make him really mad."
"Kind of, yes. Alric thinks better when he's mad. He doesn't second-guess himself nearly as much." I was speaking from a flawed model, and I knew it. Not only had Alric been alive while I wasn't, giving him time to adapt and change, but I was working off memories extracted from a dead woman's mind and implanted in my own. Even the way I thought about myself, half me, half her, told me I couldn't trust my own judgment where the reactions of others were concerned. And that didn't matter, because my judgment was the only thing I had. That was a depressing thought. I was trying not to dwell on it when a light blinked at the bottom of my window, signaling an incoming chat request.
"I don't want to sound like I'm rushing you, Georgia, but we can keep this window active for another 10 minutes at best."
That should be all I need. I opened the chat window. "Thanks for talking to me, Alric. I appreciate it. How have you been?" The response was immediate, making me think it had been more than half-typed before I said anything. You'd better log off this system right now and never come back. You're just lucky my boss isn't online, or you'd be sorrier than you can imagine." "Do you mean Mahir or Sean when you say that?" It was common knowledge that Mahir was my second. He was almost certainly also my replacement. "I would be more afraid of Sean, personally. Mahir may get all pissy and British at you, but he doesn't hit." "It's me, Alric. It's George. License AFB 075893, Class A15. The first time we met in person, you brought me a can of Coke to show your respect, but your hands were shaking so hard that it exploded everywhere when I opened it. Some camera jockey freaked out, and we wound up in decon for 3 hours. Remember?" There was a longer pause before his answer appeared. At least in part, I was sure, because my reply wasn't what he was expecting. Finally, 2 words flashed on my screen. "George's dead." I took a deep breath. Then, more slowly than before, I tapped out my answer. "Are you really going to sit there, post-zombie apocalypse, and tell me the dead never come back?" "5 minutes, Georgia." "Hold on." I stared at the screen, willing Alric to reply. Seconds ticked by, making me feel like my time had been wasted, maybe worse than wasted. If he thought I was an imposter and told Sean... "How?" I was so relieved I actually laughed as I typed. "Cloning. The CDC has been a naughty government organization. Need to get a message to Sean. Is he there?" I regretted the question as soon as I sent it. If he still didn't believe me... Hurriedly I typed, "Don't answer that. If you have a way of reaching him, tell him I am being held at the Seattle CDC. I am working with the EIS. I need an immediate extraction. I am in danger. Please confirm." Again, seconds ticked by. I was still crying. I wiped my cheek viciously with one hand, watching the screen, praying to a higher power I didn't believe in for some sort of miracle. Alric was a newsie. Even if he didn't believe I was who I claimed to be, there was a chance he'd be interested enough in the idea of me to chase the story. If he did that, I might have a chance. Finally. "Why should I believe you?" "Oh, thank God, he's asking something easy," I muttered and typed. "Either I'm the real thing, a trap, or a great story. First option, you need to save me. Second option, you need to find out who's trying to trap you. Third option, you need to get your facts straight before you go public. Personally, I think I'm all of the above." In case that wasn't good enough, I added, "Besides, if there's any chance I'm the real deal, and you don't go after it, Sean will never forgive you." Gregory's watch beeped. He looked at it and winced. "You need to log off now. IT has started scanning the wireless connections in this part of the building. Nothing indicates that this isn't random, but..." "Better safe than sorry. I get that." Quickly I typed, "Got to go. Security is looking our way. Tell Sean you heard from me. He'll be so pissed he'll come to find the fake and bust me out instead. Please, Alric, believe me. I am begging you." I hit enter and logged off. Gregory snatched the laptop as soon as I pulled my hands away from it. He flipped it over, ejecting the battery pack with a motion too smooth to be anything but practiced. "I'll be right back," he said, and then he was striding out of the room, the battery in one hand, the laptop in the other. I stayed where I was, slumping ever lower in my seat, my eyes fixed on the space where the computer had been. For just a moment, I'd been able to reach the outside world. I'd been able to tell someone what was happening, and whether he believed me or not, Elric listened. He knew. I had put my hands on the keys, and even without the muscle memory of the body I was born in, they'd known what to do. Maybe I could still be Georgia Mason after all, as long as I could still tell the truth. "Rise up while you can," I whispered. Then I slumped in my seat, put my head down on my arms, and sobbed until the tears ran out. "Mahir, are you there? Mahir, I need you to reply right now. It's important, or I wouldn't be trying to break radio silence. Mahir, please. If you're ignoring these messages because you think I'm fighting with Dr. Abby or something, please, I need to talk to you. I can't talk to Bex or Sean until I talk to you. Mahir, goddammit, you answer me right fucking now." Fuck. Internal chat log. User A. Kwong to user M. Gouda. August 1st, 2041. We have removed all tracking devices and self-destruct triggers from the subject, who continues to self-identify as Georgia Mason. She was made aware of the realities of her situation by Dr. Lake before we reached this phase, and her psychological progress has been nothing but encouraging. I believe she will remain stable in the long term, providing we are able to secure her release. My team can keep her isolated for a few days more. Dr. Thomas and his lackeys are distracted with the final preparations to awaken her replacement. This has crossed a line. This experiment has always been both disgusting and morally questionable, but for the first time it has become obscene. She's a real person. She knows who she is, even if she's only that person because of us. She thinks, she feels, and she wants to go home. How did we ever come to this? Taken from a message sent by Dr. Danica Kimberly, August 1st, 2041. Recipient unknown.
Chapter 20. We left the brain pan and returned to the Agora. Breaking into the CDC in broad daylight would take a stupid plan and render it actively suicidal, not something I was in a hurry to do, all indications to the contrary aside. Besides, even if it had been full dark, I would have insisted on going back to the resort. There was no way we were going to take Maggie into the field with us, not for something like this. She was silent during the drive, almost shrinking in on herself as she listened to Bex and Mahir arguing about the best ways to bypass CDC security. She'd been a part of this team almost from the beginning, but that time was coming to an end, and we all knew it. When this was over, if she was still alive, she wouldn't be one of us anymore. I parked the van in the Agora garage and twisted around to face her. "Maggie, It was too late. She was already out of the van and on her way to the airlock door. I froze where I was, not sure what I was supposed to do. "Let her go." For a moment I thought the voice was Georgia's, then I lifted my head and saw Bex looking at me. "She's made her choice. That doesn't mean she feels good about herself. Let her go. We can talk to her when we get back." "If we get back," said George. "Yeah," I said, answering them both, and unfastened my seatbelt. We didn't talk as we followed Maggie's path to the airlock. The lobby was empty when we arrived. Somehow that wasn't much of a surprise. We didn't discuss our next move. We just split up, each of us heading for our own room to do whatever it was we had to do in order to feel like we were ready. If you can ever feel ready for something like this. Bex and I hadn't had much time to get unpacked, or much with us to unpack, but there was enough that it took me about 15 minutes to get everything together, double-checking the ammo in every gun and the straps on every holster. I even retied my boots. It never hurts to be over-prepared. Then I stopped, looking at the empty room, and closed my eyes. This is all I'm going to leave behind, I said aloud. No apartment, no belongings, no family. Just a hotel room that won't remember me tomorrow. I'll remember you. George's hand on my shoulder was gentle. I started to turn toward her. Shh, don't open your eyes, just come with me. She tugged me to the bed, pushing on my shoulder until I sat. Now you're going to get some rest. George, don't argue. You don't do well on sleep dep. You never have. Now, go to sleep. You have hours to kill before the sun goes down. She was right. I knew she was right, just like I knew she wasn't there. She was the part of my mind that gave a damn about keeping the rest of me alive. I still took an unimaginable amount of comfort from the feeling of her hand on my shoulder, as I fell backward on the bed, eyes still closed, gear still on, and let myself drift off into sleep. My dreams were full of screaming. I saw my team die 6 times in 6 ways. Oddly, that helped, because every time I saw one of them get killed, I saw something else that wouldn't work for getting us into the building alive. We were going to need to be careful and quick, and never hesitate. The light in the room was dimmer when I finally opened my eyes. George was gone, but that didn't matter. She'd be back, and soon. She always came back. I went to the bathroom, splashed some water on my face, and then began the final preparations to depart. I was loading my pockets with clips when a speaker hidden somewhere in the room chimed, and the voice of the Agora said, "Mr. Mason, I apologize for the interruption, but Mr. Gowda has been trying to reach you for the past 15 minutes. I didn't want to wake you. Will you accept the call?" "If I don't, he'll probably wind up coming down here to yell at me," I said, still working. "Hell, I'm surprised he hasn't already. I'll take it." "Thank you." The Agora went silent, followed by another chime. "Sean?" It was Mahir this time, sounding worried. Business as usual, in other words. "Hey, Mahir, what's up? Aren't you like 3 doors down? This takes lazy to a new level, don't you think? Then again, I just spent the whole day asleep, so who am I to talk?" I couldn't fit any more clips in my pockets. That was a bummer. I picked up my tablet, clipping it to my belt. There was one nice thing about this particular suicide mission. We'd downloaded floor plans for all the major CDC installations as part of our research weeks ago, right before we followed Kelly into the Memphis office and got her killed. Seattle was a major enough office that we had pretty good blueprints. It didn't show any secret tunnels, but it had the public areas. At least we wouldn't be lost while we were rushing off to our deaths. There was a time when that thought would have made me uneasy, rather than reassuring me. It's amazing what has become comforting since the start of the Ryman campaign. Ulrich tried to get in touch with me. My head snapped up. No one respects radio silence like a newsie. It's practically one of their sacred creeds, right alongside protecting your sources and off the record. Did he say why? No, and that's why I'm concerned. The message he left was basically, "You know this matters or I wouldn't be doing it," over and over. I already tried dialing one of his burn phones. And? There's no response. I've left a message and sent an email to one of Dr. Abbey's encrypted addresses, but do you want to stay here and keep trying to reach him while Bex and I go to the CDC? What? No. Mahir actually sounded offended. I didn't come this far to be left sitting on the stands when things are finally getting interesting. I do intend to return to my career once I'm no longer a wanted fugitive, and the more I can learn, the better my prospects will be. "You're a natural-born snoop, Mahir," I said, and picked up my pack. "You ready to blow this taco stand?" "Have you ever even seen a taco stand?" "Sure, there was one right next to campus. Are you ready to go, Mahir?" He sighed, attempts at levity dismissed in an instant. "Yes. Much as I'm afraid of what's to come, I rather do believe I am." "Good. Meet me in the hall." "Shall do." There was no dial tone, but something about the shape of the silence filling the room told me that he'd hung up. I slung my pack over my shoulder and turned to head for the door. I didn't look back. There was nothing there to see. Bex's room was between Mahir's and mine. I had barely finished knocking when her door swung open. "Yes, Mason?" she asked. "You ready to go?" "As ready as I'll ever be. I've been waiting on you." She was dressed almost exactly like I was. A charcoal gray t-shirt, camouflage pants, combat boots, and way too many weapons to be on her way to a tea party. Her hair was slicked back in a tight, no-nonsense ponytail. This wasn't an expedition intended to be filmed and sold by the download. This was serious work. She raised an eyebrow at my assessing look. "Something wrong?" "No, just thinking how much it sucks that we can't post any of this." Her grin was sudden. The flash of white teeth there and gone almost before it had fully registered. "Someday this story is going to make us legends." "Only if it doesn't make us dead," I shot back, and then winced, waiting for Georgia to say something. She didn't. I wasn't sure whether that was a good sign or not. Bex looked at me with concern. She'd clearly seen the wince and was waiting to see what it was going to mean. "Boss?" "I'm good. Come on." I turned to head for the elevator, waiting for her to follow me. With barely a moment of hesitation, she did. Mahir met us in the elevator lobby. "Are we ready?" he asked. "That is a question for the sages, not for us, Mahir," I said. "But we're going either way, so what the fuck doesn't matter, right?" He took that answer in stride. None of us said anything as we got into the elevator and rode down to the lobby. The concierge smiled at us politely, like journalists storm through his hotel every day. I waved, and we walked on to the van. I had unlocked the doors and was about to get inside when Bex caught my elbow, saying urgently, "The jammer." Shit. If the Masons could use that thing to track us, still unproven, but still likely, then so could other people. The Monkeys people had known we had it. That made it a liability if we were going somewhere sensitive like, say, the CDC. "Got a hammer?" "I've got a better idea." She picked up the jammer, dropping her backpack on the passenger seat, and turned to walk back toward the hotel. I blinked. "Mahir, you want to logic that one out for me?" "The concierge is supposed to be the hotel's private on-call miracle worker," said Mahir, hoisting himself into one of the rear seats. "Presumably she's gone to ask him if he has access to an industrial-grade furnace of some sort." "Rich people are weird," I said, and got into the van. Bex returned about 5 minutes later, looking smugly pleased. She hopped into her seat, pushing her backpack to the floor, and slammed the door before announcing, "The staff of the Agora is more than happy to dismantle any unwanted professional equipment we may have, and can promise the utmost discretion in the destruction of the individual components." "Is there anything money can't buy?" I asked. "Immortality," said George. I grimaced and started the van. The Seattle branch of the CDC wasn't technically in Seattle at all. It was across the lake in Redmond. The facility was located on part of what used to be the main Microsoft campus, before the Rising demonstrated every possible flaw in their architecture. The CDC bought the site when the rebuilding of the area was getting underway. It was viewed as a major coup, since at the time, having a CDC installation nearby was seen almost as a magical talisman against further infection. That hasn't changed much in the last 20 years. People would rather live near the CDC than in areas with good schools or excellent hospitals. The CDC will keep the zombies away. I chuckled as I drove, largely because laughter stood a chance of keeping me from screaming. Bex kept herself busy cleaning and double-checking her guns, while Mahir monitored the GPS. The only conversation consisted of directions, given quietly and with calm efficiency, like we were going to be graded on how fast we got there. The cat's instructions included the location of a secure parking garage formerly connected to a grocery store. The store was long gone, but the garage remained, freestanding and abandoned. With the CDC so close, regular patrols checked the area for signs of zombie infestation. We'd be safe there, as long as the roof didn't collapse on us. No one was in sight as we turned off the road and into a back alley that led to the old employee entrance to the parking garage. I parked in the darkest corner I could find, despite the fact that every instinct I had told me to avoid those shadows. Our headlights didn't catch any motion. I still signaled for the others to stay quiet as I turned off the engine. It ticked for a few seconds before stilling into silence. Nothing moaned or shuffled in the darkness. We were alone. "Clear," I said. "This place gives me the creeps," complained Bex. "Is there a reason we keep winding up in places that should have stayed in their horror movies?" "I guess I just know how to show a girl a good time." I opened my door, sliding out of the van. My boots crunched on the broken glass and gravel covering the pavement. "Then what are you showing me?" asked Mahir. "I'm not sexist. I can show a guy a good time, too." I looked between them. "You all cool?" "I'm cool," confirmed Bex. "I haven't been cool since arriving in this godforsaken hellhole you persist in claiming is a civilized nation." "I am, however, ready to go violate a few more laws," said Mahir. "I believe at this point we're simply waiting on you." "I'm ready when you are," said George. "I thought you were supposed to keep me out of trouble," I said, not caring that Bex and Mahir would hear me. We were long past the point where I could get any mileage out of pretending not to be crazy. I gave up. "Well, folks, even the girl who lives in my head says it's time to go, so we'd better get moving. According to the directions, we have a quarter-mile to go before we even hit the fence." "Which means total silence and trying not to fall into any unexpected holes," said Bex dryly. "This isn't my first rodeo." "No, but it's mine, so I appreciate the repetition," said Mahir. "Is the fence likely to be electrified?" "Yes, but that's what these are for." I held up a pair of rubber clips. "They'll bridge the current and let us cut through the wire. We'll have to leave them behind when we run, but at least we'll be able to run." Mahir eyed the bridgers. "Buffy's work?" "Dave's." I smiled a little. He'd love this shit. "He'd already be halfway to the fence," said Bex. "Whereas we still need to get moving," said Mahir. "Is there anything else I should know about the area?" "Lots of blackberries, very little ground security, according to the cat's schematics. They don't patrol all that much. Once we're inside, we run, we keep our heads down, and we pray." "I do love it when you have a concrete plan instead of making it up as you go along," said Bex dryly. She pulled a pistol from her belt. "Let's move." The Seattle night seemed surprisingly bright after the darkness of the parking garage, the moon and the distant glow of streetlights providing more than sufficient light. Mahir lagged at first, but found a pace that kept him between me and Bex, all three of us tromping over the broken ground as quickly and as quietly as we could. The quarter-mile between the van and the CDC was mostly open fields. We hunched over as we crossed them, running low through the tall grass. No floodlights came on to mark our trails, and no alarms went off that we could hear. Arrogance was working in our favor once again, the CDC's, not ours. They'd been heroes since the Rising, and anyone who tried breaking into one of their installations wound up on trial for treason, if they were lucky. We'd always come in via legitimate entrances, whether we were supposed to be there or not. It had been so long since their external security was tested that they weren't prepared for a small group of people who really wanted to get inside. The fence was only a few yards farther away than I expected. Our map was accurate, if not precise. That was a good sign for the rest of the job. I tossed one of the bridging cords to Bex, jerking my chin toward the fence. She nodded, and we approached together, waving for Mahir to stay back. He didn't argue. "I told you he was a smart guy when I hired him," said George. I held up one finger toward Bex. She nodded, holding up 2 fingers of her own. When we were both holding up 3 fingers, we leaned forward and snapped the bridging cords into place. A bright blue spark arced through them, and the air was suddenly filled with the hot, burning tang of ozone. Bex squeaked, and all the hair on my arms stood on end. Slowly, I reached forward and wrapped my fingers through the links of the fence between the cords. Nothing happened. Our bridge was successful. The current was no longer routing through this patch of fencing. I gestured for the others to come closer and pulled a pair of wire cutters out of my coat pocket. It took only a minute, maybe less, for me to cut through the fence separating the Seattle CDC from the abandoned fields behind it. Then we were on to the manicured expanse of their lawn, running for the building, waiting for the sirens to start going off. They never did.
I never thought of myself as a coward before all this. I actually thought I was kind of brave, choosing to live in the middle of nowhere where I could be attacked at any moment. But I was lying to myself. I was never brave at all. I also wasn't nearly as stupid as the people I loved tend to be. So I suppose that's something to reassure me as I wave from the window while they all march off to die. God, Buffy, why did you have to hire me? I could have worked for some other site. I would never have gone through any of this. And if you had to hire me, if God insisted, why did you have to go off and leave me to deal with all of it alone? From Dandelion Mine, the blog of Magdalene Grace Garcia, August 1st, 2041. Unpublished.
Hey, George, check this out. From Adaptive Immunities, the blog of Sean Mason, August 1st, 2041. Unpublished.
Chapter 21. Either Dr. Kimberly and her team were monitoring me, or their timing was uncannily good, because no one came into the room until I was done crying. I was drying my tears on the sleeve of my shirt when two of the technicians stepped through the door, arguing with each other in low, urgent voices. Neither of them looked in my direction. "Hi," I said, just in case they didn't know I was there. "Hello, Miss Mason," said the female technician, waving. I still couldn't see her face, but I recognized her voice. Kathleen. "Is everything all right?" "I don't know if I'd go that far, but things have been worse." I stood, the muscles in my calves protesting the movement. I'd been sitting still for too long. Everything had started to stiffen up. Ow. Damn. I bent double, kneading the muscle of my left calf with both hands. That's probably why the first bullet missed me. The shooter was using a silencer. There was a muted bang, too soft to be a proper gunshot, and the technician who entered with Kathleen staggered back, slamming into the wall. A red stain was already spreading across the chest of his formerly pristine white lab coat. He looked down at it before raising his head and looking at me, mouth forming a word he couldn't quite push all the way out into the world. It was George. It took the sound of his body hitting the floor to make me start moving. In my experience, once a person goes down, they don't stay down for long, and when they get back up, they tend to be more interested in eating the flesh of the living than they are in finding out who shot them. I darted forward, grabbing Kathleen's wrist and yanking her away from the body. "Come on!" I shouted. "What?" She looked toward me, eyes wide and terrified. "George is dead. Now let's get out of here before he decides to wake up and make us dead too. I've been dead. You wouldn't enjoy it." I dragged her toward the door on the opposite side of the room, somehow managing to babble and shout at the same time. The second shot was as quiet as the first. Kathleen suddenly collapsed, the dead weight of her body pulling her hand out of mine. I turned, looking back at her and at the hole in the middle of her forehead, like a third, unseeing eye. Unlike George, she wouldn't be rising. A shot to the head kills humans and zombies the same way. Stone dead. Suddenly aware of how exposed I was, And how alone I was. I drew my own gun and ran out of the room as fast as my legs would carry me. Gregory was in the hall outside, running toward the room that I was running away from. "They're both dead," I shouted. "What's going on?" "We're blown." He put on a burst of speed, closing the distance between us. He grabbed my wrist, turned, and ran back the way he'd come, hauling me the way I'd been hauling Kathleen right before she was shot. Sick terror lanced through me as I struggled to keep up. "Is it my fault?" "Not unless you called down a full security team while you were trying to get through to the outside world." Gregory didn't slow down. "Save your breath. I don't know how long we're going to need to run." I didn't answer. I just ran. Terror had my body flooded with enough adrenaline that I wasn't in danger of falling down from a cramp in the immediate future. That was the good part. The bad part, aside from the unidentified shooter or shooters, was that I wasn't out of shape so much as I had never been in shape. My mind remembered hours of exercise, both in the gym and in the field. My body had less than 2 months of experience. Not the sort of thing that builds endurance. My lungs were already starting to burn, signaling worse things to come. A door slammed open ahead of us, and Dr. Kimberly appeared, signaling frantically with one hand. The other hand was out of sight. "This way!" she hissed. Her normally perfect hair was in disarray, and there were spots of blood on the sleeve of her lab coat. Whether it was hers or someone else's, I couldn't tell. Gregory changed angles, still hauling me along. She stepped to the side, letting us run past her into the narrow hall on the other side of the door. As soon as we were through, she stepped back and pulled her hand away from the sensor to the left of the door frame. The door promptly slammed, the light above it switching from green to red. "Report," she said briskly, turning toward the wall. She pried open what looked like a section of paneling to reveal a control panel. Not looking at us, she started typing. "At least 2 shooters, at least 3 technicians down." "Kathleen and George," I panted. I slumped against the wall, bracing my hands on my knees. There was blood on my slippers. Kathleen's blood. I kicked them off, shuddering. "They're both down." "Damn it." Dr. Kimberly kept typing. "They've been with me for years. How many people do we still have in there?" 7, said Gregory. I didn't like the resignation in his voice. "At this point, they're locked in with 2 armed hostiles and at least 1 risen infected. Sorry, Danica, but I think we have to call this mission compromised." "And it was going so well," she said with a note of mock peevishness. She stopped typing and pressed her palm against the control panel's testing pad. "Do we know how they made us?" "James didn't report for his shift. Given the timing, we have to assume he was a mole, and had been waiting for the opportunity to report back. We've been too busy for the last several days for anyone to sneak away unnoticed." "Remind me to punch myself in the mouth for agreeing to take anyone who didn't come with me from the Maryland lab," said Dr. Kimberly. She pulled her hand away from the test pad. "They haven't changed the biometrics yet. I'd move back if I were you." Not being a fool, I straightened and took a step backward. Gregory and Dr. Kimberly did the same. A metal shield dropped from the ceiling between us and the door, slamming down with enough force that it was easy to picture anything caught between it and the floor getting smashed flat. "Decontamination procedures initiated," announced a calm, robotic voice. "Decontamination commencing in 10, 9. "Run!" shouted Gregory. He grabbed my hand and we were off again, racing down the hall. Dr. Kimberly pulled up next to us, her high-heeled shoes swinging from her left hand. That was smart of her. She would never have been able to keep up with them on. An alarm blared, drowning out the calmly counting voice of the security system. I barely heard Gregory swearing. My heart skipped a beat as I saw the red lights clicking on all along the hall in front of us. "Damn it, Danica, you triggered a full lab decon." "I didn't know such thing. Someone's playing silly buggers with the security protocols." She sounded frantic. I didn't blame her. I wasn't sure what a full lab decon entailed, but I knew enough about CDC procedures to know it wouldn't be anything good. Gregory snarled something I couldn't quite make out. It sounded profane, whatever it was. He let go of my hand, apparently trusting me to run on my own, and began removing his lab coat. He didn't slow down. I stumbled a little but kept running, aided by Dr. Kimberly's hand on my back. "Here!" Gregory turned, now running backward as he thrust the coat into my hands. "Danica, give her your shoes." "Right." Dr. Kimberly shoved her shoes at me. I took them without thinking about what I was doing. "If you make it out of here, get in touch with Dr. Joseph Shoji. He'll help." "What are you talking about?" I demanded. "We're all getting out of here." Gregory smiled sadly. "No," he said. "We're not." Then he stopped running, grabbing my arm and jerking me to a halt as he pulled the ID card from his pocket. He swiped it over the sensor pad of the nearest door, which slid immediately open. "Override," said Dr. Kimberly approvingly. "Nice one." "I thought so," he said, and shoved me through the open door. Another of those metal shields slammed down a split second later, shutting them both from view. It was thick enough that it also cut off the sound of the alarms, leaving me in a sudden, almost shocking silence. I stared at the blank wall of steel in front of me for several precious seconds as I tried to process what had just happened. There was a full decontamination cycle starting on the other side of that wall, and the only two people I knew were on my side were on the other side of it.
Okay, see the problem here? It's one of scale. That's all. It's like math. Evil math. Take 5 bloggers, split them into 3 groups, and scatter them along the west coast of the United States. Impose a radio silence. Start the apocalypse. Now, if Blogger A starts trying to contact Blogger B, using a secure DSL connection from Lab X, how long before Blogger A has a full-blown nervous breakdown? Just wondering. From the Kwong Way of Things, the blog of Alric Kwong, August 1st, 2041. Unpublished. Rise up while you can. Graffiti from inside the Florida disaster zone. Picture published under Creative Commons license. Chapter 22. This isn't right. Bex watched the door, pistol drawn. There should be more security. Maybe there's something going on. I kept most of my attention on my phone. I had a scanner running, checking for security frequencies that might give away our location. "Mihir, how's it looking?" "The booster should be online in a few more seconds." He was on his back on the floor, using magnetic clasps to affix the cat's equipment to the bottom of a server rack. "I still feel odd about this whole thing. I think this is the first actual crime I've committed for you people." "We'll put it on your resume," Beck said dryly. "And we're good." Mihir pushed himself away from the server rack and stood, dusting off his still immaculate pants. "That should work until they find it, which will be never if that woman is half as good as she believes herself to be. Let's say she's half as good as Buffy was, and assume that means she gets about a year." I lowered my phone. There's still no security activity in this part of the building. We're either clean to evac, or they're setting up an ambush. Beck snorted. "Let me guess what you're going to say next. There's only one way to find out." "Sounds about right," I agreed. "Let's get out of here." The light above the door turned yellow, just as we started to move. "There has been a security breach," announced a calm female voice. "Please proceed to the nearest open lab and await instructions. There are currently no confirmed contaminants. Please proceed to the nearest open lab and await instructions. Remain calm. Please proceed to the nearest open lab." The 3 of us turned to look at each other. "Okay," I asked, "who touched the bad button?" The door slid open. We stopped looking at each other in favor of looking at it. "Is that good, bad, or horrible?" asked Mihir. "Don't know, don't care," said Bex. "Let's move." Finding the correct server room had put us deep enough in the building that we couldn't just bolt for the exit. I gestured for Bex to exit ahead of me. She nodded, understanding, suddenly all business, and left the room with her pistol held at waist level. I motioned for Mahir to go after her, and I brought up the rear. It wasn't as cold a move as it might have seemed from the outside. Bex was well equipped to handle herself. Mahir needed the cover, and I was the most expendable one here. We made our way through the halls, ducking out of sight whenever we heard footsteps and avoiding any room with a red light above it. Bex went around each corner first, signaling us to follow once she was sure the next hall was clear. I would remain behind just long enough to be sure we weren't being tailed. It was slow. It was nerve-wracking. I would actually have preferred a zombie mob. At least you can shoot those. We all wound up standing together at a T-junction. Identical halls stretching out to the left and right. I can't remember which way we turn here. Bex sounded horrified. I don't know which way to go. You go that way, I pointed left. I'll go the other way. If you find the exit, wait there. I'll catch up. If you don't, turn around. Sean, still in charge, I said amiably before turning and jogging down the right side hall. They didn't follow me. They were smarter than that. The hall was deserted. I kept going, looking for the outer wall. My attention was so tightly focused that I didn't hear the woman who was running barefoot down the next hall until she came whipping around the corner and ran straight into me. I staggered backward, barely managing to keep my balance. She did much the same, ducking her head for a moment in the process, long enough for me to register that she was wearing doctor's scrubs and a lab coat, but no shoes or socks. Her hair was short-cropped and dark brown, where it wasn't bleached in streaky patches. Then she looked up, and my heart stopped. "George?" I whispered. "Sean?" Her voice was unsteady, like she wasn't sure how she was supposed to be using it. We stared at each other, neither of us seeming to be quite sure of what we were supposed to do next. Then she grabbed my hand and shouted, "Run!"
Impossible is something that stopped having any staying power when the dead started to rise. Trust me on this one. I'm a scientist. From the Journal of Dr. Shannon Abbey. Date unknown.
Every day I wake up thinking, we're all going to die today. Maybe it's weird, but I find that comforting. Every day I wake up thinking, this is the day it ends, and we all get to rest. That'll be nice. From Adaptive Immunities, the blog of Sean Mason, August 1st, 2041. Unpublished.
Chapter 23. Georgia. I slipped the lab coat over my scrubs, dropping the shoes on the floor, where they landed with a clatter. I stepped into them, still moving on autopilot. There was no blood on me. It had all been on my slippers, and those were on the other side of the barrier. I was clean. And I was alone. If I was getting out of here, I was doing it under my own power. I took a deep breath, turned, and walked down the hall. It took all my self-control not to break into a run. Running would attract attention. I was one more person in scrubs and a lab coat, practically part of the landscape, and the last thing I wanted was to attract attention to myself. Voices drifted down the hall ahead of me. Suddenly remembering my little gun, I dropped it into the lab coat pocket and kept walking. A group of unfamiliar technicians rounded the corner and walked right past me, barely seeming to register my presence. I really was invisible. Until someone recognized me anyway. That was going to happen sooner or later. I needed a plan, and keep walking until you find the exit wasn't going to cut it. Rescue came from an unexpected source, the building's security system. "There has been a security breach," it announced. All down the hall the lights changed color. Some turned red. Most turned yellow, followed by their associated doors sliding open. Please proceed to the nearest open lab and await instructions. There are currently no confirmed contaminants. Please proceed to the nearest open lab and await instructions. Remain calm. Please proceed. I stopped listening in favor of turning and walking toward the nearest open door, trying to look like I knew what I was doing. The first lab contained 3 anxious-looking orderlies. They were murmuring amongst themselves with their backs to the door. I stepped out of view as fast as I could, starting for the next open lab. It looked oddly familiar. Oddly because so many of the labs looked exactly like every other CDC lab I'd ever seen. I stuck my head into the room, scanning for signs of movement. There were none. But there was a heavy black curtain covering the back third of the room. A faint blue glow seeped around the edges, casting shadows on the floor and ceiling. "No way," I whispered, and stepped all the way into the room. The door slid shut behind me. I barely noticed. Why would they unlock this lab? Wouldn't they be too worried about the sanctity of their big, bad, mad science project to let people get near the tank? Then again, everyone who'd seen me had to know I was a clone. Maybe this was a wing where no one who didn't have the appropriate security clearances would ever set foot. I walked across the room, pausing barely a foot from that dangling curtain. Did I really want to know? Did I really have a choice? I reached out, grabbing hold of the nearest fold of fabric, and pulled the curtain aside. Subject 8C floated peacefully in her tank, asleep and unaware. The window to 8B's room was open. She was lying on her bed, headphones clamped over her ears. They were finishing her conditioning, implanting the subliminal memories they hadn't been able to extract from the original George's damaged brain. Or maybe just implanting the memories they'd crafted to replace the ones they chose not to salvage. Rage crawled up the back of my throat, chasing away the last of my fear. This was my replacement. This was the reason I'd been slated for termination. Their controllable Georgia Mason. "Fuck that," I muttered, and turned to survey the lab. I'm not the technical genius Buffy was. I'm not even on a level with Alric or Dave. I am, however, the girl who grew up with the world's first Irwin for a mother, and a suicidal idiot for a best friend and brother. You can't do that without learning a few things about the Irwin's trade, including the art of improvising explosives. It's amazing how many of the things needed for a basic biology lab are capable of blowing up, if you're willing to try very, very hard, and don't much care about possibly losing a few fingers in the process. No one came through the lab door as I mixed up my jars of unstable chemicals. That was a relief. I didn't want to shoot anyone. Not because I was concerned about their lives. I was getting ready to blow massive holes in the building. Concern about a few gunshot wounds would have been silly. But because I didn't want to attract attention, and unlike our friend, the sniper, I didn't have a silencer. Ripped-up rags provided the fuses I needed, and I found a box of old-fashioned sulfur matches in one of the supply cabinets. Some things will never stop being stocked, no matter how far science progresses. When I was done, I had 8 charges, none of which was going to be much good without a spark. I set 2 of them along the base of the tank, and 2 more by the window of the room where 8B slept. I wanted to feel bad about what I was doing. I was taking their lives away from them, and they hadn't done anything wrong. Only it wasn't their life. It was mine, because I was the closest thing to Georgia Mason that they were ever going to get. Call me selfish, but if I was going to die, I was going to die knowing my replacement wasn't waiting in the wings. I set the other 4 charges around the edges of the lab, where they would hopefully knock down a few walls and cause a little more chaos when they went off. Hell, it was worth trying, and it wasn't like I had that much left to lose. "Here goes everything," I said, and lit the first match. There's no guidebook to making fuses from the things you can scavenge out of a CDC lab. I had no idea how long they'd burn, or whether they'd burn at all. Maybe my big boom would be nothing but a fizzle. I wasn't going to stick around to find out. After the third fuse was lit, I turned and sprinted for the door. The locked door. "Oh, fuck," I said. "This can't be happening. This can't be happening." I hit the door with the heel of my hand. "Let me out, you fucking machine!" "Please clarify the nature of your request," said the security system. I froze for several precious seconds before blurting, "The tank has been compromised. I need to get some sealant, now, or the experiment will be terminated." "Please state the nature of the compromise." "There's a break in one of the feeding tubes." I was taking shots in the dark. There was a pause before the system said, "Please hurry. Movement is currently restricted due to security conditions." The door slid open. I ran. The halls were practically deserted. I paused long enough to kick off Dr. Kimberly's heels and kept running, heading for what I hoped would be one of the building's outer walls. I hit a corner and turned, hit another corner and turned again. The first of my explosives would be going off at any second. I had to run, or else... I was so focused on running that I didn't look where I was going. I whipped around a corner and slammed straight into the man who was running in the opposite direction. We both staggered backward, my head going down as I tried to recover my equilibrium. He spoke first. "George? Sean?" I stared at him. He stared back. I wasn't sure what I wanted to do first. Scream, cry, or hug him until the world stopped spinning. I had to settle for the fourth option. Darting forward, I grabbed his hand and shouted, "Run!" Thank God for habit. Sean didn't hesitate. He followed my lead, letting me tow him down the hallway and around the nearest corner, where two more familiar faces were waiting. Sean pulled me to a stop, saying, "We need to get out of here." Bex and Mahir stared at me in abject disbelief. They were clearly taking my appearance the way I'd expected Sean to take it, with surprise and no small amount of anger. A few seconds passed while none of us said anything. Then Bex reached for her gun. "There isn't time to shoot me," I said. I didn't let go of Sean's hand. I didn't know what he was doing here or how he got in, but if I was going to die, I was going to do it holding on to him as tightly as I could. "This place is about to blow. Do you know the way out?" "Why should we trust you?" she demanded. Sean's eyes widened. "Wait a second. You can see her?" "Yes, Sean. We can see her," said Mahir. He sounded more dazed than Bex, and less angry. "I have no idea what that means, but if you don't trust me, we're all going to be dead before you can find out how I got here." I focused on Mahir. "Do you know the way out?" Mahir looked at me for only a moment before making his decision. "This way," he said, and gestured for us to follow as he turned and stepped through an unmarked doorway. Sean pulled me along with him, perfectly willing to accept my presence. Bex brought up the rear, and I knew without looking that she had a gun pointed at the back of my head. Sean had trained her well. The door led to a small storage room. A panel in the back wall was missing. I could see grass and the nighttime sky through the opening. Sean pulled me along. I went without fighting. We were almost outside when the explosions began. This is not fucking possible. Do you hear me, world? This is not possible. I don't care if she fools Sean and Mahir and everyone else. She's not who she's claiming to be. This sort of thing doesn't happen in the real world, and if we were living in a science fiction novel, good would triumph over evil a whole lot more often than it does. I'm going to find out who she is. I'm going to find out what she's doing here. And then, I'm going to take great satisfaction in blowing her smug little imposter head right off her fucking shoulders. From Charming, Not Sincere, the blog of Rebecca Atherton, August 2nd, 2041. Unpublished.
Genetic testing of the remains found in Lab 175C confirms that they belonged to Georgia Mason. Perhaps if we had fewer Georgia Masons running around the premises, we could be sure our rogue killed herself in her efforts to escape. As we do not have any mechanism for confirming the identity of the deceased, and as the explosions caused too much damage to determine the number of Georgias to die in the ensuing fire, we must assume for the time being that Subject 7C is now loose. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. We have successfully resurrected a woman with every reason to want us all dead. I hope you can feel good about this accomplishment. I certainly cannot. Please consider this my resignation. Further, please send someone to clean my lab, as I'm about to get blood all over the walls. Everything went so very wrong, so very fast. I will not take the fall for this. I hope you're happy. Taken from an email sent by Dr. Matthew Thomas, August 2nd, 2041. Chapter 24. Sean. She ran back the way I'd come. I ran with her, trying to wrap my mind around how solid her fingers felt. They were warm and strong and right, and I didn't care if it meant I'd finally snapped. I had her back. Crazy or not, I had her back, and there was no way I was ever letting her go. We caught up with Bex and Mihir less than a minute later. They turned and stared when they heard my footsteps. "We need to get out of here," I said, skidding to a stop. They kept staring, but not at me. They were looking at George. Scowling, Bex reached for her gun. "There isn't time to shoot me," said George, not letting go of my hand. Thank God for that. "This place is about to blow. Do you know the way out?" I opened my mouth to relay what she'd said, but Bex cut me off. Still staring straight at George, she demanded, "Why should we trust you?" It felt like the bottom dropped out of the world. "Wait a second. You can see her?" "Yes, Sean," said Mihir, sounding like he wasn't sure quite what was going on, but was certain he didn't like it. "We can see her." "I have no idea what that means, but if you don't trust me, we're all going to be dead before you can find out how I got here." George looked at Mihir as she spoke. "Do you know the way out?" For a moment I thought Mihir was going to refuse to answer. Then he nodded, gesturing for us to follow. "This way." I pulled George with me as I followed Mihir through the nearest doorway, still not willing to let go of her hand. Bex was right behind us. I didn't look to see whether she had her gun out. I didn't want to know how I'd react if she did. The panel we'd removed on our way in was still off to one side, leaving our exit clear. It looked like security hadn't been through yet, probably because of whatever breach had the lights going wacky. That was a small blessing. George didn't say anything as we climbed through the hole, but she looked like she was torn between laughter and screaming when she took her first breath of outside air. Bex was just stepping through the opening when the explosions began. And thus, in a single moment, did my life go from unbearably strange but still tolerable to actively impossible. I am willing to allow that once one lives in a world where science can transform mosquitoes into the harbingers of the apocalypse, the rules of our forefathers have, perhaps, ceased to apply. That doesn't mean that the dead should walk. Not unless they're zombies, anyway. It's simply impolite, and I don't think we should stand for it. From Fish and Clips, the blog of Mihir Gowda, August 2nd, 2041. Unpublished.
Joey, Not sure when I'll be able to reach you again. We've done it. She's loose. It wasn't quite like we'd planned. Someone leaked what we were doing and we lost half the techs. But it worked, and she's on the run. I'm going to be off the grid for a little while. Keep the lines open. God willing, Georgia Mason will be reaching out to you soon. And when she does, I want you to be ready to help her in any way that you can. This may end soon. Pray to God it ends as well as it can. Taken from an email sent by Dr. Danica Kimberly to Dr. Joseph Shoji, August 2nd, 2041. Chapter 25. Georgia. Sean didn't let go of my hand once after he had it. Not while we were climbing through the hole in the wall, and not when the explosion started. It was like I was the lifeline he'd been looking for. I wasn't going to object. I knew he was the lifeline I'd been looking for, and no matter how improbable his presence was, I wasn't going to let go of him until I absolutely had to. Concussive booming sounds came from the building behind us as we ran. They followed a definite wave pattern, with a small crumping explosion followed by a cascade of louder, more enthusiastic booms. My little charges had managed to break through into something a lot more combustible, probably the formalin tanks. It's nice how many common chemicals are just looking for an excuse to explode. We ran across a vast, manicured lawn, with evergreen trees standing between us and the fence. If there was a scheduled security sweep of the grounds, it had been canceled in favor of dealing with the explosions. No one stopped us or sounded any additional alarms as we fled. "If this is anything like Portland, emergency services should start responding to the alarms any minute now," shouted Sean, glancing back over his shoulder at the others. "Extra confusion is good, but extra eyes won't be. Keep running." "Sean," began Bex. "Talk later. Flee now." I didn't say anything. I was struggling just to keep up. No matter how much this body looked and felt like the one that I remembered, it wasn't, and it simply wasn't equipped for this sort of situation. Maybe it would be, one day, assuming I survived that long. But right now, it was all I could do not to fall over and wait for someone to come along and shoot me. Our path took us to a hole in the fence that looked like it was created by using a pair of magnetic current bridging strips to reroute the electricity before cutting the wire. Mahir went through first, followed by Sean, who kept my hand even while I was struggling not to snag my lab coat on the fence. Slowing down made me realize how much my lungs hurt and how much my feet hurt. I didn't want to risk looking at them, but I was pretty sure they were bleeding. This wasn't the time for first aid. We needed to get as far from the CDC as possible. I straightened, catching my breath as best as I could, and let Sean pull me back into a run. We got lucky. Any zombies in the area had been attracted by the sound of sirens and left us alone as we ran. We made it out of the grass and onto the broken sidewalk before my toes caught on the curb and I fell, gravity and momentum conspiring against me for one horrible moment. My hand was yanked free of Sean's, but not fast enough for me to catch myself. The landing knocked the air out of me, what little air had been left in me, and I wound up prostrate and wheezing, trying to find the strength to get back up again. "Are you okay?" asked Sean. He sounded concerned, but calm. Too calm. Scary calm, like he wasn't surprised to see me in the least. I was still trying to get enough air to answer when the grass rustled, Bex and Mahir jogging up behind us. There was a click, the sound of a pistol safety being released. "Move and you die," snarled Bex, tone leaving no room for argument. I froze, stopping everything but my efforts to breathe. "Now who the fuck are you and what are you doing here?" "She fell," said Sean, sounding wounded. "Dude, what's your damage?" "It's all right, Sean," said Mahir, who sounded as calm as Bex was angry.
Let her deal with this. You just stay right there.
What's my damage? What's my damage? Bex laughed, a short, brittle sound that made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. I want to know what the hell game she thinks she's playing. That's all. I'm not playing a game, Bex, I said, voice muffled by the fact that I was talking into the pavement. Can I get up before I try to explain myself?
Hold on, said Sean. Now he just sounded perplexed.
Not being able to see people's faces was starting to get to me. I realized things were a little crazy in there before, so I was sort of willing to blow it off and all. But are you telling me you guys can actually see her? What? I said, lifting my head slightly. Bex didn't shoot me. That was something.
We can both see her, Sean, said Mahir wearily. He was panting from the run, although not as much as I was. I don't know who this woman is, but she's no ghost and no hallucination. We can see her perfectly well.
And if she doesn't start talking soon, we can see her bleed, said Bex. She nudged my leg with her toe, snapping, Well? Identify yourself. Please, can I get up first? I asked. It'll be easier for us to understand each other if I'm not talking into the street. There was a pause as some consultation I couldn't see took place behind me. Finally, Beck said, Fine, get up. But if you so much as twitch funny, you're going back down. For keeps. Understand? I understand. I pushed myself to my hands and knees, wincing as gravel and chunks of pavement bit into my hands. It was worse when I actually stood, pressing my bloody feet down on the ground. Sean took a half-step forward, reaching out to help me with my balance. Bex switched her aim to him. Don't, she said very softly. Don't make me. He stepped back, putting his hands up. Okay, Bex. Don't worry. I'll stay right here. Thank you. Thank you all, I said. My hair was sticking to my forehead in sweaty, matted clumps, and the wind was cold on my cheeks. I hurt. I was possibly going to get shot in the next few seconds, and I'd never been so happy to be alive. I glanced at Sean, reassuring myself that he was really there and really real, before looking back to Bex and Mahir. I understand you're probably confused and upset right now. I was too when all this started. But I swear, it's me. There is no me, snarled Bex. Her eyes narrowed. What the fuck kind of stunt is this? Plastic surgery? Natural look-alike so we wouldn't be able to find the scars? Cloning and experimental memory transfer techniques, I said. That was enough to stun Bex into a momentary silence. Not Mahir. He drew his own gun, aiming it at my chest. What's your name? Georgia Carolyn Mason. What's your license number? Alpha Foxtrot Bravo 075893. I rattled off the number without hesitation, glad it wasn't one of the things stored in the fuzzy area of my memory. I was issued my provisional B-class license on my 16th birthday. That license number was Bravo Zulu Echo 193271. It was retired when I tested for my A-class license. I did that when I turned 19. What's my name? Mahir Suresh Gowda. Your license was issued by the Indian Consulate in London, so it's about 90 digits long and comes with diplomatic immunity. And what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be on a different continent, objectively observing our problems? He snorted. Well, my boss went and got herself killed, so it seemed I was needed on a more local level. Bex recovered from her brief silence, asking, If you're George, what's wrong with your eyes? I touched the skin below my left eye, grimacing. Freaky, isn't it? Again, cloning. The scientists who grew me couldn't induce a specific reservoir condition. When they tried, they caused spontaneous amplification in the clones unlucky enough to be their test subjects. I guess it got pretty expensive, so they stopped trying before they got to me. Makes you a pretty lousy copy, said Bex coldly. I know. I dropped my hand back to my side. I'm the show model, to prove that they can make a realistic copy of a person. I wasn't supposed to get out. The clone they were planning to send to you was surgically altered to look like she had retinal KA. The clone they were planning? Asked Mahir. I smiled. I couldn't help myself. She was in the lab where I planted the initial explosives. You wouldn't have wanted her anyway. She was programmed to betray you. And you weren't? Demanded Bex. If I have been, I don't know about it, I said. This is impossible, said Mahir. This is insane, said Bex. This wasn't my idea, I countered. Sean cleared his throat. This is starting to make my head hurt, and that's probably not a good sign. Does somebody want to explain to me exactly how the CDC managed to bring George back from the dead? They didn't, said Bex. This woman is not Georgia. Yes, I am, I protested. I know it's unbelievable, but it's true. Mahir frowned. I knew that look. It was the look he got when something presented him with a really interesting problem to solve. We'll not come to any conclusive decision standing out here, he said. Miss, if you'll allow us to search you for weapons. And scan her for tracking devices, interjected Bex. Yes, of course. Search you for weapons and scan you for tracking devices, and if you come up clean, we can take you back to the hotel where we're currently quartered and try to sort this out. I let out a breath I'd only been half aware of holding. I have a gun in the pocket on the right-hand side of my lab coat. It's loaded, but the safety's on. Bex stepped forward, sticking her hand into my pocket with more force than was strictly necessary. She pulled out my gun and stepped back, stowing it in her belt. I felt instantly less clothed. Got anything else? Not that I'm aware of. If there are tracking devices on me, I don't know they're there. They're probably subcutaneous. I shook my head. The EIS would have removed any of those that they found, but that doesn't mean they found them all. Bex sneered. We'll just see. You picked the wrong team to try infiltrating, lady, and as soon as we find out who you really are, I'm going to kick the ever-loving crap out of you. I smiled slightly, relief fading into a mellower look of generalized exhaustion. See? That sort of thing, right there, is why I missed you guys so much. I glanced at Sean. Bex is with you, instead of working with the betas now? Good call. Bex is in charge of the Irwins, he said. Then he frowned. Shouldn't you already know that if they've sent you here to infiltrate us? His tone was turning belligerent. He was starting to get angry. That was bad. They didn't send me, Sean. I escaped, I said. The one they wanted you to find would have a better cover story. This is all academic, said Mahir. Whether or not she's really Georgia, she's not, said Bex. She's here, and we're going to have to contend with her, one way or another. At least we won't have any issues with the law if we need to shoot her. Sean looked at me coldly. She's already dead. Seeing that look on his face hurt more than almost anything else in the world. I'm not dead anymore, Sean. I swear to you, it's me. Please believe me. He suddenly lunged forward, grabbing my shoulders and turning me to fully face him. Bex started to move toward us. Mahir grabbed her upper arm, stopping her. I barely noticed. I was too busy staring into the eyes of the man in front of me, the eyes I'd been waiting to see since the moment I woke up. They were looking at me with such anger. I'd seen that look on his face before, but never directed at me.
"Who are you?"
he demanded, voice pitched low. The pain in it hurt almost as much as the anger in his eyes. My poor, poor Sean.
"I'm Georgia,"
I whispered. "I'm not anyone else. And that means that I'm her." He looked older, like he'd lived through more than just a year without me. His eyes searched my face, finally settling on my hairline.
"Why haven't you dyed your hair?" he asked.
The doctors responsible for my care didn't give me the opportunity. I would have, if they'd let me. I would have given myself retinal callus amberly, just so I'd feel less like a stranger in my own skin. I would have done a lot of things.
"Can you prove to me that you are who you say you are?"
He didn't let go of my shoulders.
"Is there anything you can do that will make me believe in you?"
He wanted to believe. I could see it in his eyes, a deep ache buried under the pain. That was why he couldn't let himself do it. There's no such thing as miracles, and when the dead rise, they don't look in your eyes and say their names. Maybe in some other world, but not this one. I took a slow breath, casting another glance toward Bex and Mahir. Then I looked back to him and said, "There's only one thing we never wrote down." "You know what it was."
"Do you?"
"I do, but, Sean, I don't know if—"
"Prove it. Right now, or I swear to you, I will shoot you myself."
"You have no idea how much I've missed you," I said, and leaned in and kissed him. His hands tightened on my shoulders, his whole body stiffening against mine as he realized what I was doing. And then he started kissing me back. That was the one thing we never wrote down. The one thing we couldn't write down, because no file or server is ever totally secure, and it would have gotten out. No one would have cared that we weren't biologically related, or that we'd gone in for genetic testing when we turned 16, just to be absolutely sure. No one would have cared that we didn't trust anyone else enough to let them be there while we slept. No. The media loves a scandal, and we'd been raised as siblings in the public eye. It would have destroyed our ratings, and then the Masons would have destroyed us for blackening the family name. There were a few people who'd guessed over the years. I'm pretty sure that Buffy knew, but we never wrote it down. He squeezed my shoulders so hard it hurt. I didn't pull away, and after a few seconds his hands relaxed and he pulled me to him, returning the kiss with a frightening hunger. I grabbed his elbows and pulled him closer still, until it felt like we were pressed so closely together that there was no room for anything to come between us. Not even death. We were home. I didn't pull away until my lungs started burning. His hands dropped from my shoulders, and he opened his eyes, staring at me. I stared back. Slowly, he reached out with one shaking hand and brushed my bangs away from my forehead.
"Georgia?"
he whispered. I nodded.
"How—"
Mahir cleared his throat.
"Unbelievable as I find all this, and believe me, I do find it unbelievable, this is, perhaps, not the best place to go into it. CDC security will find the hole we created sooner or later, and we've been standing here long enough that I feel it will be sooner. If everyone agrees, we should remove this reunion to a safer location."
"I still say we shoot her," said Bex. I glanced at her, frowning. "Has she always been this bloodthirsty?" Sean kept staring at me. It was like there was nothing else in the world. Somehow, I understood the feeling.
"I may have taught her a few things."
"If we're going to move, we should move," said Mahir.
There was a core of cold efficiency in his voice that hadn't been there the moment before. "Sean, you're unfit to lead the remainder of this mission. Bex, I outrank you. Georgia," he faltered, realizing what he'd just said. "Miss, whoever you are not currently a part of our structure. As that makes me the senior staff member here, I hereby command the rest of you to move." I smiled at him. I couldn't help it. "Thanks, Mahir. I missed you too." Sean grabbed my hand, starting to walk. I went with him, only wincing a little as my battered feet hit the ground. Mahir and Bex followed us, Bex never putting her pistol away. I didn't care. She wasn't going to shoot me now, not without getting the story of who I was and what I was doing with them. She was a newsie for too long to throw away a lead like that once the heat of the moment had passed. We didn't talk as we made our way across a decrepit parking lot to an even more neglected-looking garage. There was nothing we could say that wouldn't confuse matters further. Sean and Bex produced flashlights from their pockets, clicking them on and using them to light the way into the darkness of the parking garage. I stopped when I saw what their beams had illuminated, a grin spreading, unbidden, across my face. "You still have the van?" I breathed. I was afraid that after what happened, that the decontamination would have been too expensive, and that he wouldn't have wanted to keep it after he killed me in it. "I had to replace all the upholstery, but I wasn't willing to lose the frame," said Sean. "We spent too much time there for me to give it up that easily." Tears welled up in my eyes. Bex took one look at my face before she snorted, snapped, "Let's get the fuck out of here," and went storming over to the van. "She's not always like this," said Sean. "I've got a feeling she will be for the next few days," I said, and let him lead me to the van. All four of us had to submit to a blood test before the locks would disengage. I held my breath until mine came back clean and the doors unlocked. Bex opened the back and pulled out what looked like a modified metal detector wand. "Spread," she ordered me. I knew better than to argue with an Irwin who had that look on her face. I pulled away from Sean, who let go of my hand with obvious reluctance, and assumed the position used by air travelers since the birth of the TSA. She ran the wand along my arms, legs, torso, and back, scowling a little more each time it failed to beep. Then she passed it to Mahir, who repeated the process. I had to admire their thoroughness, even though I knew that a false positive, or worse, an accurate one, would probably result in my getting shot in the head. Finally, Mahir lowered the wand. "She's clean," he said. Bex scowled. Sean, on the other hand, grinned like he'd just been told that he was now uncontested king of the entire universe. He tossed Bex the keys. She caught them automatically. "You're driving," he informed her. "I'm riding in back with George." She muttered something before getting into the driver's seat. I didn't need to hear it to know that it wasn't complimentary. I also didn't have the energy to worry about it just then. Sean helped me into the back of the van, where he sat down on the floor, opening his arms to me. I climbed into them willingly, nestling myself as closely against him as anatomy and the space around us would allow, and closed my eyes. I fell asleep listening to the sound of his heart beating. I have never slept that well in my life, and I may never sleep that well again.
Book 4. Reservoirs. Okay, that's it. No more Mr. Nice, heavily armed, really pissed off journalist. Sean Mason.
The dangerous thing about the truth is the way it changes depending on how you're looking at it. One man's gospel truth is another man's blasphemous lie. The dangerous thing about people is the way we'll try to kill anyone whose truth doesn't agree with ours. And the dangerous thing about me is that I've already died once.
So what the fuck do I care? Georgia Mason. Miss me? From Images May Disturb You, the blog of Georgia Mason, August 2nd, 2041. Shared internally only.
Yes. From Adaptive Immunities, the blog of Sean Mason, August 2nd, 2041. Shared internally only. Chapter 26. Sean. The Agora guards were all smiles as they came out to meet us. "Welcome back to the Agora," said the one next to Bex's window, holding out a blood testing unit. "If you would be so kind." "We're going to need a fourth kit," I said, craning my neck to see the window from between the seats. George was still asleep, curled up against me with her fingers locked in the fabric of my shirt. "Or we could just let them shoot her," said Bex sweetly. Mahir put his hands up before I could say anything. "There will be no shooting of anyone who tests cleanly. Can we please get a fourth testing unit?" "Of course, sir," said the guard, looking unflustered. "Apparently people drove up with battered, dirty women in CDC scrubs all the time." "George." I shook her shoulder. She didn't respond. I shook her again, harder this time. "Georgia, wake up." "Problems, Mason?" asked Bex. "Nothing I can't handle," I said. Leaning down until my mouth was only a few inches from George's ear, I said, "If you don't wake up right now, I'm going to get a bottle of water from the travel fridge. I will then pour it down your back. You won't enjoy it, and I won't care. Just in case you were wondering." Her eyes opened. I had the time to think, almost academically, that my crazy was useful after all. All those hallucinations got me used to the idea of a Georgia without retinal Ka, and now I actually had one. Then she smiled, and all thoughts went out the window, except for holding on to her and never, ever letting go. "You have no idea how much I've missed you threatening me awake." She untangled her fingers from my shirt and sat up, looking around the van. She stiffened when she saw the armed guards looking through the windows, patiently waiting for us to get our shit together. "Sean, where are we?" "At our hotel. It's a long story. Can you sit up and let them run a blood test?" Seeing the look of alarm in her eyes, I added quickly, "This place has security that would have given Buffy, like, spontaneous orgasms for days. They're not going to share their results. They just want to know that we're all clean before they let us through the gates." "If you say so," she said warily. "Promise." I kissed her forehead before opening the van's side door. Another guard was waiting there, this one holding a testing unit in each hand. I gave him a smile. He didn't give it back. "My man, is it time to prove that we're not planning to eat the other guests?" "We have a strict policy of non-cannibalism here at the Agora," he replied, holding the tests toward us. His eyes flicked toward George's bloody feet, noticing and acknowledging them, but he didn't say a word. If we wanted to engage in dangerous behaviors, we could, as long as it didn't result in our bringing infection past their gates. It was an attitude I could definitely respect. "We're good with that," I said, and leaned over to take one of the tests. George did the same with the other. "On 3? A flicker of a smile crossed George's face. "On 3, she agreed. 1, 2. Neither of us said 3. Instead, we each reached out and placed our right index fingers on the test unit in the other's hand. The guard didn't say anything. Again, if we wanted to be crazy, it wasn't his problem, as long as we were clean. We didn't look at the lights. We just looked at each other. There were tears at the corners of George's eyes, and I wouldn't have been surprised to learn that she wasn't the only one. If she failed this, I wasn't going to shoot her again. I wasn't— "Thank you, Mr. Mason. Ma'am." The guard leaned forward, pulling the test units from our hands before either of us could react. I turned and saw the green lights gleaming at the top of each small white box. He smiled genially. We're pleased to have you back. Miss Garcia has been alerted to your arrival, and to the presence of your guest. One of our attendants will meet you at the door with slippers for the young lady. Please have a pleasant stay at the Agora. See? Cake. I turned to look toward the front. The windows were back up. Bex and Mahir had apparently passed their own tests while I was distracted. "It's not going to last," said Bex. Her eyes met mine in the rear-view mirror as she started the engine. "We just showed up with a woman who looks like she's been kidnapped from a lab and is basically a walking hot zone right now with those feet. This isn't cool." "Maybe not, but what else was I supposed to do?" "This discussion is not going to end well," said Mahir sharply. "We're going to go inside, meet with Maggie, and decide what happens next. No one gets the deciding vote. Am I understood?" "It is so good to see you," said George. She got up onto her knees, half kneeling as she looked through the windshield at the hotel. Her eyes widened. "Where are we? Hill House?" "Whatever walks here walks in the presence of a large, well-trained staff ready to attend to your every need," said Mahir. "As the gentleman said, welcome to the Agora. It's a resort of a kind for people whose monthly allowance puts my annual income to shame." "You let Maggie choose the hotel, didn't you?" "Don't answer that," said Bex. "Until we know what's going on, we're not telling you anything more than we have to. I'm pretty sure this place is expensive enough that they'll dispose of a body for us if we ask them." "The privileges of wealth." George sank back to the floor. She gave me an anxious look, and I took her hand, squeezing it. The solidity of her was still the most amazing thing I'd ever felt. "It's going to be okay," I said. "Maybe," she replied. None of us said anything after that. Bex drove up the long driveway to the parking garage, where the valet waved us through the open gate, apparently remembering our preference for self-parking. Bex got out first. By the time I opened the van door, she was already there, pistol out, covering us. "I think it says something deeply disturbing about me that I find this comforting," said George, wincing as her cut-up feet hit the cool cement of the garage floor. "That's Bex, always ready to offer a helping headshot." I restrained the urge to pick George up and get her feet away from the ground. I needed to let her walk on her own. She'd never forgive me if I didn't. "I thought I learned from the best," said Bex. She stayed where she was, letting us step away from the vehicle. It was clear she intended to follow us to the door, rather than risking George getting the drop on her. Oddly, it wasn't only George who found her paranoia comforting. Knowing there was someone behind me, ready to shoot if something started to go wrong, made me a lot more comfortable letting George take my hand, even though it would keep me from getting to a gun as fast as I might need to. Mahir walked on my other side. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. The worried, faintly disapproving look on his face said volumes. True to the concierge's word, a man in the hotel uniform was waiting by the airlock with a pair of fluffy blue and gold slippers in one hand and a matching robe in the other. He held them out to us as we approached, saying, "The management is thrilled that you're here, but would prefer that you not distress the other guests." "What?" I asked blankly. Mahir cleared his throat and nodded toward George. I turned, looking at her. There were stains on the sleeves of her once white lab coat. Some were clearly chemical. Others could have been blood. Some of the stains on the cuffs of her pants were definitely blood, as were the streaky smears on the tops of her feet. The fact that she was dressed like a medical professional would just make those little spots more terrifying for most people. We trust doctors because we have to. We never forget that they're the profession with the highest day-to-day risk of infection. George looked down at herself, clearly coming to the same conclusion. "Thank you," she said, reaching out to take the robe and slippers. Putting them on made her look less disheveled and oddly younger. The robe was at least 3 sizes too large, and hung on her like a shroud. She tied the robe around her waist, sleeves all but swallowing her hands, and flashed a quick professional smile at the attendant. "It's great. Welcome to the Agora, miss. We hope you'll enjoy your stay." He bowed before turning and stepping into the airlock. I was pretty sure any charges associated with the robe and slippers would be appearing on our master bill and would be hefty enough to make me choke. Good thing none of us were ever going to see the price tag for this place. Once the attendant was clear of the airlock, George and I stepped inside. A little more of the tension went out of her shoulders as soon as we were past the first layer of glass, like even that thin barrier took us farther from her captivity. I couldn't reach her hands, swaddled as they were in layers of plush terry cloth, so I squeezed her shoulder instead. The smile she flashed my way was a lot less professional. "You can keep doing that forever," she said quietly. "Planning on it," I said. Then the door was sliding open in front of us, and we left the airlock together, letting it begin a new cycle as Bex and Mahir were processed through. George looked around the Agora lobby with a cool, calculating curiosity, like she was assessing the whole place for acoustic, security, and exit routes, the three most important functions of any space as far as a journalist was concerned. Every move she made just convinced me a little more that she was who she said she was. I knew I wanted to believe her, which put me at a disadvantage, but if she'd been off in anything but the superficialities of her appearance, I would have been the first to notice. So far, she was doing everything right. That meant she was either the real thing or an unbelievably good fake. "Please be the real thing," I prayed, to no one in particular. "Only one of us can be real," replied the quiet voice of my inner Georgia. I stiffened. She'd been quiet for so long that I'd almost started thinking of it as a transition. George dies, she moves into my head. George comes back to life, she moves out again. It was simple. Straightforward. Impossible. You don't recover from going crazy just because the thing that made you that way is magically undone. If the human mind worked like that, we'd be a much saner species. "Sean?" George looked up at me, frowning. "You okay?" For a horrible moment, I didn't know which of them I was supposed to respond to. Then Maggie stepped out of the elevator lobby, eyes wide. She was back in her normal clothes, a heavy cable-knit sweater over a long patchwork skirt, and her hair was braided into a semblance of control. She started toward us, her gaze never moving away from George's face. "Sean?" she said when she was close enough to be heard without raising her voice. "What is this?" "That's a complicated question," I said honestly. The airlock door slid open behind me, and footsteps marked Mahir and Bex falling into a flanking position, Mahir to my left, Bex to George's right. "Hi, Maggie," said George. Maggie stiffened. "She sounds like—" "That's because she is," I said. "Maybe," said Mahir. "Probably not," said Bex. "We should go upstairs," said Maggie, eyes still locked on George's face. "This sounds like the sort of thing that shouldn't be talked about in the lobby." "That's probably a good idea," I agreed. Maggie led us back to the elevator lobby, not looking to see whether we would follow. She knew we would. George freed her hand from the layers of terry cloth and reclaimed mine, sticking close to my side as we walked. I clung back just as fiercely. Bex and Mahir brought up the rear, and none of us said a damn thing because there was nothing we could say. This was too big, and too impossible, and too important to crack open before we were secure. "My room," said Maggie, once we'd reached the floor where the 4 of us, 5 of us now, were staying. "It has the most space." "Wait, more space than my room?" I asked. "How is that possible? You could call the room I'm staying in an apartment and not get busted for false advertising. I think there's someone living in the closet." Maggie cracked a very small smile. "My father owns a share in the Agora. When I stay here, I get a specific room." "Wealth hath its privileges," said Bex, with none of the faint disdain that so often colored her voice when she talked about money. Then again, she was normally talking about money in the context of her own family, and she didn't like them. Maggie's money must have been somehow less offensive by dint of not belonging to the Athertons. "Yes," agreed Maggie, without irony. She led us all the way to the end of the hall, where a single door was set in a stretch of wall that could easily have played home to 3 doors leading into rooms the size of mine. Even that didn't prepare us for the size of the room on the other side. Bex put it best. "Holy shit, that's not a bedroom, it's a ballroom." "Also a living room, dining room, kitchen, and a bathroom with a private hot tub," agreed Maggie, holding the door open for the rest of us. "The hot tub seats 8, in case you wondered. According to my mother, I was conceived in a suite very much like this one, but thankfully on a different floor. I'm pretty sure she told me so that I'd never have sex here. Ever." "Did it work?" I asked, curious despite myself. She closed the door behind Mahir. "No, I brought Buffy here to celebrate when she first got the job working with the 2 of you. She wasn't the first, and she won't be the last." "And we are now officially getting too much information," said Bex. "Thank you." "No problem. Can I get anyone anything before we start going over exactly how we've managed to shatter the laws of nature today?" George cleared her throat, looking a little embarrassed as she said, "I don't suppose you have any Coke on hand, do you?" That was the best thing she could have said. Maggie blinked, looking briefly surprised. Then she smiled. "I do. Sean, same for you?" "Coffee for me, actually," I said. "Coffee? Really?" Maggie's surprise only lasted a few seconds. "Coffee and Coke, got it. Bex? Mahir?" "Nothing for me," said Bex. "Tea, please," said Mahir. "I have the feeling this is about to become one of those days wherein there is no such thing as too much tea." "You're not alone there," said Maggie. "Go ahead and sit down. I'll be right back." She vanished through a door near the entrance, presumably heading into the kitchen to get the drinks. George walked over and sat down on one of the room's 2 couches, burying her hands in the pockets of her robe. She slumped there, looking tired and frail. George was always smaller than me, but she'd never been skinny like this before. It was a little disturbing. "You're willing to accept that I might have come back from the dead, but you're upset because I haven't been eating enough? What should I be eating? The flesh of the living?" "Be quiet," I said automatically. George looked up. "Nobody said anything." "Shit." It's been difficult for all of us since Georgia passed," said Mahir, in a voice stiff enough to sound starched. He took the seat next to George, presumably so I couldn't. I could respect that, even as it annoyed me. She was, after all, claiming to be my dead sister, resurrected, and I had just demonstrated, openly, that I was crazy. "Come on, asshole, let's sit." Bex took my elbow and led me to the other couch, where she pushed me into a sitting position. She sat next to me, resting her pistol on her knee. "You don't normally call me asshole without provocation," I noted. "You don't normally act like one," she responded. George looked between the 2 of us before turning to focus on Mahir. "I'm sorry about that," she said. "I mean, no one means to die, but I'm so sorry." She hesitated before asking, "How much of this was our fault, Mahir? How many people died because we wouldn't stop telling the truth?" Mahir's eyes widened. I think that was the moment when he started to let himself think that maybe believing her was an option. "I don't know," he said. "Quite a few, I'm afraid." "Yeah." She sighed, glancing at Bex and me before returning her attention to Mahir. "Rick was at the CDC a few days ago." "What?" Bex half stood. "You little bit— Rebecca, sit down," snapped Mahir. It wasn't a request. Bex sat. George blinked, looking bemused. "Okay, does someone want to explain that?" "We haven't been able to get through to Rick for a while," I said. "We're pretty worried, especially given everything that's been going on. If he was at the CDC, you're saying he knows what's going on and he just doesn't care. That's sort of a big deal." "No." George shook her head, expression hardening into that old familiar look of burning journalistic fervor. She wasn't a scared, bruised-up girl who might or might not be who she claimed to be. She was a reporter, and she had a story she needed to tell. He's been helping the EIS. I think he was there because he does care, and something's been stopping him from getting to you. What are you talking about? Demanded Bex. She was about to politely offer to wait for me to come back before she explained, said Maggie, walking back into the room. She had a tray of drinks in her hands. It was embossed with the Agora logo and looked like it was made of solid silver. Considering everything else around us, I would have been almost more surprised if it wasn't. Sorry, Maggie, said Bex, looking faintly abashed. It's okay. Maggie made her way around the room, starting with Mahir, who got a white ceramic mug and saucer. George got 2 cans of Coke, both cold enough to have drops of condensation on their sides. By the time Maggie reached me with my coffee, George already had the first of those cans open and was taking a long, desperate drink. Maggie leaned close as she handed me my coffee, cutting off my view of George. If she isn't who she says she is, she can never leave this room, she murmured. You understand that, don't you, Sean? I nodded minutely. I do. Good. She straightened again, walking over to an open chair and sitting with a tray and her own cup of tea in her lap. So, can I get the recaplet of what happened after you left here? I doubt we have time for the whole episode. We broke into the CDC through the back fence, I said. We got inside just fine, managed to plant the bug and everything, but then we got turned around. You are in a maze of twisty little passages, all alike, said Mahir, and laughed for no apparent reason. Yeah. Anyway, we split up. Bex and Mahir went one way, I went the other way. And then this lady comes running around a corner and slams into me, and it's, well, I indicated George with my free hand. Honestly, I didn't think she was really there until everyone else started saying they could see her too. That's understandable, said Maggie, not unkindly. Yeah. So she says we have to get out fast because the building is about to blow up. We get out fast. The building blows up. And then Beck starts threatening to shoot her in the head. We sort of negotiate a temporary peace, and we wind up back here, with you, having coffee. I took the first sip of my coffee and moaned. Really fucking good coffee. What did you do, Maggie? Sacrifice a bellboy to the coffee gods? Not this time, she said, and sipped her tea before turning surprisingly sharp eyes on George. What's your side of the story? George took a breath. Do you want the long version or the short version? Let's take the version somewhere in between. Mahir's never going to be satisfied with the short version, and Bex will probably start shooting people if you go for the long version. True, said Bex. To be honest, I'm tempted to start shooting people right now. I missed you too, Bex, said George. She took another drink of Coke for courage and said, I woke up about a month ago, maybe a little bit more. I don't really know, since they never let me have a calendar, in a CDC holding room. A man named Dr. Thomas said I'd been in recovery for a while, and that things were going to be better now. But my eyes were wrong, and my muscle tone was wrong, and the tattoo on the inside of my wrist was gone. I asked if I was a clone. He confirmed it. Bex scoffed. To her credit, George ignored her and continued. One of the orderlies, Gregory Lake, was actually an EIS doctor assigned to infiltrate the facility. He's one of the people who got me out. He told me I'd been created from a combination of electrical synapse recordings and implanted information. I'm supposed to be a 97% match to the original Georgia Mason. She looked toward me. I'm not her, and I am. All at the same time. So you're not really her, and we can shoot you now, right? Asked Bex. Mahir shook his head, frowning. No. What? Bex gave him a wounded look. Why not? I've read some of the memory recovery studies. It arose from research aimed at assisting brain damage victims. His frown deepened. We're nothing but electrical impulses stored in meat. If you can measure and codify those impulses, you can transcribe what a person remembers. But I was dead, said George. How could they measure my thoughts if I was dead? Whether I liked it or not, it was a good question. George was dead, I said. So how does that work? Kellis Amberley keeps turning the electricity in the body and brain back on after the point of death, said Maggie. We all turned to look at her, even George. She shrugged. Raised by pharmaceutical magnates, remember? Kellis Amberley really improved our understanding of the human brain because it won't let the brain die. It turns back on again and again, trying to keep thinking. Only the virus starts getting in the way of those electrical impulses. It scrambles them. The body can't translate what the brain wants anymore, and so the virus just takes over. If the CDC's built a system for recovering the electrical impulses from an infected brain, cleaning out the static, and then implanting them in a new mind, it's entirely feasible that they'd be able to accomplish what you're claiming. Mahir looked thoughtfully at George. I'm the closest match they ever made, said George. That's why they decanted me. I was their show pony. I think they were planning to sell the tech that made me, immortality for the highest bidder. Every eye in the room went to Maggie. She blinked, and then slowly shook her head. No way. My parents wouldn't do something like that, even if they could afford it. Are you sure? I asked. Yes, I am. Her tone was firm, cutting off further discussion. George bit her lip. Anyway, I wasn't supposed to be here. You keep saying that, but how do we know you're not lying? Asked Bex. Maybe you're telling the truth. Only the 97% Georgia died at the CDC, and you're the Judas. It's a possibility, George agreed. I guess we'll just have to wait and see whether I'm consumed by the urge to betray you. Thus far, no urges. No one is betraying or shooting anyone right now, said Mahir firmly. Please, continue your story. Gregory said he wanted to get me out, but we'd need to find a way to do it. If we weren't careful, things could get ugly. He had another associate in the facility, working undercover with the CDC. She said her name was Dr. Shaw, but then after they managed to get me away from my handlers, she started calling herself Dr. Kimberly. Dr. Danica Kimberly? Mahir sat up a little straighter. Yeah, George blinked at him. You know her? She's an epidemic neurologist specializing in infections that alter the behavior of the brain, including Kellis Amberley. He frowned, focusing on George. Describe her. Tall, white blonde hair, really blue eyes, looked sort of cold. She wore incredibly stupid shoes. Her face fell. She gave them to me when she told me to run. And she had a Scottish accent? Asked Mahir. George frowned. Welsh, I think. She never told me where she was from. Mahir nodded, like she'd just passed some sort of test. They got you away from your handlers. Then what? Then they drugged me and operated on me without my consent. Her lips thinned. Guess the people who made me wanted to protect their investment. They had some lovely surprises implanted in my muscle tissue, designed to release neurotoxins when they decided they were done with me. I guess that seemed more humane than taking me behind the building and shooting me. Have I mentioned recently that I hate science? You didn't need to, I snarled. The urge to go back to the CDC, find some survivors and start punching them in the face was almost too strong to be denied. Down, boy, said George. Oh, good. I hate science. That operation is probably why you couldn't find any trackers when you scanned me. The EIS doctors took those out, too. Or maybe the CDC always thought there was a chance the EIS would smuggle you out, and they wanted to be sure they couldn't get any useful information out of you, said Maggie quietly. Again, every eye in the room went to her. She reddened. It makes more sense than, and then we implanted really expensive biological bombs in somebody instead of using a bullet. She was a booby trap. just not for us." "I wish that didn't make sense," muttered George. My scowl deepened, while Mahir looked quietly relieved. Every word she said made her story a little bit more believable. That didn't make me happy about it. Bex ignored my obvious unhappiness as she leaned forward and addressed George. "So where does Rick come into all this?" "I was in recovery, still pretty drugged, when he came into the room. I couldn't open my eyes, but I heard his voice. He said—" She faltered and took a long drink from her Coke before she continued. "He said he was sorry I'd had to go through all this, and he told me to do what I did best." "What's that?" asked Mahir. George looked at him. "He said to break this fucking thing wide open and let the pieces fall." "Ah, and after that?" "I told the EIS I'd only cooperate if they let me get online. So they got me a connection, and I managed to use one of the back doors into the secure server to talk to Alaric." "Which one?" asked Bex. "The Elm Street entrance." Maggie laughed, once, sharply, and was silent. George continued. "We were supposed to talk about evacuating me after that, but something went wrong." She looked down at her soda. "Someone started shooting. I saw 2 of the orderlies go down. Gregory and Dr. Kimberly, and I ran. They shoved me through a quarantine door as it was closing. I managed to get into an empty lab and set some charges. I mostly just wanted to create a distraction so I could try to sneak out in the chaos. Instead, well, that's where Sean came in." "I see." Mahir turned, looking toward me. "Well?" he asked. "You know my vote," I said. Bex scowled. "I don't like this." "I didn't ask if you liked it. It's a horrible perversion of the laws of nature. We're doubtless to be struck down by the divine, should the divine ever bestir itself to remember that we're here. As we're still periodically having a zombie apocalypse, I doubt that's going to happen any time soon. Now what's your answer?" Bex looked at George. Then she turned and looked at me. "I believe her," she said finally. "If she's not Georgia, she thinks she is. It's better that we keep her close." I could have cheered. Instead, I looked toward Maggie, who smiled. "This is the sort of thing that happens in comic books," she said. "I'm in." "Thank you." Mahir turned back to George. "It's good to have you back. Disorienting and terrifying, and you'll forgive me if I don't rush to embrace you, but good. Now, how would you feel about breaking this fucking thing wide open to see where the pieces fall?" George finished her first can of Coke and put it aside before opening the second. The carbonation hissed into the silence. Then she spoke. "What else am I supposed to do?" Shannon. "Danica was just in touch with me. Please provide the nearest safe meetup point. I am en route to you. We need to talk. The endgame is beginning, and you're going to need all the assistance you can get if you're going to make it through this in one piece. We all are." Taken from an email sent by Dr. Joseph Shoji to Dr. Shannon Abbey, August 3rd, 2041. They got her out. Kimberly and Lake. They got her out. She's alive, she's intact, she's clinically sane, and she's out. Peter still doesn't know what I've done or what I'm going to do, but history will remember him as a president worthy of the name, and not another in the long line of crooks and monsters to have held the position. He will be known for who he was and for what he did and for what he sacrificed. All of them will. If that means history must also remember me as a monster, well, so be it. From the Private Journal of Vice President Richard Cousins, August 3rd, 2041. Unpublished.
Chapter 27. Georgia. After some discussion, we, meaning Maggie and Mahir, who were the only ones still considered completely rational,
The rest of us were treated as compromised to one degree or another. Decided the best course of action was to stay at the Agora long enough to recover, and then head out. Mahir also pointed out that we were better off keeping the van under cover for at least a few hours, in case it had been seen leaving the vicinity of the CDC. So we were staying put. I wasn't inclined to argue. The last few hours were starting to catch up with me, and I wanted nothing more than a dark corner I could curl up in until the urge to start shaking went away. After a bit more discussion, Bex reluctantly agreed that I wasn't likely to go crazy and kill Sean without setting off the hotel security system, which meant the two of us could do our recovery in the same hotel room. The Agora takes the safety of its guests very seriously, Maggie assured her. There are so few blood tests because the biometric monitoring system is so advanced. If either of them is in medical distress, the guards will be alerted within seconds. Nice place, I said approvingly. I didn't even know this was here. That's the point. Maggie smiled, still looking somewhat uncertain. Is there anything I can have sent up to the room for you? I bit back my first answer, waiting a few seconds to be sure that it was what I wanted to say. Oh well, in for a penny, in for a pound. Can I get some clean clothes, a pair of sunglasses, and a bottle of the darkest brown hair color you can find? Most of the uncertainty went out of Maggie's smile. We can do that, she agreed. Sean, do you want to show Georgia to your room? I'll call the front desk and have things sent up. She gave me a measuring look. I think the biometrics from the door will give us her size. Thank you, I said. There wasn't time to say much more. Sean was making hasty farewells as he grabbed my hand and started hauling me toward the door. Mahir was still saying goodbye when the door slammed shut behind us, leaving us alone in the hall. I expected Sean to say something then. He didn't. He just kept pulling me along, walking briskly back toward the elevators. I glanced at his face and decided to give it a minute. He'd survived me being dead for over a year. I could survive him being silent for a little while. Still, my feet hurt, and even the soft carpet wasn't helping all that much. I was relieved when he finally pulled me to a stop in front of a door that looked like every other doorway in the hall. There was a small green light just above the peephole. It blinked twice when he gripped the door handle. Then the door swung open, revealing a room that looked like the younger sibling of Maggie's room. I had to blink twice before I realized the dimness wasn't only because he had the curtains drawn. The overhead lights were set to UV. It was a kind of change that used to be second nature to both of us, making sure the lights in our hotel rooms wouldn't give me migraines that left me incapable of doing my job. Sean let me enter first. He pulled the door closed as he stepped inside and said roughly, "The bathroom's through there. You can change the lights if you want to. I don't mind." No, this is good. There were no signs that he'd been in this room before, except for the curtains and the lights. I turned to face him. He was watching me, a deep, anxious hunger in his eyes. "I'm real, Sean. I'm not going anywhere." "What did you give me for my 8th birthday?" "A black eye, because you said girls couldn't be newsies." "How did we meet Buffy?" "Online job fair." "Who was your first boyfriend?" I had to smile at that. "You were. Also my 2nd and my 3rd and every other number you can think of. You can keep asking questions as long as you want, Sean, but I'm only going to get 97% of them right. It's up to you whether that makes me real or not." "I missed you." He raised a hand, touching my cheek so gently that it made my heart hurt. I put my own hand over it, forcing his fingers flat against my skin. He sighed. "You died, George. I shot you, and you died." "No. You shot Georgia Mason."
He winced, but didn't pull his hand away. I forced myself to keep going. If I didn't say this now, when we were alone for the first time, I was never going to say it, and I had to say it. You shot a woman whose DNA profile I share. I have 97% of her memories. I remember growing up with you. I remember my first blog post. I even remember dying. I remember everything, right up until you pulled the trigger. George, I remember thinking I was the luckiest woman in the world because you were there to do it. But those memories aren't only mine. Do you understand? You're Georgia enough for me, he said, finally pulling his hand away. Neither of us is perfect anymore. I nodded. Fine, then. If this is who I was going to be, then I was going to be her. You saved me. Sean dipped his chin in what would have been a nod, if he'd raised his head again. Instead, he kept looking down at the floor, slow tears beginning to make their way down his cheeks. I wanted to die with you. You didn't. I grabbed his hand again, squeezing his fingers. You kept going. And now I'm back, and we get to finish this thing together. He raised his head, looking at me anxiously. What if you get hurt again? We can't start living in what if, Sean. If we do that, I might as well have stayed dead. I smiled a little. Is there a first aid kit? I want to get some sealant on my feet. What? Oh. He straightened, focus returning almost instantly as he realized he had something he could do, rather than standing around worrying until Mahir came back and said it was time to go. This way. He led me to the bathroom, where a search of the medicine cabinet yielded a first aid kit that could have put some hospitals to shame. I sat on the edge of the bathtub while he wiped my feet off with a wet cloth, then sprayed them with a fast-drying layer of wound sealant. It would act as an artificial skin, porous enough to let my wounds heal, but thick enough to prevent infection. I'd used the stuff before, although never on quite such a large area. It's amazing how big the bottoms of your feet can seem when you've managed to run all the skin off of them. He wrapped my feet in a layer of gauze once the sealant was dry, just in case. I didn't ask him to stop. I just watched him work, studying the tension in his shoulders and the new strands of gray at his temples, visible even through the bleached-out streaks of almost blonde. I saw the moment when that tension turned into decision, and was prepared when he straightened up, leaned forward, and kissed me. There have been times when I wondered how people didn't put the pieces together. How many so-called siblings share hotel rooms after puberty, much less share bedrooms with a door connecting them? We never dated. We never went to school events with anyone but each other. We never did any of the normal social things, and yet people still assumed we were on the market. Not that we'd been off the market before we even knew what the market was. We were still in the bathroom 10 minutes later, when someone knocked on the front door. The voice of the hotel said politely, "Mr. Mason, your request from the front desk has arrived. Would you like to claim it now, or would you prefer that it be left for your convenience?" Sean pulled away from me, cheeks flushed. He said. Then, more coherently, he said, "I'll be right there. Thanks." He got up, leaving me sitting where I was as he walked out of the room. I'd expected being alone to make me nervous, but it did the opposite. For the first time since the CDC decided to bring me back, no one was watching me. I was genuinely free. Low voices came from the hall, followed by the sound of the door closing. Sean reappeared, a brown paper bundle in one hand and a bottle of hair dye in the other. "What do you want to do first?" he asked. I smiled. An hour later, I actually felt like myself again. My hair was damp and dark brown, sticking to my ears and forehead as it dried. The clothes Maggie requested were perfect, if 2 sizes smaller than I would normally have worn. Black slacks, a white button-down shirt, and a black blazer with pockets for my audio recorder and notepad. I didn't have either of those at the moment, but just having the pockets made me feel better. Even the shoes fit. My eyes were the only things that didn't look right. And that was what the sunglasses were for. Once I put them on, I looked like I'd been sick for a while, but I didn't look like a clone. I looked like Georgia Mason. Sean apparently thought so too. When I put the sunglasses on, he stopped talking and just stared at me. Finally, in a quiet, reasonable tone, he said, "If it turns out that this is all some crazy, impossible hoax, and you're a fucking android or something, I'm going to kill us both." "Cloning is crazy enough for me, so I'm good with that," I said. "Can we kill a bunch of other people first?" "Yeah," said Sean and smiled. "We can." "How much of this is our fault, Sean? How many questions did we ask that we should have left quiet? People are dying." I walked over to the bed, sitting down on the edge of the mattress. "Do we own this?" Sean barked a short, humorless laugh. "The people who started all this shit own it. We just made it happen a little faster. I think enough of it is ours that we have to fix it if we can." "We can." "God, I hope so." He sat down next to me, taking my hands. "This is what you missed. Your post got out, you know that, and it changed a lot of things, and nothing, all at the same time. It's part of why Ryman got elected. You made it pretty clear he wasn't playing on Tate's team. It probably doesn't help that Tate went all bad movie villain when I cornered him." My eyes widened. "When you what? Sean..." "Just listen, okay? See, after I had to leave the van. Steve, you remember Steve from Ryman's security detail? Big fucker, looked like he could stand in for the entire brute squad." "Please don't tell me Steve died," I said. "No, he's fine. Still writes me sometimes, or did before we had to go off the grid. See, Steve and I broke quarantine to get to Ryman." The story he told was crazy and impossible, and enough to break my heart. I'd always known that Tate was bad, but Sean was the one who confronted him and got fed a line about restoring America to its roots through fear and control. Tate martyred himself. It might have worked, too, if he hadn't martyred me first. Sean buried me and tried to move on, but the world wouldn't let him. The world never does. Instead, he wound up neck-deep in conspiracies and craziness. Dave died. Kelly Connolly died. Dr. Wynne turned out not to be an ally, but one more crazy man out to change the world into what he thought it should be. The longer Sean talked, the more I realized that the only allies we had were the ones we shared a website with. I only stopped him twice, once to ask about the reservoir conditions, and once to make him repeat, several times, that he'd been bitten and hadn't amplified. Crazy as it might sound, that was the part I had the most trouble believing. The additional details on the insect vector for Kellis Amberley just left me cold. Maybe mankind was going to lose the war against the living dead after all. And this time, it might not be because someone dropped a vial. Eventually, Sean stopped talking. Then he reached up and removed my sunglasses, putting them beside me on the bed. "We could run," he said. "You and me. Head for Canada or something.
The others could finish this without us. You know they would.
And we'd never forgive ourselves, I said. We finish this. And if we survive, somehow through some miracle, then we run. You and me. And anywhere they won't find us.
It's a date.
He leaned back, reaching for the phone. I blinked. What are you doing?
Calling room service. I don't want you to blow away if there's a stiff wind.
I laughed and hit him without thinking about it. That brought a totally sincere smile to his face before he turned away to deal with placing our order. Less than 15 minutes later, 2 massive bowls of chicken cacciatore were delivered to our door, along with a 6-pack of Coke and a piece of tiramisu the size of my head. My stomach growled when I saw the food, and I realized that I was genuinely hungry for the first time in a long time. The only thing I wanted more than food was access to the internet, which Sean provided as soon as our dinner was just memory and crumbs. My laptop wasn't at the Agora. Why would it be? So he let me borrow his, both of us stretching out on the bed with our backs to the headboard, my shoulder pressing into his chest as I began doing the most important thing I could possibly do. I began catching up on the news. Working as a professional journalist meant years of learning to absorb as much information as possible in as short a time as possible, since failure to stay on top of current events could easily result in posting a story that had no relevance at all. I was always a little slower than most of my contemporaries, because I was always so damn careful to check and double-check my facts before I put my name behind them. Oh, I had my op-ed blogs, Just the Wind, when I was a teenager on a provisional license, and Images May Disturb You, once I was old enough to go full-time. But those were thoughts, opinions, ideas. It was the articles I put on the main site that really mattered, and those were the things that needed me to do my research. Using After the End Times as my start point, I pulled up the archives, going all the way back to the day after I died. Sean's posts from that period were a jumbled mess. Half the time I wasn't even certain they were written in English. Mahir and Alaric did most of the real reporting, following the rest of the Ryman campaign, with a clinical detachment that told me everything I needed to know about the depth of their grief. Sean wasn't the only one who'd been hurting. And the headlines rolled on. Ryman elected in a landslide vote, stuns voters by choosing Richard Cousins as his replacement vice president. The Democratic candidate, Susan Kilburn, is so devastated by her loss that she takes her own life. Ryman takes the White House. Sean Mason goes quietly crazy while his staff scramble to cover up the cracks in his facade. Maggie Garcia moves into Buffy's place and does a good job, especially considering the circumstances. Sean cedes his position to Rebecca Atherton, letting her run the Irwins while he runs deeper into the damaged recesses of his own psyche. Mahir continues shaping the site into a force for the truth, doing as much as he can to stand against the tide of ignorance and corruption. CDC researcher Kelly Connolly is shot in a robbery gone wrong. Downtown Oakland is sterilized following an outbreak, resulting in the tragic death of thousands, including reporter David Nowakowski. An insect vector for the Kellis Amberley virus appears along the Gulf Coast, killing millions more. The members of the After the End Times core team are wanted in conjunction with potential bioterrorism and should be reported if seen. Ryman grieves for his wounded nation. The CDC decides to raise the dead. Someone tells a whole lot of lies, and someone else makes sure the world will believe them. Everything goes wrong. The effort of filtering the headlines for the truth hidden beneath them, the truth hidden between the lines, in the places where it was less likely to be seen, left my head pounding. I slumped backward, letting my head rest against Sean's shoulder. I couldn't have done it, I said, closing my eyes.
Done what?
What you did. kept things going. I couldn't have done it. I would have fallen apart.
I did fall apart, he noted, in a tone that was almost comically reasonable. I went nuts. I've been talking to you since Sacramento, and you've been talking back.
I thought it might be something like that. You never did do alone very well.
Neither did you.
That's why I would have killed myself by now. Silence fell, and stretched out for almost a minute before Sean said,
Well, then, I guess it's a good thing I'm the one who got out of Sacramento, huh? Which is kind of funny if you stop to think about it.
I put the laptop aside on the bed and pushed myself up, twisting around to look at him. What are you talking about?
Dr. Wynne died because Kelly, the doc, that's what I called her while she was with us, stabbed him with a scalpel while he was in the middle of a big-time bad guy soliloquy. I mean, I don't know if there's an Evil Fucker 101 class that they all take, but between him and Tate, I'm about ready to slap the next person who wants to tell me about his evil plan.
Sean's eyes were haunted.
The doc was a good person. Maybe the only good person left in the CDC. I don't know. I never had time to find out.
I thought of Gregory and Dr. Kimberly, both of whom had chosen the EIS over the CDC. Maybe you're right, I admitted.
Anyway, before Dr. Wynne died, he as good as said that whoever shot you wasn't aiming for you. The needle was supposed to be mine.
He brushed my hair away from my cheek.
You were supposed to shoot me, not the other way around. Then Tate would give you his big bad guy speech, and you'd think it was over, because you believed in black and white.
My stomach felt like a solid ball of pain. They knew how to beat us.
Yeah. But the cold equations fucked them up, because the math doesn't care. They subtracted the wrong half of the equation, and I've been kicking them in the ass ever since. For you.
He looked at me earnestly.
I was doing it all for you.
I sighed, folding my hand over his before I scooted closer. I know. Sometime later, once the laptop had been put back on its charger and the Do Not Disturb light had been lit on the door, we slept, both sprawled on top of the covers. Sean kept one arm around me as we drifted off, clinging like he was afraid I'd vanish before he woke up. I've never been the world's cuddliest person, and that didn't seem to be one of the things that dying and coming back had changed. But for once, I didn't mind. Anything that kept me from waking up and thinking I was back in CDC custody was okay by me. We'd been asleep for a few hours when a gentle chiming noise filled the room, followed by the voice of the Agora saying, I do hope you've enjoyed your rest. Miss Garcia would like to remind you that you have an appointment that cannot be rescheduled. Huh? I sat up, wiping the sleep from my eyes with one hand and fumbling for my sunglasses with the other. It's amazing how quickly habits reassert themselves, even when they're not really needed anymore.
She means it's time to go see the monkey.
Sean leaned over to grab his shirt off the floor before sitting up. The who?
I'll explain on the way. Come on.
Having just the one set of clothes made getting dressed to go substantially easier than it used to be. Not that I ever spent that much time thinking about what to wear, but when you own 10 identical pairs of black pants, you sometimes have to spend a few minutes figuring out which ones are clean. We were both ready in half the time it would have taken before I died. Sean led the way to the door, where he paused, looking back at me.
I was tired of being a haunted house, he said. Thank you for coming home.
Then he stepped out into the hall, not leaving any space for my response. Maybe that didn't matter. Maybe this was one of those things that didn't need to be responded to. I followed him out of the room,
The door swung shut behind me, the locks engaging with a muted click. Mahir, Maggie, and Bex were already in the lobby, standing near the entrance to the airlock. Mahir paled when he saw me, looking for all the world like he'd just seen a ghost. In a weird way, I guess he technically had. "Everything fit?" asked Maggie, as we walked into conversational distance. "Like a dream," I said. "Even the shoes are perfect." "Thank you. You have no idea how good it feels to be dressed again. They wouldn't even let me have a bra while I was under observation." Maggie shuddered at the thought of that indignity. Bex kept eyeing me, expression not giving away what she might be thinking about the whole situation. "We were thinking you might not feel completely clothed just yet," said Mahir, shaking off his shock. He dipped a hand into his pocket, pulling it out with the fingers curled around some small object. "If you would be so kind." Blinking blankly at him, I held out my hand. He dropped an ear cuff into it. It was a small thing, barely weighing 1/4 of an ounce, but it felt like the heaviest, most valuable thing in the entire world. I raised my free hand to my mouth, suddenly doubly glad for the familiar screen of my sunglasses. They would keep everyone else from seeing the tears in my eyes. "Oh, God, Mahir. Thank you." I blinked the tears away as firmly as I could. More rose to take their place. "Thank you so much." "It only has 3 numbers in its address book," said Bex, tone still tight with suspicion. "Tap it once for Sean, twice for Mahir, and 3 times for me. Don't try to reprogram it. There's a safety lock on the controls. You mess with the directory, the whole thing will short out, and we'll know." "I wouldn't dream of it," I said. "Seriously, thank you all. You have no idea how much this means to me." Maggie smiled. "I think I might have a bit of a clue." I smiled back, before reaching up and delicately affixing the ear cuff to the shallow outside curve of my ear. It pinched the skin in a way I remembered from high school, back when I started wearing the portable contact devices on a regular basis. I'd have raw spots and blisters for at least a week while I got used to it. And I didn't really give a damn. "If we're all prepared to wander gaily off to our dooms, we should really get moving," said Mahir, tearing his eyes away from my face. "I'm sure our gracious hosts would prefer the doom not find us early." "You are always such the little ray of golden sunshine, Mahir. You know that?" Sean grinned. "Let's roll." Joey. "What the fuck do you mean? Danica was just in touch with you. Danica hasn't been in touch with anybody in years. She's still on crazy safari in the crazy jungle, looking for the crazy magical herbal cure to the walking dead. Seriously, that woman is so much crazy crammed into a small space that she's practically a crazy singularity. Have you been sticking your dick in the crazy singularity? Because that's how you catch the really good social diseases." My coordinates are attached. They're good for another 4 days. Then I'm cutting bait, and we're getting ourselves to higher ground. The floods are coming, my friend. Try to disengage from the crazy long enough to get the fuck out of their way. Taken from an email sent by Dr. Shannon Abbey to Dr. Joseph Shoji, August 3rd, 2041. I'm not sure which is worse. The fact that Sean was willing to accept this woman as his dead sister, or the fact that I'm beginning to believe it might be true. Georgia Mason had a certain way of reacting to things, a kinesthetic language rather than a verbal one. It wasn't the sort of thing you could fake without years of practice. If this woman is an imposter, she hasn't had years. And she moves like Georgia.
She has all the little ticks and twitches down cold. When she came out of that elevator dressed, with those sunglasses on, I was ready to call her Georgia and asked what we were going to do next. And that's not a good thing. If she's the real deal, then awesome. The laws of science have been twisted even further away from what they were intended to be. Bully for the laws of science. And if she's not the real deal? If she's not the real deal, I'm pretty sure she's going to get us all killed. From Charming Not Sincere, the blog of Rebecca Atherton, August 3rd, 2041. Unpublished.
Chapter 28. Sean. There was no handy text-based adventure game to guide us back to the brain pan, which meant I had to drive, since I was the one who'd driven us there the first time. I didn't appreciate being separated from George. I've never been clingy. Codependent, sure, according to every psychologist I've ever talked to, but not clingy. That didn't mean I appreciated having her out of arm's reach now that she was alive again. The need to have her where I could touch her would fade, given time. I was sure of it. Or at least I hoped I was sure of it, and not just lying to myself. "You've had a lot of practice lying to yourself," commented Georgia. She didn't sound angry, just resigned. "Quiet," I mumbled. Maggie, who was sitting in the passenger seat, gave me a sidelong look but didn't say anything. I appreciated that. I had absolutely no idea what I would have said in return. In the back of the van, Mahir and Bex, mostly Mahir, were quizzing George, trying to feel out the limits of what she knew. She fielded most of their questions without hesitation. I stopped breathing a little bit every time they asked her something and she didn't answer right away, waiting for the sound of Bex taking the safety off her gun, but George recovered every time. If there were questions she wasn't going to get right, they weren't the kind of questions the two of them would think to ask. I didn't care what answers were hidden in the 3% of herself she'd lost by dying and coming back to life again. She'd already given me all the answers I needed. Maggie surreptitiously hit the button to seal the doors as we drove through the neighborhood leading to the brain pan. Her worried glances out the window confirmed the reason why. Even after visiting and surviving once, the decay of the buildings disturbed her. "It'll be okay, Maggie," I said. "I doubt anyone lives here except the crazy people we're on our way to visit. And sure, they may decide to shoot us and store our bodies in the freezer or something, but at least that's a normal thing, right?" She muttered something in sour-sounding Spanish before saying, "It was never normal before I started traveling with you." See? It's like I always say, travel is broadening. Maggie showed me a finger. I clucked my tongue. "Really? You're going to flip me off? I mean, geez, Maggie. In the last 24 hours, I've broken into the CDC. Again," called Bex from the back seat. "Don't forget Portland." "Okay, point. Broken into the CDC again, which, P.S., kind of blew up while I was still there, seen my sister come back from the dead, and had a lot of coffee. It's going to take more than a middle finger to upset me." Maggie raised both hands, backs to me, and showed me 2 fingers. I nodded agreeably. "Much better. Hey, look, there's the serial killer van." It seemed a little odd to use a burned-out pre-rising van as a landmark, but it made a certain amount of sense. In a neighborhood as decrepit as this one, you couldn't exactly use paint colors or house numbers to navigate, and saying, "Turn at the house that looks like it was painted to blend in with viscera," would probably inspire even less confidence than, "Turn at the serial killer van." "Goody," said Maggie. "You don't sound excited." "That's because I would rather be home with my dogs writing porn," she said. I glanced over at her. "Soon you will be." She didn't have anything to say to that. The van bumped and jounced down the driveway to the brain pan. I parked outside the garage and killed the engine, waiting. George poked her head up between the seats. "Is there a reason we're just sitting here?" "Yes. And that reason would be—" The house is full of crazy people who would love an excuse to shoot us in one or more of our extremities, probably more, so we're going to wait in the car until they tell us we're allowed to go inside." Said aloud, it sounded even more ridiculous than it really was. That wasn't enough to make me move. "Crazy people like that one?" asked George, pointing toward my window. I turned. The fox was perched in one of the half-dead trees, still clinging to the soil around the edges of the yard. She'd somehow managed to become almost unnoticeable, despite her tricolored hair and rainbow leg warmers. She raised one hand in a jaunty wave when she saw us looking her way. Then she jumped easily down to the cracked dirt of what used to be lawn, sauntering toward the van. I had the driver's side window rolled down by the time she reached us. My hands were resting on the dashboard, clearly visible. "Hi," she said, peering past me to George. There was a large gun in her hands. I was reasonably sure it hadn't been there when she jumped out of the tree, and I knew I hadn't seen her draw it. My conviction that this woman was not just crazy, but very, very dangerous, grew. "What's your name? You weren't here before." Georgia looked at her coolly. The sunglasses helped. She was better at maintaining a neutral expression when her eyes couldn't give her away. "Georgia Mason, journalist. You are?" "Me?" The fox blinked at her, then cocked her head. "I'm Foxy. I used to be called Elaine, and everything was boring and I was sad all the time, but things are better now. I wouldn't ask that question again if I were you." George frowned. "No? Why not?" "Oh, because if you ask it where the cat can hear you, she'll tell me I should shoot you in the head a couple of times to teach you not to pry, and then I'll probably do it because she makes the best cookies, and I don't like remembering that I used to be someone who was sad." The fox said this as if it were entirely reasonable. In her scrambled little head, it probably was. I broke in before George could say anything else. "Foxy, we finished the errand we agreed to do. Can we come inside and talk about what happens next?" "Oh, sure." The fox smiled, taking 2 short hop steps back from the van. "Come on in. I bet the cat's going to be thrilled to see you." Behind me, I heard Bex mutter, "Only if she's got a really good idea for ways to skin people alive." "You heard the lady, gang," I said, hoping the fox hadn't heard that. If she had, it didn't seem to have bothered her. She was rocking back on her heels and looking at the sky, with the gun still in her hands and pointing at the car. I was pretty sure her crazy wasn't an act, but her clueless definitely was. "Let's get ourselves inside." "Don't forget to leave your weapons or I get to shoot you all," said Foxy blithely. "I'll start with the shouty girl. She probably needs shooting more than all the rest of you combined." "I do believe she likes you, Rebecca," said Mahir. "Shut up," snarled Bex, and began disarming. The fox turned and wandered toward the house, apparently dismissing us. George, meanwhile, grabbed my shoulder and demanded, "Are we actually going to get out of this van without any weapons?" That would be the plan. I removed both guns from the waist of my jeans, putting them on the dashboard. George gasped a little. I paused, really looking at the guns for the first time in a long time. "Oh, I guess this one's yours, isn't it?" "She can get it back after we finish dealing with the Happy Neighborhood Psychopath Brigade, okay?" said Bex, dropping 3 clips of ammo onto the floor. "Right now, I want to get in, get what we came for, and get the hell out of here. Seattle is not a good place for us to be anymore." "Tell me something I don't know." I opened the van door. Still looking unsure about the whole thing, George followed Mahir out the side door. Maggie walked around the van to meet us, and the 4 of us waited as patiently as we could for Bex to finish disarming. "What are you carrying, an armory?" I called. "I'm prepared," she shot back, and slid out of the van. Part of the reason it had taken her so long was revealed. She had already unlaced her combat boots, making them easier to remove. Seeing the understanding in my expression, she smirked. "See? Prepared. You should try it sometime, Mason. You might discover that you like it." Mahir snorted. "And swine may soar. Now come along." "Yes, sir," said Bex in a lilting, half-mocking tone. She was still chuckling as we walked toward the house. I dropped back, letting Mahir and Maggie lead George as I asked Bex quietly, "You okay? You're all chipper all of a sudden." She shook her head. "I'm not, really. I feel like I've been put through 7 kinds of emotional ringers in the last year, and I can't even begin to imagine how you feel right now. Thing is, it's not going to change, and it's not going to stop, and it's not going to go away. The dead are coming back to life, and this time they want to give us a piece of their minds instead of taking a piece of ours away." Bex nodded toward George, who was walking up the porch steps. "The more I talk to her, the more I think she's for real. That's terrifying. That's my whole life falling down, because my parents are the kind of old money that funds politicians who fund places like the CDC, and now the CDC is bringing back the dead. Again. So no, I'm not okay. I just don't have the energy left to be miserable about it all the damn time." "So you're in a good mood because it's easier?" "Yeah." Bex gripped the crumbling remains of the banister, holding it as she started going up the stairs. "You went crazy because it was easier. So what's so bad about deciding to stop scowling for the same reason?" I didn't have a good answer. I shrugged and followed her into the house. The others were waiting for us there. Once we had all removed our shoes, we proceeded into the living room. George hung back to walk beside me, our hands not quite touching. Her presence was almost reassuring enough to make up for the fact that none of us were armed. The cat was sitting on one of the room's 2 couches, feet up on the coffee table and a tablet braced against her knees. The fox was nowhere to be seen. I honestly couldn't have said whether or not that was a good thing. "You know, I did not think we would be seeing you again," said the cat, not looking up from her tablet. Her fingers skated across the screen with the grace of an artist, making connections in some pattern I couldn't see. "If there'd been a bet, I would have lost." "We're here for our IDs," said Bex. "We did our part." "Oh, I know. I knew as soon as the bugs started transmitting. They've been naughty, naughty boys and girls there at the CDC. They're going to be very sorry when they get the bill for this. Killing people, cloning people, arranging outbreaks. It would have been so much cheaper if they'd settled their debts in a civilized manner." I went cold. Grabbing blindly for George's hand, I asked, "What do you mean, the bill?" The cat looked up. For a moment, the smug, almost alien look on her face told me exactly where her nickname had come from. "We're free operatives, Mr. Mason. You can't blame me for taking my money where I can get it." "It was you." Mahir's voice was tinged with a dawning horror. I turned to look at him. He was staring at her, the white showing all the way around his irises. "One thing always seemed a little off to me when I reviewed the tapes we managed to recover from Oakland. Dr. Connolly was traveling on one of your ID cards. She should have been safe. She should have been untraceable. So how is it the CDC tracked her less than 2 hours after she arrived? And why did they lose track of her after that first ID was consigned to the fires?" "I don't know," said the cat. "Why don't you tell me? You're the journalists. You're supposed to be the smart ones." "Wait." Bex turned toward Mahir. I didn't like the edge on her voice. "Are you telling me this woman got Dave killed?" "If you answer that question, you don't get your new identities. Think about that." The cat looked back down at her tablet, seemingly unconcerned. "You came here because you wanted a free pass out of your lives. You committed an act of treason because you were willing to do whatever it took to get that free pass into your hands. Are you going to let something that happened in the past come between you and getting what you paid for?" "I guess that depends on whether getting what we paid for is going to get an airstrike called down on our heads," I said. Then a small, perplexed voice spoke from the stairs. "Kitty, what did you do?" I looked toward it. The fox was descending from the 2nd floor. The look on her face was almost childlike in its confusion, like whatever was going on was so far outside her experience that it verged on impossible. "Did you do another bad thing? You know what Monkey said he'd do if you did another bad thing. You remember what he did to Wolf." "Go back upstairs, Foxy. said the cat calmly. "Watch a movie in your room. I'll bring cookies later." The fox frowned. "You're not answering my question." "That's because I don't have to answer to you." "No, but you do have to answer to me." We all turned toward the new voice, Bex reaching for a gun she didn't have. Her hand hovered in the air next to her hip for a moment, and then dropped back to her side. The man who had emerged from the short hallway behind the kitchen looked at us mildly, like he had groups of strangers appear in his living room every day. Then again, maybe he did, considering his line of work. "Mr. Monkey, I presume?" I said. No, Mr. Monkey was my father." His voice was vague enough that I couldn't tell if he was joking or not. "You must be the journalists." "Yes, we are," said Mahir. "Are you the gentleman in charge of this establishment?" "Not sure if anybody really runs the brain pan, but I guess it's down to me." A certain sharpness came into his eyes as he surveyed our motley group, belying his earlier vagueness. "Now, what am I going to do with you?" The monkey was average-looking to the point of being forgettable almost while I was still looking at him. Caucasian male, average height, average weight, features that were neither ugly nor attractive, brown hair with bleach streaks, just like every other man on the planet who cared more about functionality than vanity. No one's that forgettable without working at it. We were probably looking at the result of years of careful refinement, possibly including some plastic surgery. This was a man who never wanted to stand out in a crowd. He could disappear into the background before you even realized he was there. In its own way, he was as terrifying as the fox. At least there you'd probably see the crazy coming. "Or not," said my inner George. "Remember the front yard." I bit back my response to her and smiled at the monkey instead. "You're going to give us our fake IDs, whip up another one for my sister here, and send us on our merry way?" "Monkey!" The fox shoved her way through our group, all but flinging herself into the arms of the unassuming man. "Kitty did a bad thing. She did. She didn't say she did, but she didn't say she didn't either. And that means she did." "I did not follow that," said Bex. "The cat killed Dave," said Maggie. There was a low menace in her tone. I didn't like it. I knew how the rest of us would act if we decided this would be a good time to lose our shit. Maggie? I had no idea. I'd never seen her really flip out. Suddenly that seemed like a genuine possibility. "Who?" asked the monkey. He stroked the fox's head with one hand as he looked at us, waiting for an answer. She snuggled into his arms, posture half that of a lover, half that of a pet. "I don't remember anyone by that name." "He wasn't one of your clients." Maggie practically spat. Mahir put a hand on her shoulder, preemptively restraining her. She ignored him, eyes locked on the monkey. "You made a new identity for a woman from the CDC. Kelly Connolly." "You used the name Mary Preston," interjected Bex. "Ah." The monkey smiled. He wasn't forgettable when he did that. For a moment, his face pulled itself into a configuration that was handsome enough to explain how he was able to shack up with two attractive, if psychologically damaged, women who did his bidding without complaint. That was a tricky piece of work. I don't usually do that much image replacement for a simple death and rebirth routine, you know? It was a challenge. I like challenges. I spoke before I had a chance to think better of it, saying, "Yeah, well, that challenge came with a tracker that led the CDC right to her, and hence right to us. They bombed the whole block. It destroyed our offices and killed one of our staffers." The monkey's smile faded, replaced by a frown. "That's not possible. I don't place trackers in my IDs. It would damage my reputation among my primary clientele, and I've spent quite some time building it up." "The reputation or the clientele?" asked George. "Both." The monkey squinted at her. "Aren't you supposed to be dead? I remember your face from the news feeds and from the CDC records I've been reading all morning. Fascinating stuff." "I got better," she said. "We're losing the thread here," I said, wanting to divert the monkey's attention from George. Somehow he struck me as the kind of guy who'd love to take her apart, just to be sure she was a clone and not a cyborg or something. "We planted the bug at the CDC for you. We want our papers." "You killed Dave," said Maggie, not budging from her core point. I was starting to feel like there were at least 3 conversations going on, and I wasn't directing any of them. "Can we all settle down for a minute, please? It's getting sort of hard to figure out what's going on here." "No, it's pretty simple," said the monkey mildly. "You exchanged currency and services for a set of false identities that could potentially get you out of whatever trouble you've managed to get into, which I have to say is extremely impressive trouble, especially given where you started. You don't trust me or my girls, but you didn't have anywhere else that you could go for this sort of service. I understand that. I've worked hard to keep down the competition." The fox pulled her face away from his chest long enough to look over her shoulder and inform us solemnly, "That's part of my job." "I'm sure it is," I said. "You look like you do it very well." She offered a hesitant smile and then turned to nestle back against the monkey. He stroked her hair and said, "Now you're also having a crisis of, call it faith, because you've decided I was somehow responsible for the death of your friend. I assure you it's not the case, not unless he was trying to establish himself as one of my competitors." "He was a journalist," said Bex quietly. "So he wasn't trying to set himself up as the competition." Huh. The monkey looked toward where the cat still sat calmly, fingers skating over the surface of her tablet. "Cat, does what these people are saying have any merit?" "Mm-hmm," she replied. She didn't raise her head. She might as well have been responding to a question about whether she wanted soup for dinner. The monkey frowned, a flicker of irritation crossing his face. He pushed the fox gently away from him. "Look at me while I'm speaking to you." The cat still didn't look up. "Look at me." The monkey's annoyance was entirely unmasked now. He didn't look forgettable at all. "Jane, put it down, look at me, and tell me what you did." "That's not my name." The cat finally took her eyes off the screen. Her lips were pressed into a thin, hard line as she raised her head and glared at him. "My name is Cat. Your name is scared little girl who couldn't deal with all the boys who only wanted you for your body, but wished you'd put your brain in a jar so that they could fuck you and be smarter than you at the same time. Your name is I took you in when you said you wanted out. Your name is you came to me. I own you. Now what did you do?" Carefully, like she was in no hurry at all, the cat put her tablet aside. She stood and strolled over to us, stopping barely out of the monkey's reach. "You took the man from the CDC's money. You said you'd build him the perfect disappearing girl, one who'd never set off any red flags or raise any alarms. And then you went into your damn workshop like you always do, and you left me alone with Princess Crazy Cakes here," she gestured toward the fox, "to entertain your client until he got bored and went away. He didn't get bored. He knew how you worked. He was waiting for you to leave." "What?" The monkey glanced at the fox. "Why didn't you tell me about this?" She sniffled. "Kitty told me to go outside and play with the crows. We found a dead squirrel. I set it on fire." "Kids these days," said Bex dryly. The monkey ignored her. His attention swung back to the cat. "What did you do?" "He offered me $100,000 to plant a tracker in her state ID. You know how easy it is to bug those things? Just swap out the RFID chip for one that broadcasts what you wanted to broadcast, and you're in business." "You're supposed to refer all business decisions to me," he said in a low, dangerous voice. "You would have said no." "Yes, I would. That isn't how we do business." "Maybe it isn't how you do business, monkey, but times are changing, and you're not changing with them. There are a lot of people out there offering services we aren't. We need to stay competitive. And that means going behind my back and getting half of downtown Oakland bombed?" The cat shrugged. "They only took out half." The fox paused, a thought almost visibly struggling across her face. "Is this why you told me I should put things in their shoes?" she asked. "Hold up there," I said. "Whose shoes? What things?" "Don't freak out," said the cat. They were tracking devices for the CDC to follow, so they'd be able to take out the horrible bastards who broke into their facility. They must have been too busy to come after you until you ditched the shoes. You got lucky. "That or we were staying at the Agora," said Maggie. "Best security screening technology on this side of the state. No matter how much those trackers were broadcasting, they wouldn't have gotten through the shields." "I haven't changed my shoes," said Beck slowly. She looked at me. "Have you?" "No." The cat stared at us. Then she pointed at the door and started shouting, "Out! Get the fuck out of here! You have to leave!" "What's going on?" asked the fox. For a moment I felt almost bad for her. Sure, she was crazy and homicidal, and probably the most dangerous person in the room, but she was also the one who had the least responsibility for her own actions. She needed to be taken care of, and the people she'd chosen to do that had used her as a weapon. That wasn't her fault. And it wasn't my problem. "Kitty did a bad thing," I informed her. Looking back to the cat, I said, "Well, turn them off already." The cat licked her lips, eyes darting from me to the monkey as she said, "I can't." There was a moment when it felt like the world stood still, all of us considering the meaning of her words. Then Bex shouted, with all the authority of an Irwin in a field situation, "The van! Get to the van! Get armed and get Maggie out of the line of fire!" "Just Maggie?" I asked. She smiled thinly. "Georgia Mason always knew how to defend herself." Then she was off and running, heading for the front door. The rest of us followed her. George didn't complain as she ran, even though it must have been painful. The dressings on her feet were designed to deal with light walking, not a full-out sprint. She just gritted her teeth and kept going. We left our shoes where they were. If they were bugged, they were more of a liability than a little barefoot running. I could hear the cat and the monkey yelling at each other when we hit the front door, although I couldn't tell what they were saying. I wasn't aware that the fox was following us until she took hold of my hand and asked, "Is this going to be very bad?" Mahir and Bex were trying to pry the door open. The security system had clearly engaged once we were all inside, and it just as clearly didn't want to let go again. I exchanged a glance with George before looking back to the fox. "Well?" The sudden shriek of alarm stopped me from needing to figure out the rest of that sentence. Metal sheets slammed down over all the windows, and red lights came on at the tops of the walls, flashing almost fast enough to qualify as strobes. The fox yelped, yanking her hand out of mine. As she clamped her hands over her ears, I saw that she was holding a nasty-looking sniper's pistol. At least she came prepared. Bex kicked the door viciously before turning and jogging the few steps back over to me. "I'm going to go punch our host in the face until he lets us out of here," she said. "Punch the woman instead. She seems to deserve it more," said Mahir. He walked back to where I was standing. "We're proper trapped now. Probably all going to die here. I'd say it was nice knowing you, but as you've effectively ruined my life, it almost certainly hasn't been." "What he said," said Maggie. "Aren't you sweet?" George was frowning at the door, looking thoughtful. "Hey, George, you planning something there?" "A place like this. Mahir, remember when we did the report on the clone organ farmers? The ones who were so used to getting raided that they almost treated it as a reason not to bother washing the windows?" "Yes." Mahir's eyes lit up. "They knew they'd be caught in a death trap if they ever let themselves be taken unaware. And so they never set up a headquarters without at least 3 escape routes." She turned to the fox. "How do we get out? All our weapons are outside." The fox brightened, lowering her hands. "I have weapons." "We know you do, but we need our weapons. Please, how do we get out of here?" "Oh." The fox thought for a moment. Finally she said, "This way," and trotted back toward the living room. Lacking anything better to do, we followed. As we rounded the corner, we were greeted with the fascinating sight of Beck slamming the cat rhythmically into the wall while the monkey looked calmly on. "You're a feisty one," he said. "Do you have a boyfriend?" The cat wailed. Beck slammed her into a wall again. "Last guy I was interested in turned out to be an incestuous necrophiliac," she said. "So no, not currently dating, and definitely not doing any more shopping in the sociopath category. Now tell her to open the doors." "She can't do that," said the monkey. The fox trotted past him without pausing. He turned to watch her go. "Foxy, what are you doing?" "Opening the garage," she called back cheerfully, before pulling a picture off the wall to reveal the control panel it had been concealing. She slapped her palm against it, and the light above the nearest door went from red to green. A look of horror spread across the monkey's face as he realized what she was doing. He lunged for her, one hand stretched out to grab her shoulder. "No, don't! That's not—" It was too late. The door swung open, revealing a garage packed with servers and computer terminals, and a garage door that was slowly rolling upward. As it rose, it exposed the men who were standing in the driveway between us and the van, their rifles trained on the house. They were all wearing hazmat suits, with rebreathers covering their mouths and noses. "Oh," said the fox. "Oopsie." Then she slammed the door. The gunfire started a split second later. "Oh, don't worry. You don't need to tell Alric what's going on. You don't need to tell Alric who was in our system claiming to be Georgia Mason, or why the Seattle CDC is on CNN in flames, or whether you're all still alive. Alric likes sitting around with his thumb up his ass, waiting to find out whether he's got a bunch of funerals to not attend, since he's still under house arrest with the paranoid mad scientist brigade. Assholes." From the Kwong Way of Things, the blog of Alric Kwong, August 3rd, 2041. Unpublished. Upon reflection, I must note that I have, in fact, had better days. From Fish and Clips, the blog of Mihir Gowda, August 3rd, 2041. Unpublished.
Chapter 29. Georgia. None of this made any sense, and none of Sean's explanations had done anything to help the situation. Not that it mattered. As soon as people started shooting, I stopped needing to understand and started needing to react. I ducked, grabbing Maggie's hand. She was the one with the least field experience, at least as far as I remembered, and dragging her around the corner into the living room. They'd need to shoot through more walls to get to us here. "Sean!" I shouted, hoping I'd be heard over the gunfire. "Get the hell out of there!" "The wall's holding for now," Sean shouted back. Mihir rounded the corner, taking up a position on the other side of Maggie. He flashed me a wan smile. My hand went to my waist, habit telling me that when I was dressed, I was also armed. There was nothing there but my belt. "Damn it, Sean! If you don't have a secret escape plan, you need to make the crazy people give us guns!" The woman they called Kat shouted, "We don't let strangers go armed in this house." "Sort of a special circumstance, don't you think?" I demanded. There was an answering burst of gunfire from the hall, followed by the sound of the door slamming. Someone who actually had a weapon must have opened the door, taken a shot at our attackers, and closed the door again. "I think everybody should have lots of guns," said the cheerful, faintly lunatic voice of the little redhead. "Monkey, can we please give everybody guns?" "Yes, Monkey, please?" asked Sean. He backed into view, not joining our cluster against the wall, but getting farther away from the door to the garage. "We promise not to shoot up any more of your shit than is strictly necessary." "Fascinating as diplomacy is, perhaps during a firefight is not the time?" Mihir sounded frantic, like he was the only one taking things seriously. Sean gave him a startled look. "Dude, chill. We're fine until they shoot through the door." "Then we're fine for another 90 seconds, said the monkey. "Foxy, give them guns."
Yay! The redhead ran to the other side of the living room. She opened what I'd taken for a coat closet, exposing enough weaponry to outfit a good-sized tabloid. Sean whistled.
Okay, I'm in love,
he said. Fickle, fickle heart. I started for the open closet, the others following. This whole situation seemed faintly unreal. We were trapped in a decrepit-looking private home, while a small army tried to shoot their way in. The fact that they hadn't already succeeded told me this place had some pretty good armor plating under the peeling paint. The people who lived here were concerned, but not panicked. That made it a little too easy to be casual about things, like there was no way we could get hurt. We could get hurt. I'd already died once. That sort of thing tends to teach you that no one is invincible. Here! The fox handed me a revolver and gave Sean a semi-automatic handgun. She kept passing out guns, grinning like a kid on Christmas morning. We're going to shoot them real good, so it's important everybody be ready to look their best. Sean and I exchanged a look, his expression making it clear that he understood what was going on about as well as I did, which was to say, not at all. Somehow, that didn't make me feel any better. The monkey and the cat joined us at the closet, both of them taking weapons of their own. The cat glared at us the whole time, like this was somehow our fault. This is what's going to happen now. The fox was suddenly calm, like having a group of armed men firing on her house was what it took to bring out her saner side. We're going to go out the back door. We're going to circle around the side of the house. And then we're going to shoot those fuckers until they stop squirming. Any questions? No? Good. Follow me.
I'm not sure which is worse, muttered Sean. The fact that we're following the crazy girl, or the fact that she sounds so damn happy about it.
I'm going to go with the fact that we don't have a choice, said Bex. Maggie, you're in the middle. Yes, I am, said Maggie, putting herself behind Bex and Sean, and in front of me and Mahir. We followed the fox, with the cat and the monkey bringing up the rear. I had the distinct feeling we were being used as human shields. Not that it mattered. There were men with guns outside, and as long as the cat and the monkey weren't shooting us in the back, I didn't care where they walked. I already knew we couldn't count on them. We reached the fox as she was prying the last sheets of plywood off the back door. Sean stepped in and helped her finish, revealing a pre-rising sliding glass door that had been boarded over for good reason. This place was a death trap, I muttered. Mahir shot me a half-amused glance.
Was?
He asked. It felt odd to be laughing during a firefight. Then again, if you can't laugh when you're about to die, when can you? The sound of gunfire covered any noises we might make, at least until we left the house. The back porch had been reinforced at some point, more structural improvement concealed by a veil of cosmetic decay. The seemingly rotten wooden steps had no give to them at all. The fox slunk through the knee-high grass as quietly as her namesake. I tried to emulate her, failing utterly as the gravel beneath the grass bit into my already injured feet. The best I could manage was not making any more noise than was absolutely necessary as I followed the rest of the group to the corner. Once we were there, the fox turned, smiled at the rest of us, sketched a curtsy clumsy enough to seem entirely sincere, and bolted back the way we'd come. The monkey realized what she was doing before the rest of us did. He knew her better than anyone, except for maybe the cat, who had already locked her free hand around his elbow. He tried to run after the fox as she pelted up the porch steps and back into the house. The cat held him back.
No, she hissed. Do that and this was for nothing. He turned to look at her, a cold anger burning in her eyes. Don't think I'll forgive you.
The cat didn't say anything. The sound of gunshots from the front of the house suddenly took on a new, more frantic timbre, accompanied by the distant but recognizable sound of the fox's laughter. At least someone was having a good day. Sean looked back to me. "There's no plan B," he said. I nodded. "I know." There was no one left for us to run to, and nowhere to run except the van. That meant we had to take the opportunity the fox had created for us, no matter how insane that opportunity seemed. Sean looked to Bex, making a complex gesture with one hand. She nodded, picking up on his unspoken command. I felt a flush of jealousy. Just how close had they gotten while I was dead anyway? I forced the feeling away. It was none of my business, and even if it was, this wasn't the time. The fox was still laughing, but it had a pained edge to it, like she was running out of steam. It was now or never. Being occasionally suicidal, but not stupid, we chose now. It wasn't until we were running around to the front of the house that I realized the cat was no longer with us. The monkey was running alongside Mahir, but his whatever she was gone. The fox was still shooting from the kitchen window, keeping the majority of the team in the driveway occupied through sheer dint of being impossible to ignore. Either her aim was incredibly good, or she was using armor-piercing bullets. 5 of them were already down, leaving another 9 standing. Part of me was pleased to see that they'd considered a bunch of journalists enough of a threat to send 14 armed CDC guards to take us down. The rest of me wished they'd been willing to settle for a sternly worded cease and desist letter. Journalism must have been very different before people resolved so many of their conflicts with bullets. The men from the CDC were so busy shooting at the house that we made it halfway to the van before they noticed us. 3 more of them went down in the interim. I was starting to think we might make it when the fox screamed, a gasping, quickly cut-off sound, and the gunfire from the house stopped. The monkey froze, face going white. Then he screamed and rushed toward the driveway, opening fire as he ran. The guards, who were still standing, turned toward the sound of gunfire. "Oh, shh," began Sean, and then they were firing on us, and there was no time left for conversation. Maggie and Mahir hit the ground, leaving Bex, Sean, and I to return fire. Fortunately for us, the guards were distracted by the monkey's suicide charge. He took down 2 of the 6 remaining men before going down in a hail of blood and bullets. That left 4 standing, all with more firepower and better armor than we had. Our next step didn't need to be discussed. We stopped firing, raising hands and weapons toward the sky. If we were lucky, they'd want prisoners they could question even more than they'd want bodies they could bury. Luck was with us. The man at the front of their ragged little formation signaled for the others to stop firing. He held out one hand, palm facing us, and then gestured toward the ground, indicating that we should put our guns down. We knelt to do as we were told. It might have ended there, except for one crucial detail. The fox hadn't been trying for headshots. My hand was still on my borrowed revolver when the first of the downed guards lurched to his feet and grabbed for the still living man beside him. His chosen victim screamed and started firing wildly. His commander shouted for him to stand down, but it was too late. Panic had already set in. 4 men suddenly finding themselves surrounded by 9 potential zombies weren't going to listen to orders anymore. Grabbing my gun from the ground, I ran full tilt for the van, trusting the others to follow me and praying the zombies would be so busy going for the accessible prey that they'd let us by. There were no bullet holes in the van. That was something. Bex and I reached it first, ducking behind the bulk of it, while she fired at the guards and I fumbled with the door. The blood test cycle to open it had never seemed so long. Mahir reached us as I was waiting for the door to finish processing, leaving only Sean and Maggie in the open. and Maggie was still on the ground, not moving. "Oh, fuck," I breathed. The lock disengaged. I jerked the door open, motioning for the others to climb in. Mahir promptly clambered over the driver's seat and into the back, bypassing the blood test. Bex shook her head, digging a set of keys out of her pocket and tossing them to me. "I'll cover you. Now hurry!" "On it." I slammed the door, shoving the keys into the ignition, and started the engine, hitting the gas hard enough to send Mahir sprawling. Bex waited until she was clear, and then opened fire on the guards, living and dead alike. Driving was another thing I didn't have the muscle memory for anymore, even if I intellectually understood the process. I barely managed to skid to a stop in front of Sean and Maggie, the tires digging deep divots in the lawn. Mahir opened the side door and hopped out, helping Sean lift Maggie inside. The entire front of her blouse was bloody. "Is she breathing?" Mahir demanded. "Yes," said Sean. "First aid kit, now!" He slammed the door. "George, get Bex." Bex had taken cover behind a half-fallen pine tree that listed at a severe angle across one side of the tiny courtyard. She was firing at the two guards who remained standing, but their attention was more focused on their formerly dead compatriots, who were still attempting to take them down. I pulled up next to her and she grabbed the passenger side door, waiting impatiently for the lock to release. "Oh, God, there's so much blood," moaned Mahir. I didn't let myself look. I needed to focus on getting us out of here alive. The door opened. Bex climbed inside. I looked back toward the house and saw the fox waving weakly from the window, blood running down the side of her face. She had what looked like a remote control in one hand. Bex looked that way, and her eyes widened. "Oh, fuck," she breathed. "Georgia, drive." I hit the gas. We were all the way to the end of the driveway when the house exploded. The edge of the explosion caught us, hot wind buffeting the van. The frame was weighted to make it harder to tip us over, but even so, it was a struggle to maintain control of the steering wheel. In the back, Maggie screamed. That was almost encouraging. If she was screaming like that, they hadn't managed to puncture a lung, and with 2 Irwins playing field medic, she might be able to hold on long enough to get us. I had no living clue where we were going, and no one else was available to take the wheel. "Where am I going?" I demanded. "Take us back to the Agora," shouted Sean. "Just tell the GPS to retrace the last route we took. It can guide you from—" "Aw, fuck, Bex, keep the pressure on, will you?" Wincing, I turned on the GPS, tapping the screen twice to make it show me the way back to the Agora. A red light came on above the rear-view mirror as the GPS began scrolling the names of the streets. "Sean, I'm getting a contamination warning up here." "That's because Maggie's bleeding all over the fucking van." "Still showing clean here," said Mahir. His voice was tight, verging on panicked. "Bex, how's her breathing?" I took a deep breath and tightened my hands on the wheel, trying to focus on the road. Maggie was shot, not bitten. Her blood would be a problem, especially if she ran out of it completely, but as long as no one else had open wounds on their hands, or on their legs, or anywhere else, we were fucked. We were thoroughly and completely fucked, and all we had to show for it was a bunch of corpses and a house that wasn't even there anymore. As if he had read my mind, Sean called with manic cheerfulness. "Don't stress out about it, George. Things could be worse." "How?" demanded Bex. "We could still be wearing shoes full of homing devices." For the first time since she'd been shot, Maggie spoke. "I am going to kill you myself, Sean Mason." Her voice was weak, but it was there. If she was talking, she couldn't be too far gone. Sean laughed unsteadily. "You do that, Maggie. You get up and kick my ass just as soon as you feel like you can manage it." She mumbled something in disjointed Spanish, voice losing strength with every word.
"This would be a good time to drive a little faster, Georgia,"
said Mahir. His tone was utterly calm. I recognized that for the danger sign it really was. Mahir only sounded that serene when he was on the verge of panic, or getting ready to pounce on some fact that every other reporter to look at a story had somehow managed to miss. That detachment was the way he handled the things that otherwise couldn't be handled at all. I pressed my foot down on the gas, envying that cool veil of calm. It was all I could do not to start hyperventilating as we blew through downtown Seattle, slowing down only when the lights forced me, or I had to take a turn. I doubt I could have done it under pre-rising speed limits, back when they worried more about pedestrian safety than they did about getting people from point A to point B as quickly as humanly possible. I was still running the very edge of safe driving when the GPS signaled for me to slow down. We were approaching our destination. We were approaching our destination in a vehicle that was essentially a traveling biohazard zone. "Guys?" I asked. "Now what am I supposed to do?" Maggie mumbled something. It must have made more sense to the people around her, because Mahir spoke a moment later, saying, "When we reach the gate, roll down your window, but do not attempt to put any part of your body outside the car. Tell them Maggie is injured. Use her full name, and that we need immediate medical assistance. The Agora has protocols that will take it from there." "Do those protocols include a full tank of formalin with our names on it?" asked Sean. Nobody answered him. He sighed. "Yeah, I figured as much." The Agora gatehouse was in front of us. I slowed, finally stopping the van as the guards approached. The urge to slam my foot down on the gas and go racing off to anywhere else was overwhelming and pointless. Driving away wouldn't make things any better. I rolled down my window when the first guard reached the van, careful to stay well away from the opening. "We have an injured hotel guest," I said. "She was shot." The guard's expression of polite helpfulness didn't falter. "Would you like the address of the nearest hospital with field decontamination capacity?" he asked. "I'm sorry, I said that wrong. Magdalene Grace Garcia is in the back of this van, and she has been shot. We need immediate medical assistance." I hesitated before adding, "Please." The effect Maggie's name had on the man was nothing short of electric. His expression flickered from politely helpful to shocked to narrow-eyed efficiency in a matter of seconds. "Drive through the front gate and follow the lighted indicators next to the road," he said. "Do not attempt to leave your vehicle. A medical team will meet you at your destination." Almost as an afterthought, he said, "Please roll up your window." "Thank you," I said. He stepped away, and I rolled the window up before putting my foot back on the gas. The gate opened as we rolled forward, and bright blue lights began flicking on next to the driveway, indicating our route. The lights followed the obvious path to the Agora for about 100 yards before branching off, leading us down a groundkeeper's road that had been cunningly surrounded by bushes and flowering shrubs, making it almost unnoticeable if you didn't know it was there, or weren't following a bunch of bright blue lights. I kept driving, inching our speed up as high as I dared. The road led us around the back of the Agora to a separate parking garage, with plastic sheeting hanging over the entrance. I took a breath and drove on through. The garage was brightly lit, and already swarming with people in white EMT moon suits, their hands covered by plastic gloves and their faces by clear masks. I managed to kill the engine before they started knocking on the van's side door, but only barely. The door slid open, and suddenly the van was rocking as EMTs poured through the opening. Someone knocked on my window, making me jump. I turned to see another of the EMTs looking through the glass at me. I lowered the window. "Ma'am, please leave your vehicle and prepare for decontamination," he said, voice muffled by his mask. A chill wormed down my spine. The idea of going through decontamination, of going through any medical procedure, no matter how standard, was suddenly terrifying. The others were climbing out of the van. Mahir and Bex were already in front of the van, being led along by more EMTs. I knew Sean would wait for me as long as he could, unwilling to let me out of his sight if he didn't have to. That was what it took to spur me into motion. I didn't want Sean getting sedated because I wasn't willing to get out of my seat. One of the EMTs grasped my upper arm firmly as soon as my feet hit the asphalt, not waiting for me to shut the door before he began pulling me toward the building. I didn't resist, but I didn't help him either, letting my feet drag as I looked frantically around for Sean. He was being led toward the building by another of the EMTs. He broke loose as soon as he saw me, ignoring the way his EMT was shouting as he ran in my direction. "Sean!" He stopped in front of me. There was blood on the front of his shirt, but his hands were clean. Either he'd been wearing gloves, or he'd somehow managed to avoid touching Maggie. Given what I'd heard from the back, that seemed unlikely. He'd played it smart. For once. "Are you okay? Are you hurt? Things were so hectic back there, I didn't have time to—" "I'm fine, but I think you're scaring the locals." "What?" Sean looked over his shoulder, seeming to notice the EMTs for the first time. They were all holding pistols now, and those pistols were aimed in our direction. Smiling cockily, Sean waved. I doubt any of them saw the hollow fear behind his eyes. I doubt anyone but me would even have realized it was there. "Hey, fellas, sorry to frighten you like that. I just have a thing about being separated from my sister. Makes me sort of impulsive." "Makes you sort of insane," I corrected without thinking. Then I winced. "Sean, no, that's pretty much true." 4 more EMTs walked by us, carrying a stretcher between them. A clear plastic sheet covered it, Maggie visible underneath. A respirator was covering her face. I just hoped that meant she was still breathing, and that she still stood a chance of recovery. "Sir, ma'am, you need to come with me now." I glanced toward the EMT holding my arm. He looked at us sternly through his mask. "I understand your concern, but we need to clear and sterilize this area." Sean's eyes widened. "Our van will be returned to you once it has been decontaminated. Now please, sir, you both need to come with me." Sean and I exchanged a look. Then we nodded, almost in unison. "All right," I said. "Let's go and get decontaminated." The EMT led us out of the garage and into the building. Metal jets emerged from the ceiling as we stepped into the airlock, beginning to spray a thin mist down over the area. The smell of it managed to sneak through the closing doors, tickling my nose with the characteristic burning scent of formalin. I shuddered. Nothing organic was going to survive that dousing. "We're going to need to replace the rug again," commented Sean. I glanced at him, startled, before starting to laugh under my breath. I couldn't help it. He looked so sincere and so annoyed, like replacing the rug was the worst thing that had happened to us in a while. Sean blinked, his own surprised expression mirroring mine. Then he started laughing with me. We were both still laughing when the EMT led us out of the airlock and into the Agora Medical Center. My laughter died almost instantly, replaced by a feeling of choking suffocation. White walls, white ceiling, white floor. The EMTs looked suddenly hostile behind their plastic masks, like they had been sent by the CDC to take me back. "George?" Sean's voice was distant. "You okay?" "Not really," I replied. I turned to the startled EMT who had led us inside. "Do you have a room with some color in it? I have a thing about white." It made me want to curl up in a corner and cry. a phobia of medical establishments. That was a fun new personality trait. Working at the Agora had apparently prepared the man for strange requests from people above his pay grade, which we, traveling with Maggie, technically were.
"Right this way, miss,"
he said, and turned to lead us away from the rest of the action. I felt a brief pang of regret over letting us be separated from the others, but quashed it. The EMT assigned to work with me and Sean wasn't one of the ones who was needed to help Maggie, or he wouldn't have been with us in the first place. Me having a panic attack over the white walls wasn't going to do anything to help anyone. The EMT led us to a smaller room where the walls were painted a cheery yellow and the chairs were upholstered in an equally cheery blue. We didn't need to be told that this was the children's holding area. The testing panels on the walls and the double-reinforced glass on the observation window cut into the room's rear wall made that perfectly clear. Oddly, the window made me feel better, rather than setting my nerves even further on edge. It was honest glass, letting the observed see the observers without any subterfuge. If it had been a mirror, I think I would have lost my shit.
"If you're feeling better now, ma'am, sir, I would very much appreciate it if you'd let me begin the testing process."
Sean and I exchanged a look, and I jumped a little as the blood on his shirt fully registered. Maggie wasn't dead when she was bleeding on him. That didn't mean her blood couldn't potentially carry a hot, viral load. "Please," I said.
"Sure,"
said Sean, sounding oddly unconcerned. I frowned at him. He mouthed the word, "later," and gave me what may have been intended as a reassuring smile. I was not reassured. The EMT produced 2 small blood test units, using them to take samples from our index fingers. No lights came on to document the filtration process. Instead, he sealed the kits in plastic bags marked biohazard, nodded as politely as a bellhop who'd been doing nothing more hazardous than delivering our luggage, and left the room. The door closed behind him with a click and a beep that clearly indicated that we had been locked in. Sean looked at me.
"You okay?"
"No." I shook my head. "Is Maggie going to be okay?"
"I don't know."
Sean folded his arms, looking at the closed door.
"I guess we'll find out soon enough."
"Yeah, I guess we will." We stood there in silence, waiting for the door to open, waiting for someone to come and tell us how many of us were going to walk away alive.
When Maggie went down... Fuck. Maggie was one of the first people Buffy hired after we said, "Sure, we want a viable fiction section." She's never been anything but awesome. She took us in when we had nowhere else to go. She took care of us when we would have been frankly fucked without her. She's been our rock. If Mahir is the soul of this news team, and I'm not an idiot, I know that when George died the mantle went to him, and that's cool, because I never wanted it in the first place, then Maggie is the heart. And when she went down today, the only thing I could think was, thank God it was her. Thank God it wasn't George. I don't think I could survive that happening again. George being back is a miracle, and it's also what's going to mean this all ends bad, because I'm not thinking straight anymore. I lived without her once. I can't do it again. Fuck. From Adaptive Immunities, the blog of Sean Mason. August 4th, 2041. Unpublished.
Madre de Dios. Mother Mary, hold me closely. Mother Mary, love me best. Mother Mary, treat me sweetly. Mother Mary, let me rest. I have never hurt this much in my life. Morphine is supposed to make the hurting stop, but instead, it shunts the pain to the side, like a house guest you never intended to keep. It isn't in your face, but it's there, using the last of the milk, leaving wet towels on the bathroom floor. This hurts. I am alive. The two balance each other, I suppose. This was supposed to be Buffy's revolution. It was never supposed to be mine. From Dandelion Mine, the blog of Magdalene Grace Garcia, August 4th, 2041. Unpublished.
Chapter 30. Sean. I don't know how long they left us in that room. Long enough that George was pale and freaking out a little by the time they came back, even though she was trying pretty damn hard to hide it. I watched her anxiously, not sure what I was supposed to do. She'd never had a problem with hospitals before. Then again, I guess being brought back from the dead and used as a CDC lab rat would fuck up just about anybody. The delay may have put George's nerves on edge, but it helped settle mine. When those bullets started flying, there was a time when that would have elated me. With George in the field, all it did was make me sick to my stomach. She could have been hit. I could have lost her again. Again. And I couldn't even grab her and hold on until I stopped feeling sick because there was blood on my shirt. If it was hot, even touching her could kill her. I should never have grabbed her hand. I should have stayed away from her and observed proper quarantine procedures. And I couldn't. It was sort of ironic. I couldn't catch the live form of Kellis Amberley because I'd managed to catch the immunity from her. And now that she was back where she belonged, she didn't have that same protection. Even when I was safe, she wasn't. I hate the world sometimes, I muttered. What? George stopped staring at the wall, turning to look at me instead. She removed her sunglasses, rubbing her left eye with the heel of her hand. Do you think we'll find out what's happening soon? I hope so, I sighed. All that for nothing. We didn't get the damn IDs. Didn't those people send you to the CDC? Yeah, they did. So it wasn't for nothing. George shrugged, trying, and failing, to look nonchalant as she said, It got you me. I was still trying to find a response for that, when the door opened and the EMT who had escorted us inside stepped through. He was wearing clean scrubs, and the plastic face mask was gone. We both turned to face him, waiting for his verdict. We apologize for any inconvenience the delay may have caused. Miss Garcia required immediate attention, he said. If you'd come with me, I'd be happy to take you to your party. Does that mean we're cool? I asked. The EMT nodded. Yes, Mr. Mason, you're both in fine health. Your internal viral loads are well within normal safety perimeters. Now, if you would please come with me. Right. George looked faintly ill. Back to the White Rooms. Hey. She looked my way. I smiled at her. I'm here. It's all different now. Yeah. George returned my smile before turning to the EMT. Lead the way. We followed him back to the hall where we had first entered. The sound and motion that had been my only real impression of the place was all gone now, replaced by cool, sterile peacefulness. If it hadn't been for the airlock looking out on the garage, I would never have realized it was the same hall. George kept her eyes locked straight ahead, looking like she was going to be sick at any moment. I just hoped no one would see her and take that for a sign of spontaneous amplification. Another fire drill was the last thing that we needed at the moment. She relaxed a little when we passed through a sliding door and into a hall where the walls were painted a pale cream yellow. Interesting. It was just the white that bothered her. I made a mental note to punch the next CDC employee I saw in the face. Mr. Mason, Miss Mason, at this point, I do need to ask that you proceed through these doors. The EMT indicated 2 doors in the wall to our right, one marked men, the other marked women. There will be clean clothes available for you to wear while yours are being sterilized. I glanced at George. You going to be okay with this? She laughed unsteadily. "If I can't handle a basic sterilization cycle, I may as well give up and go back to the place where you found me right now. I'll be fine." "Okay." I risked reaching out and squeezing her hand before stepping through the appropriate door. The room on the other side was small and square, and, to my relief, tiled in industrial gray. I could have kissed whoever was responsible for that particular decorating choice. As long as the women's side was decorated the same way, George might not flip out. As expected, there were no windows, and a large drain was set in the middle of the floor. The door I'd arrived through was behind me. Another was on the wall directly in front of me. "Hello, Sean," said the pleasant voice of the Agora. "Welcome back." "Thanks," I said, hauling my shirt off over my head. "Where do you want me to put my clothes?" A hatch slid open in one wall. I hadn't even been able to see the outline of it in the tile. "Please place your clothes in the opening to your left. I promise they will not be damaged in any way by the cleaning process. We are only interested in your comfort and well-being." "Great." I finished stripping before shoving my clothes, shoes and all, through the hatch. I held up my pistol. "What do you want done with the weapons?" "Please place them in the same location. They will be separated out before the cleansing process begins." "Right." I wasn't happy with that answer. I didn't see another way. Automated sterilization systems can get mean when they feel like protocol is being violated, and no matter how nice the Agora was programmed to be, refusing to give up my weapons would qualify as violating protocol. I placed them in the opening with everything else, barely pulling my hand back before the hatch slammed closed again. "Thank you for your cooperation, Sean," said the Agora. "Please move to the center of the room and close your eyes. Sterilization will commence once you are in the correct position." "On it," I said. I moved to position myself directly over the drain, closed my eyes, and tilted my face toward the ceiling. The water turned on a second later, raining down on me from what felt like half a dozen differently angled jets. I didn't open my eyes to find out. Sterilization follows the same basic protocols no matter where you are or how high class a place pretends to be. First they boil you, then they bleach you, then they boil you again. If the powers that be could get away with dipping us all in lye, they'd probably do it, just to be able to say that one more layer of safety had been slapped on. The Agora was nicer about it than it technically had to be. The hot water lasted almost 30 seconds, followed by 8 seconds of bleach, and then a citrus-scented foam that oozed down from more jets in the ceiling. Sterilization and a shower. Twice the Agora instructed me to change positions or turn, letting the bleach, hot water, and cleansing foam cover every part of me. The hot water jets were repeated 3 times. The bleach was only repeated once. Guess I was dirtier than I was potentially diseased. Finally, the water turned off, and the Agora said, "Thank you for your cooperation." "Didn't you say that, like, 5 minutes ago?" I opened my eyes. The door in front of me was open, revealing an antechamber that looked like the locker room of a really upscale gym. "My range of programmed responses is wide, but sometimes repetition is inevitable," said the Agora patiently. "If you would like to register a complaint—" "That's okay," I said, cutting the hotel off mid-sentence. "Thanks for the scrub. Do I get pants in the next room?" "Yes, Sean," said the Agora. "Awesome," I said, and proceeded on. The pants were drawstring cotton, purple with the Agora logo over the hip, like they were advertising a high school pep team. The bathrobe that went with them was a few shades darker, with the same logo. I pulled everything on, checked to be sure the ties were tight, and stepped out the door in the far wall. George was waiting in the hall, tugging anxiously at the sleeves of her own bathrobe. Her feet were bare, the legs of her sweatpants pooling over their tops, and her sunglasses were gone. Without a medical condition to make them mandatory, she could have them confiscated at every sterilization checkpoint we encountered. Another EMT was standing nearby, using that weird gift that some people in service industry seem to possess and basically blending into the furniture. I ignored her, focusing on George. "Hey," I said, "all clean?" "All clean," she sighed, giving up on tugging her sleeves into place. "Do you think that after we see how Maggie's doing, we can get me a can of Coke?" "We can get you a gallon of Coke," I said. "Good." She looked to the EMT. "Where to now?" "This way," said the EMT. She started down the hallway and we followed, only lagging by a few steps. The hall ended at a pair of sliding glass doors, which opened to reveal a small but well-appointed hospital waiting room. There was even an admissions desk, with a woman sitting behind it, tapping away at her computer. "The Masons are here for Miss Garcia," called the EMT as she led us past the desk. The other woman nodded, looking up with a smile. Her fingers kept moving the whole time, and her eyes snapped quickly back to the screen. "Do you get many medical emergencies here?" asked George. "The Agora is proud to provide hospital services to our guests, both past and present," said the EMT. "We have patients most days seeing our private doctors. It offers a guarantee of privacy and discretion that is unfortunately not present in many more public hospitals." "Better care for rich people, right?" I said. "Figures." George didn't say anything. She just looked thoughtfully around as we followed the EMT past a row of unlabeled doors, finally pausing at one that looked like all the others. "A moment, please," said the EMT, and pushed the door open, vanishing inside. Only a few seconds passed before she pushed the door open again, this time holding it to let us through. "Miss Garcia will see you now." "Awesome," I said, and stepped past her into the room. I stopped dead just past the threshold, too stunned to speak. George ducked in behind me. After a few startled seconds, she said, "Remind me to come here the next time I decide to get hurt." "You and me both," I said. The halls of the Agora's Medical Center might look like the ones you'd find at any other upscale hospital. But the patient rooms were something completely different, at least if Maggie's was anything to go by. The walls were painted a warm amber, and there was actual carpet on the floor. Easy, clean, industrial carpet, sure, but a world of luxury away from normal hospital tile. The only medical equipment in sight was a flat-screen display that flickered periodically between images, apparently doing the work of multiple monitors. Maggie was lying in the middle of a comfortable-looking bed, with a wine-red comforter and more pillows than anyone needs, sick or not. She was too pale, especially for her. An IV was connected to her left arm, and there were sensor patches on her collarbones, but apart from that, she could have been taking a nap. Mahir was sitting to one side of the bed. Bex was standing near the wall. They both turned to look at us. There was a moment of awkward silence before Mahir said, "If Maggie were awake and mobile, this is doubtless the point where she would leap to her feet, announce how worried she'd been, and run to embrace you. Please forgive me if I choose to take all that as written and move straight to asking what the bloody hell we're meant to do now." I nodded. "Forgiven. How is she?" "The bullet went clean through. That's about the only good thing I can say about it." Bex didn't look at Maggie as she spoke. She really didn't look at us, either. Her gaze was fixed on the wall, preventing anything uncomfortable like eye contact. Several of her internal organs were damaged, and her liver was nicked. She lost a lot of blood. "But she didn't amplify," I said. "No, she's going to be fine. They're transfusing her with scrubbed plasma and filtering as much of the viral load out of her bloodstream as they can, but she never started to amplify. What Rebecca isn't saying is that Maggie came very, very close to crossing that line, and she can't be moved." Mahir dropped his head into his hands, voice muffled as he said, "She can't be moved, and you can't stay here. This is a disaster." "No, it's not," I said. For a moment, just a moment, I wished the George who only existed in my head would speak up and tell me what to say. Then I glanced to the George who was standing beside me, alive and breathing, and as lost as the rest of us, and the moment passed. Maggie can't be moved, but she'll be safe here. The Agora would never let anything happen to her, and she wasn't involved with the actual break-in at the CDC, so it's not like she can be accused of anything more criminal than letting herself get shot. Harboring fugitives, said Bex. Criminal negligence? She should never have left the van, said Mahir. Being a journalist, said George. The rest of us turned to her, startled. She shook her head, expression grim. I read as much of the last year's site archive as I could before we left to get shot at. Whoever's running this game, they don't like journalists, and they're not discriminating between the branches. To them, a blogger's a blogger. She's right, whispered Maggie. Mahir raised his head. Bex whipped around to face the bed. Maggie's eyes were still closed, but there was a tension in her that hadn't been there when we entered the room. A tension that spoke of consciousness. You know, they're targeting the bloggers, whispered Maggie. Every word seemed heavy, like it was being dragged out of her. Martial law in Florida. Arrests all over the country. They're hiding something. Hey, don't try to talk, honey. You need to save your strength. Bex moved to crouch down next to Mahir. Looking at the three of them, I felt suddenly left out, like they had formed a unit I wasn't meant to be a part of. Then George touched my elbow with one hand, the sort of quick, subtle contact that had always been the limit we allowed ourselves in public, and I realized they'd formed their unit because they understood, probably before I did, that they were never really going to be a part of mine. I was always going to be a haunted house. The only difference was that now my ghost wore flesh and held me when I needed her. Somehow, that made it better, but it didn't stop the realization from hurting. No, need to talk. Maggie struggled to open her eyes, managing a single blink before they closed again. Sean, you have to take Georgia and go. Go back to Dr. Abby. She'll know another way to hide you. What about you? I asked. The ghost of a smile flitted across her face. I'm going to lie here until I can feel my toes, and then I'll ask the concierge to call my parents so I can tell them that the CDC is being naughty. Mahir actually laughed. Well, that'll certainly complicate things in our favor. You have to stay with her, said Bex. What? Mahir twisted to face her, eyes narrowing. I don't believe I heard you correctly. I'm staying out of this, I murmured to George. She nodded, not saying anything. One of us has to stay here and make sure Maggie keeps breathing until her parents get here, and that if she stops, there's someone ready to tell them the real story. Bex grimaced. Sorry, Maggie. It's okay, Maggie said, another ghostly smile crossing her face. Medical family, remember? I don't kid myself about things like this. The smile faded, replaced by a grimace. Could have done without getting shot, though. And I'm volunteered to remain behind precisely why? Mahir demanded. Sean's crazy, George is a clone, and I'm prepared to shoot them both if they so much as look at me funny. Whereas you have virtually no field experience and have never shot someone you care about. I've had field experience, said Mahir. Was any of it voluntary? Asked George. He grimaced. No, he admitted. But I don't care one bit for being the one who gets sidelined. It seems that's always what you lot do right before you kick off the endgame. Remember Sacramento? Bet I remember it better than you do, said George quietly. Mahir grimaced again. I'm sorry, but you take my point. Yeah, I said. You lived. You're staying here, Mahir, and Bex is coming with us. You'll like Dr. Abby, George. She's probably clinically insane, but she's good people, and that's harder to come by than sanity these days. Maggie made a thin choking sound that made us all freeze until we realized she was trying to laugh. You people, she whispered finally. You still think any of this is a choice? Get out of here. Get in your van and get out of here and finish it. Do you hear me? Finish it. This time she managed to force her eyes open for almost 5 whole seconds, glaring at us. Finish it, or I swear I will die and come back and haunt you. I've had enough of being haunted, I said. We'll finish it. But only because you asked so nicely, Maggie. I can live with that, she said, eyes drifting closed again. Now go away. I want to sleep. Can't do that with all you reporters here staring at me. Mahir stood, pausing long enough to glare at me before he stalked out of the room. Bex walked back to Maggie, bending to kiss her on the forehead. Then she followed Mahir, leaving me and George alone with Maggie. Let's go, I said. Wait, whispered Maggie. We froze. Tell her to come here. I glanced at George, who stared back at me, eyes wide and somehow helpless. I nodded. She sighed, nodding back, and walked over to Maggie. I'm here. Closer. George leaned down until her ear was next to Maggie's mouth. Maggie whispered something, expression as urgent as her voice was weak. George hesitated before replying, I understand. And yes, I promise. Good, said Maggie, loud enough for me to hear. Now go. George walked away from the bed, looking unsettled. She didn't pause before leaving the room. I followed her, grabbing her arm before she could head for the admissions desk, where Mahir and Bex were speaking with the EMT. Hey, I said, what did she say to you? George turned to face me, her eyes meeting mine with a directness that her sunglasses had always prevented before. She said that if I'm even a little bit Georgia Mason, I'll kill myself before I let the CDC use me to hurt you more than they already have. And I agreed. I think I'm mostly me, Sean. I really do. But I know that mostly isn't entirely. If there's any chance I'm less myself than I think I am, if I feel even the slightest bit like I might be slipping, I will take myself out of the picture. Her smile was humorless. I won't be the one who stops you from avenging me. There was nothing I could say to that. We think we have an idea of where she's been, if not where she's going. There was an explosion in one of the supposedly deserted neighborhoods. Police found evidence of a massive amount of computer equipment there. It's possible she and her friends were trying to buy themselves new identities when something went wrong. How things went wrong, I don't know. We thought we'd removed all the tracking devices from her body. If we didn't, you may have to prepare yourself for the idea that all of this was for nothing. There's nothing we can do now but wait and see what happens next. Taken from a message sent by Dr. Gregory Lake to Vice President Richard Cousins, August 5th, 2041. Alric took less than kindly to the message that Maggie had been injured, and I was remaining behind to tend her while the others returned to the lab. I didn't mention Georgia. There's complicating matters, and then there's blowing up Parliament just so you can make a few adjustments to the seating chart. You'll find out soon enough. Please, God, we all get out of this alive. Please, God, Maggie gets better. I want to go home. I want to see my wife again. I want this all to be over. From Fish and Clips, the blog of Mahir Gowda, August 5th, 2041. Unpublished.
Chapter 31. Georgia. We left the Agora shortly after sunset, when the cleanup crew declared the van road serviceable and unlikely to infect and kill us all. Sean took the wheel, since Bex wasn't willing to let me drive. She said it was because I didn't have a license. From the way she refused to meet my eyes while she was saying it, I suspected it was more an issue of her not quite trusting me yet. I couldn't blame her.
If I'd been in her position, and someone I'd already buried had come back, yeah. It was a miracle any of them trusted me at all. A miracle, or the kind of madness that was going to get us all killed. With no real idea where we were going, and nothing I could do to help, I contented myself with pulling up the site archive on the local server and reading as we drove down the length of Washington State and into Oregon. This was a slower, more careful read than my earlier looting for information. I could take the time to really absorb what I was looking at, rather than just clicking the next report as quickly as possible. There was even a link to the site's financials. I was somehow unsurprised to see that Sean had maintained ownership of my files and was using them to finance a large percentage of the site's overhead. I was one of the higher-profile journalist deaths since The Rising. That made me fascinating, and made my previously unpublished op-ed pieces lucrative, even when they'd been written to parallel events that happened years before. That's the human race, always willing to slow down and look at the train wreck. Bex kept watch from the passenger seat while Sean drove. The route he chose involved a disturbing number of frontage roads and narrow trails that were basically glorified footpaths. He drove them like they were familiar, and after everything that he and the others had been through since I died, they probably were. I stopped reading and leaned back in my seat, closing my eyes for just a moment, missing the familiar ache I used to get whenever I forced myself to look at a brightly lit computer screen for too long. I never thought I'd miss having retinal KA, but now it was just one more thing about my life that I was never going to get back. This was my fault. I was the one who pressured Sean into agreeing to follow the Ryman campaign, and together we'd strong-armed Buffy into going along with us. If I'd just been willing to work my way up through the ranks the way everyone else did, taking it one step at a time instead of rocketing straight to the top, then someone else would have died in my place, and in Buffy's place, and someone else's brother would be the one making this drive. This was all going to happen eventually. The only thing that made us special was the thing that has distinguished one journalist from another since the first reporter found a way to distinguish gossip from the real headline story. We were the ones on the scene when everything went down. We weren't better. We weren't worse. We were just the ones standing in the blast radius. Everything that happened from there was inevitable. That didn't absolve us of blame. There's always blame when the wrong stories get told and the wrong secrets get out. But even if we weren't innocent now, we were then. We really believed in what we were doing. It wasn't our fault that we were wrong. I drifted off, reading Alric's analysis of the political situation after Ryman's election. Situation normal, all fucked up, with some interesting developments in the regulation of larger mammals and a few changes to the rules for determining hazard zones, but nothing earth-shaking. And woke to see the first rays of false dawn painting the edge of the sky in shades of pollution pink and caution tape gold. Bex was driving. Sean was asleep in the passenger seat, his head lolling back and his mouth hanging slightly open. He looked exhausted. Bex must have heard me stirring. She glanced at the rearview mirror, her reflected eyes meeting mine, and raised one eyebrow. That was all she needed to do. The message couldn't have been easier to understand if she'd posted it on the front page of our news site. I nodded. I understood, and I wasn't going to hurt him. Not if I had any choice in the matter. My mouth felt like the ass end of a Tuesday morning. I cleared my throat and asked, "Where are we?" "Oregon. We're almost there." "There where?" "Shady Cove." I paused, trying to convince myself I'd heard wrong. It didn't work. Finally, I demanded,
What?
Sean didn't flinch. Bex replied.
Shady Cove, Oregon? Our friend Dr. Abby has a lab there. Right now, anyway. She'll probably move it soon. Possibly after she demands that we let her dissect you.
In Shady Cove?
Yes. But there's nothing in Shady Cove.
Shady Cove, Oregon was on the list of cities abandoned after the Rising, when the economic cost of rebuilding was determined too great to balance out the benefits. We'd take it back someday, when the Great March of Progress demanded we leave the dead with no country of their own. Until then, Shady Cove would stand empty, just like Santa Cruz, California, and Truth or Consequences, New Mexico, and Warsaw, Indiana, and 100 other towns and cities around the world.
That's why she has her lab there,
said Bex curtly, before leaning over and snapping the radio on. Further conversation was rendered moot by the sound of a pre-rising pop star informing us, loudly and with enthusiasm, that she was a rock star. Sean jerked upright, eyes open, hand going to the pistol at his belt.
What?
Settle, Mason. We can't all be as polite as the wake-up call at Maggie's fancy-ass hotel, said Bex, turning the radio down again, now that its purpose had been achieved.
We're almost there. I need you on watch.
Right. Sean ground the heels of his hands against his eyes, wiping the sleep away. This time he finished the process of drawing the pistol from his belt, flicking off the safety. Once he was done, he twisted in his seat, shooting his old, familiar, who-gives-a-fuck grin in my direction.
Sleep well?
Like a rock, I said. I almost said, like the dead, but realized he might not take that well. Like it or not, Sean was going to be a little sensitive about that sort of thing for a while. Possibly forever.
Good, because the good doc's going to be real interested in talking to you.
Sean twisted back around to face forward, watching the darkened forest roll by outside his window.
She's a little hard to explain if you haven't met her. Hell, nobody explained her to me.
I read the files.
There's reading the files, and then there's the reality of a mentally disturbed Canadian woman throwing a live octopus at your chest so you can tell her whether exposure to Kellis amberly has changed its reflex speed. Which, in case you wondered, doesn't happen. An octopus infected with Kellis amberly is still fast, smart, and incredibly easy to piss off.
Sean shuddered.
All those suckers.
Wait, octopuses aren't mammals.
Bex smiled coolly at me in the rearview mirror.
And that's why Dr. Abby is difficult to explain to anyone who hasn't met her.
I sighed.
I'm not going to like this, am I?
Probably not,
said Bex, and turned off the narrow dirt road we'd been traveling down, onto another, narrower, dirtier road. This one seemed more like a deer trail with delusions of grandeur than an actual thoroughfare, and the van shuddered and jumped with every bump and pothole. Sean whooped a little, causing Bex to shoot him a wide-eyed look. He grinned unrepentantly back. I got the feeling that there hadn't been much whooping while I was away. The dirt trail, I refused to dignify it with anything that sounded more maintained, emptied us onto a road that was just as decrepit, but had obviously been better, once upon a time. Chunks of broken pavement jutted up where the roots of the encroaching trees had managed to break through the surface. Bex swerved around them with practiced ease, and actually sped up, cruising through the dark like she'd driven this route 100 times before. Judging by the calm way Sean was watching the trees, she had. The road ended at a large parking lot in front of a large, glass-fronted building that was probably originally some sort of government building or visitor center.
Forestry Center,
said Sean, before I could ask.
Welcome to Shady Cove.
Thanks. I shifted in my seat,
putting my laptop to the side. Is someone going to come out and meet us?
No, but you should probably count on lots and lots of people with guns waiting for us inside. Sean shot me another manic grin. Dr. Abby knows how to greet visitors.
With terror and intimidation? I asked. Something like that, Bex agreed. She slowed down but kept driving, steering us into a covered parking garage attached to the back of the building. There were only a few vehicles already parked there, including... I sat up straighter. My bike! Sean's grin softened, becoming sadder and more sincere.
You didn't think I'd leave it behind, did you?
I didn't answer him. I couldn't speak around the lump in my throat. As soon as Bex parked the van, I opened the door and climbed out, heading for my bike, in what I hoped looked like a reasonably nonchalant manner. Not that it made a damn bit of difference either way. There was nothing, absolutely nothing, including the sudden appearance of a shambler from the shadows, which thankfully didn't happen, that could have kept me away from my bike in that moment. I actually hugged the handlebars. I was so damn glad to see it. Sean and Bex followed, pausing long enough to get their duffel bags from the car. They stopped about 8 feet away. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Bex elbow Sean in the side, mouthing the words, "Ask her." He looked at her uncertainly before he cleared his throat and said, George, did you want to start the engine? Make sure I've been doing regular maintenance and all that good shit? That depends. I stopped hugging the handlebars, straightening as I turned to face them. Do you actually want me to check the condition of the engine, or do you want me to run my fingerprints against the ones in the bike's database?
The second one, admitted Sean.
Right. Did you engage the biometrics when you locked the bike? He nodded. I sighed. Fine, I said, and stuck out my right thumb, holding it up for both of them to see, before pressing it down on the pressure sensor at the center of the bike's dash. A blue light promptly came on over the speedometer. I held my breath, and kept holding it until the light turned green before shutting off entirely. Biometrics disengaged, I announced. Happy now? Sean turned to Bex, grinning as he said, Extremely. Told you she could do it. Bex nodded slowly. Okay. You got one right. Come on. Dr. Abby knows we're here by now. She started walking toward the nearest door, not waiting for the two of us. I took a deep breath before heading over to join Sean. Maybe he'd been sure that I could trigger the bike's biometric lock, but I hadn't been. Identical twins don't have the same fingerprints. Why would clones? Answer. Because at least in my case, the clone was intended to pass for the original in every way possible, and that meant that if my fingerprints could be matched to my old body, they would be. I was just glad they'd taken the trouble with this body, given that it was never intended to see the outside of a lab. Thinking about that too much made me feel nauseous. I shuddered and sped up a little, matching my steps to Sean's. Bex was already at the door, her palm pressed against a blood test panel. The light above it turned green, and she opened the door, stepping inside. She waved before slamming it in our faces. I moved into position next, slapping my hand down on the panel. The light cycled, and the door unlocked, letting me inside. Be right there, said Sean. I smiled at him and closed the door. You know, for a Black Ops virology lab, this place has pretty straightforward security, I said, turning to face the room. No, we don't, said the short, curvy woman standing next to Bex. She was wearing a lab coat, blue jeans, and a bright orange t-shirt, all of which paled a bit when taken together with the hunting rifle she had pointed at my chest. We just take slightly different steps to enforce it." I froze. The door opened behind me. "Hey, Dr. Abby," said Sean. "Hello, Sean," said the woman. She had a faint Canadian accent. "Who's your friend?"
"Oh, right. You never met George, did you?"
Sean closed the door and moved to stand next to me.
"Georgia Mason, meet Dr. Shannon Abbey, mad scientist. Dr. Abbey, meet Georgia Mason, living dead girl."
"He must be feeling better if he can make bad Rob Zombie jokes," said Bex. "Feeling better doesn't mean sane, stable, or thinking clearly," said Dr. Abby. Her eyes swept across my face, assessing me. "What do you think your name is, girlie?" "Georgia Mason," I replied, relieved that she'd asked a question whose answer I already knew. "I'm a 97% cognate to the original. Don't quiz me on my 5th birthday party and I'll be fine." She raised an eyebrow. "You sure you should be telling me that?" "I'm sure that if you're going to shoot me, you'll do it regardless of what I say now. And if you're going to study me, you're not going to shoot me regardless of what I say now. So I may as well be honest with you." I smiled, despite the tension. "I like being honest." "You brought me a mouthy clone," said Dr. Abby, looking toward Sean. "And here it's not even my birthday." He shrugged.
"I try to be thoughtful. How's it hanging, Doc?"
"Well, let's see. You went to get me mosquitoes. You didn't bring me any mosquitoes. Instead, you bring me a clone of your dead sister. So I'd say it's hanging pretty damn poorly right now." Dr. Abby sighed, lowering her rifle. "Thank God you're not the only people I have to work with. Come on. There's someone here that I want you to meet." She turned, starting to walk away. I followed and got my first real look at her facility. I stopped, staring. I'm not sure what I expected from an off-the-grid virology lab run by a woman with the fashion sense of a traffic cone. I certainly didn't expect a fully equipped, if somewhat quixotically designed, research facility. Racks of medical equipment, computers, and lab animals were everywhere I looked. The place seemed slightly understaffed for its size, but that was probably a function of its underground nature. It wasn't like they could advertise for staff on the local message boards. "Mad scientist seeks minions, must be detail-oriented, well-educated, and unconcerned by the idea of being charged with terrorism if caught." Just no. As she walked, Dr. Abby asked, "How's Maggie?"
"Got shot and cranky, but the doctors say she'll live," said Sean. "Is there any news about Alyssa?"
"You haven't been looking at the non-world-shattering news feeds recently, have you?" Dr. Abby paused to hang her rifle from a hook on the wall and said, "Alyssa Kwong was removed from the Ferry Pass Refugee Center 2 days ago, when well-known internet journalists Stacy and Michael Mason made an eloquent plea for custody of the tragically orphaned girl. They ran their reports from just outside the interdicted zone, making it impossible to shut them down without causing a massive internet shitstorm. So the feds gave them the kid. Alyssa's been emailing Elric constantly. He can't tell her where we are, but being able to communicate with her without worrying about the mosquitoes getting into the facility where she's being held is doing them both a world of good. We'll worry about getting her back when it's safe." Her words were clearly directed at Sean, who nodded, a serious expression on his face. It was still a little weird, seeing him look so grave about something that wasn't related to risking his neck or getting a good ratings share. His priorities had shifted while I was gone. He shot me a look, a smile curving up one corner of his mouth. Well, not all his priorities. "This is impressive," I said. "Did you set this all up yourself?" "Golly gee, Miss Clone, no. The government used to set up surprise scientific research facilities all over the country, just so they'd be around for people to stumble into when they were needed. If you break a few jars, you'll probably find guns and bonus lives inside." Dr. Abby's smile was closer to a snarl, leaving her teeth half bared. "We're here for your amusement." I raised an eyebrow. "You could have just said yes. And missed the opportunity to see what you'd do if I called you stupid." Dr. Abby's smile faded. She grabbed a small testing unit off one of the shelves, lobbing it at me. I caught it. She nodded slightly, apparently taking a mental note of my reflexes. "Go ahead and get yourself another clean blood result while we're all standing here. I want a portable sample." "Doesn't Sean get one?" I asked, concerned. The unit was heavier than I expected, with no visible lights on the top. Dr. Abby actually laughed. "You mean he didn't tell you? The lucky boy's immune."
"Probably due to extended exposure to someone with a reservoir condition, which brings us back to you, Georgia."
The man who walked up behind her was clearly of Asian descent, even if his accent was pure Hawaiian. He was wearing knee-length khaki shorts and sandals, which wouldn't do a damn thing to save him if we had to run. He had a round face and a kind expression that put my teeth instantly on edge. I was quickly learning that no one who looked at me kindly was planning to do anything I'd enjoy. Call it the natural paranoia born of dying and coming back to life again. Sean's hand clamped down on my shoulder.
"Dude,"
he said, voice radiating suspicion.
"Who the fuck are you?"
The stranger's smile didn't waver.
"I'm Dr. Joseph Shoji. You must be Sean. You know, I didn't think this could have been engineered to go any better if we'd tried. I really had no idea how we were going to get the two of you into the same place, and then you go and manage to perform a rescue up."
The rest of the word was cut off as Sean let go of my shoulder, pushing me back a step, and lunged for Dr. Shoji. Bex and Dr. Abby watched impassively as Sean's momentum drove the two men backward, stopping only when Dr. Shoji's shoulders slammed into the nearest wall. I made a startled noise that was shamefully close to a squeak.
"You CDC asshole!" snarled Sean.
"He's not with the CDC," said Dr. Abby. Sean didn't seem to hear her. "Bet's on the crazy boy," said Bex. "Joey's pretty mean when you get him riled," countered Dr. Abby. I stared at them. "What are you two doing? Make them stop!" Sweet cheeks. There's only ever been one person who could make that boy do anything he didn't want to do, and she's ashes in the wind. Dr. Abby's gaze was assessing. "You're close, but you're not sure you're good enough, are you? Now take that blood test." "You're insane," I said, and started to move toward Sean and Dr. Shoji. "Isn't that what the mad scientist after my name is meant to imply?" asked Dr. Abby. Then she sighed. "Look, you can go along with what I'm asking, which isn't much when you stop and think about it. Or you can try to intervene in Sean's attempt to throttle the life from my colleague. Way not to fight back there, Joey. And I can have one of my interns shoot you where you stand. Pick one." Cheeks burning, I muttered, "I am getting damn sick of scientists," and popped the lid off the testing unit. I slammed my thumb down on the panel inside, feeling the needles bite into my skin. Dr. Abby nodded. "Good. You can follow directions. That's going to be important." She placed 2 fingers in her mouth and whistled. On cue, an impossible terror came lumbering down the hall, jowls flapping, eyes glowing with menace. I couldn't help myself. I screamed. It was a high, piercing sound, and I was ashamed of it as soon as it left my throat. It had the unexpectedly positive effect of stopping the terror in its tracks. The huge black dog cocked its head, looking at me. Sean also stopped trying to strangle Dr. Shoji, twisting around to regard me with alarm. "George, what's wrong?" Mutely, I pointed to the dog. "Oh." Sean blinked, releasing Dr. Shoji's throat. The Hawaiian virologist took a hasty step away from him. "That's just Joe. He won't hurt you." "He will if I tell him to," said Dr. Abby, leaning over to pluck the test unit from my hand. She didn't bother with a biohazard bag. She just snapped the lid closed and tucked the whole thing into the pocket of her lab coat. "Joe, guard." The dog sat, gaze remaining on me. Something in its posture told me it wouldn't regard ripping my throat out as the high point of its day, but it would do it all the same if Dr. Abby gave the order. The idea of moving seemed suddenly ludicrous, like it was the sort of thing only crazy people did. "You're a bit high-strung, aren't you?" asked Dr. Shoji, rubbing his throat and giving Sean a sidelong look. "Have you considered the benefits of marijuana? Or at least reducing your caffeine intake?" "Don't push it, Joey. He's had a long day," said Dr. Abby. "He just tried to strangle me." "Yes, but he failed, which means we're still playing nice." "Don't you touch my sister," snarled Sean, seeming to remember that Dr. Shoji was there. I sighed, reaching out to grab Sean's elbow. "He's not one of the doctors from Portland. It's okay." "I heard screaming. Is everything okay out here?" Alric emerged from one of the side rooms, showing an admirable lack of self-preservation. It takes a reporter, after all, to run toward the sound of screaming. Reporters and crazy people. They were the only ones who would be moving in a situation like this. So which one was I going to be? "The dog startled me," I said, turning to face him. I tried a smile. It felt foreign, like it wasn't quite designed to fit my face. "Hey, Alric. Long time no see." Alric stopped dead, blood draining from his face. Then, with no more ceremony than that, his eyes rolled back in his head and he hit the floor in a heap. The 5 of us stared at him. Even Joe, the giant fucking dog, turned his head to study the prone blogger for a moment before returning to the serious business of staring at me. "Dude really needs to toughen up," said Sean. Bex sighed. "Or maybe we need to stop doing 12 impossible things every day. Are we all done waving our crazy flags around and proclaiming ourselves the kings of Crazy Town? Because I want to know what the new guy is doing here, and I want you to do whatever you need to do to prove that she jerked a thumb toward me, is close enough to legit that we can let Sean keep her. I think he'll cry if we don't." Sean glared at her. Bex ignored him. "If I may." Dr. Shoji looked from Sean to Dr. Abby, and finally to me. "As I was saying, I work with the Kauai Institute of Virology. I've been consulting with their Kellis Amberley Research Division for the past 7 years, which is fairly impressive, considering they think I'm on loan from the CDC. I paused before saying slowly, "But you don't work for the CDC, do you?" "No. I believe you've already met some of my associates, Drs. Kimberly and Lake. They spoke very highly of you, even before they were sure you'd be able to make it out of the facility. They certainly thought you were the most promising subject. Forgive me for using that word. It's an ugly word, but it's the only one I have. To arise from Project Shelley. We were all rooting for you from the start." He was smiling again. It was such a kind smile. What was my life going to be like if I didn't trust people who looked kind? Probably a lot like it was before, when I didn't trust anyone who wasn't on my team. "You're with the EIS." "What?"
said Bex.
What?
Said Sean.
That was quicker than I expected, said Dr. Abby. She gestured toward Alric, who was still lying on the hallway floor. One of you, get him up. I don't want an intern coming along and shooting him before he can wake up and tell them he's not dead. Giant dog, I said. She sighed. Fine. Joe, down. The dog abandoned its watchful position, lumbering back to its feet and trotting to stand next to Dr. Abby, tail wagging wildly. She placed a hand atop its head. Happy? Not really, but I'm not seeing much of an alternative here. I stepped closer to Sean, still watching the dog warily. Why is it here? Joe is like a super long story, and I'm a little more interested in the story that makes you meet Mr. Hawaii here and jump straight to him being with the EIS, said Sean. Does that mean he's working for the people who were holding you captive? No, said Dr. Shoji. It means I'm working with the people who helped her escape, and it means I'm here to make sure you get her where she needs to be, where you both need to be. The man who funded most of Project Shelley needs you. This is what he was hoping for all along. Who? Demanded Bex. I didn't need to ask. A quiet certainty was growing in the pit of my stomach. Maybe it had been since Dr. Shoji showed up, and I realized that everything was connected, whether we wanted it to be or not. There was no running away from the past. Alive or dead, it was going to catch up with us in the end. Alric groaned, starting to stir. I looked at Dr. Shoji and said calmly, Rick. He paid to bring me back, didn't he? Yes, said Dr. Shoji. And now, he needs your help. I sighed. Right. Let's peel Alric off the floor and get him up to speed, guys. I think we're heading for Washington, D.C.
Oh, of course. Georgia isn't dead. Or, well, she was dead, but now she's not, because the CDC is running an underground cloning lab. And the best thing they could think of to clone was a dead journalist who was a pain in their asses when she was alive the first time. And 97% memory transfer? That isn't science fiction. That's science lying through your teeth. Either she's not as perfect as she thinks, or there have been a lot of scientific advances that no one's bothered to share with the rest of us. And then I think, Kellis, Amberly, and mosquitoes. Someone killing all the people with reservoir conditions. Dr. Wynne trying to kill half the team. That Australian scientist. All that census data. All the things that don't add up, that never added up, that have been not adding up since before, well, since before Dr. Matras hijacked his daughter's blog and told the world the dead were walking. All the things that never added up at all. And I think, well, maybe this isn't so impossible after all. And that scares the pants off me. Thank God Alyssa's safe with the Masons. And if that's a sentence that I can write without irony, maybe nothing is impossible anymore. From The Kwong Way of Things, the blog of Alric Kwong, August 6th, 2041, unpublished.
Dear Alric, the people I am with, the Masons, say I should send this email and tell you I promise I won't email again for a while, because I won't be able to check my mail, and I don't want you to feel bad when you send messages that aren't answered. I can check email again when we get back to Berkeley, but we aren't there yet. Mr. Mason is nice, but he stares into space sometimes, and it scares me a little. Mrs. Mason isn't so nice, I don't think, but she's trying hard, and I know that should count. Anyway, they said you sent them, and I should go with them, and they had pictures of those people you work with, the cute guy and the dead girl, and so I figured it would be okay. Please don't be angry. I needed to get out of there before the mosquitoes got in, and I was so scared, and you said you'd send someone. Thank you for sending the Masons. I'll see you soon. I love you.
Taken from an email sent by Alyssa Kwong to Elric Kwong, August 6th, 2041.
Chapter 32. Sean. The engines of the Kauai Institute's private jet hummed smoothly, just loud enough that we could not be confident that we were still on the plane and not, sitting in a really funky modular living room. It didn't help that we were practically alone on the plane. Bex and Alric were sitting on one side, reading through the files Dr. Abby had loaded onto their phones before we left. Dr. Shoji was at the front of the plane, monitoring the autopilot and giving us a little privacy in the last few hours before we landed. That left me and George, and she'd been asleep for the better part of an hour, head pillowed on her arm, mouth relaxed from its normal hard line to something softer and more vulnerable. I kept glancing over to make sure she was still there, but I couldn't look at her for more than a few seconds when she was like that. It felt like I was stealing something. George was never that vulnerable, not even for me. According to the little trip monitor at the front of the cabin, we were approximately 2 hours outside of Washington, D.C., where presumably Dr. Shoji would find a way of getting us out of the private airfield we were aiming for without anyone getting shot in the head. If you had to fly, there were worse ways than hopping from one private airfield to another in a fully outfitted corporate jet. Of course, there were better ones, too. Ones that didn't mean we were going in essentially blind, on the word of a man who just happened to know the people responsible for cloning my sister. I pinched the bridge of my nose and groaned. Things were a lot simpler when all I had to worry about was what I was going to poke with a stick today, I muttered. George didn't stir. Bex looked up, waving a hand until she caught my attention. Then she beckoned me to their side of the plane. I shrugged and stood, picking up my half-empty cup of in-flight coffee before walking over to join them. The coffee was lukewarm. I didn't care. Just being able to drink it without feeling guilty made it the best cup of coffee in the world. "What do we know?" I asked, plopping down next to Bex. She wasn't wearing her seatbelt. Alric was. That right there tells you most of what you need to know about both of them. The clone tech they used for... Alric cast an uneasy glance toward George, seeming to lose the thread of the sentence. When several seconds ticked by without him continuing, I nudged him with my foot. Just a nudge, but he jumped like I kicked him. I sighed. "The clone tech they used to bring Georgia back," I prompted. "What do we know?" "They force-grew her body with a lot of chemicals, a lot of hormones, a lot of radiation, and a lot of luck," said Alric slowly. "It only worked because they didn't need to worry about getting a clone with cancer. She probably was cancerous by the time they finished maturing her, and they just let the Marburg-Amberley part of Kellis Amberley do the mop-up when she was exposed to the virus." "She mentioned that she wasn't the only one," said Bex. "What I'm pretty sure she doesn't know is that she wasn't even one of 10. I raised an eyebrow. "No? Try more like 1 out of 10,000 if you're starting from the zygote level and then moving up to full-on vat-grown humans. Most of them never made it out of their petri dishes. The ones that did, I don't understand half the science except to understand that I don't like it. It was technically ethical, or would have been, if they hadn't been growing bodies with functioning brains. But the fact that the CDC can do this at all disturbs me." Bex shook her head. "I mean, what next? The military starts force-cloning soldiers?" "Only if they feel like paying $5 million for every functional model," said Alric. "That's the cost of the cloning, the starting cost. It doesn't include the cost of the subliminal conditioning, the synapse programming, which is how she can actually remember things, like dying," chimed in Bex. Alric gave her a look that was half glare, half fond exasperation. "I would have gotten to that," he said. But yes, the synapse programming is why she remembers things. And then there was the physical therapy to keep her muscles developing, the immunizations, the process of getting her to maturity. You're looking at $30 or $40 million of medical technology. Easy. There was a pause while we turned to look at George. She shifted in her sleep, one foot kicking out a few inches before it was pulled back to nestle against the opposite ankle. I turned back to the others. Well, I hope they don't think they're getting her back, I said. What else can you get out of those files? You want to know if I'm going to die again? Georgia in my head was talking less and less, the longer there was a living, breathing George for me to hold on to, but that didn't mean she was gone. It just meant my crazy was biding its time, waiting to strike when I was least prepared. You don't go that far past the borders of Crazy Town and come waltzing out unscathed. The worst part of it was that she, the dead girl's voice in my head, was right, because she was always right. I wanted to know if George was going to die. There was no way I could survive that twice. Bex looked at me levelly. She's stable, Sean. Those doctors from the EIS took out the CDC failsafes, and they couldn't actually build a human body that would self-destruct without help. The science isn't that good. Yet, said Alric. He shook his head. I believe in her now, Sean. I mean, she's right when she says she's an imperfect copy. The Kellis Amberley kept turning her brain's basic functions back on, but there was a little bit more tissue loss every time. That doesn't mean she's not who she says she is. She never had the chance to become anybody else. God, Bex shuddered. Headshots just became a hell of a lot more important to me. I frowned, finishing off my lukewarm coffee before I asked, why? Because Miss Atherton has just realized one of the things the CDC would prefer the population not to be aware of. Dr. Shoji took the seat next to Alric. I hope you don't mind my joining you. When I realized you were finally getting around to discussing the science, I thought you might like the opportunity to question someone who used to be involved with it. My eyes narrowed. You mean? No. He put his hands up, motioning for me to stay calm. I left that part of my life behind a long time ago. There were some ethical lines I couldn't bring myself to cross, and at that point, I was still suited to work in the private sector, hence my work with the Kauai Institute, but I could no longer stomach the CDC. The cross-infection trials Kelly mentioned, said Alric. It took me a moment to realize what he was talking about. When we first got to Dr. Abbey's lab, what felt like a million years ago, we'd still been traveling with Kelly Connolly. In an effort to show us that the CDC wasn't all rainbows and roses, Dr. Abbey asked her about some cross-infection trials using prisoners who volunteered to be injected with multiple strains of KA. All of them died. Yes, said Dr. Shoji. Those men and women died horribly, and they didn't have to. That was when I realized it had to end. I stopped working on things that we didn't need to do, and forgive me, Sean. But finding a new way of bringing back the dead wasn't something that needed to be a priority. We'd already done that. It didn't work out well. It's cool, I said. Slowly, Beck said, Kellis Amberley raises the dead by turning the body's electrical impulses back on. It's like a viral defibrillator that just keeps on working and working and working until there's nothing left to work with. If they got a clean brain scan off of Georgia after you shot her, that means her brain was turned on at the time. They took their scans off a living brain. Dr. Shoji nodded. Yes, he agreed. That's how the technology works. It was originally intended to be a treatment for Alzheimer's, a way of calling back memories that were still present, but had become clouded, let's say, misplaced somehow. Once we realized that it could be used on the victims of Kellis Amberley, there was hope that we'd be able to bring them back to themselves, that memory recall could be used as a form of treatment, that, combined with antivirals and proper therapy, they could be cured. So why didn't it work? I asked. The virus didn't give up that easily. Nothing we did resulted in anything but agitation in the subjects. Some researchers, myself included, were concerned that we might actually cause the infected to become self-aware. People with rabies are aware that they've done horrible things. They simply can't prevent themselves from doing them. No one wanted that with Kellis Amberley, and so the project was suspended. "Why didn't you publish?" asked Bex. "For the same reason the government is shooting everybody with a reservoir condition," said Alric. "If they let it get out that people are still thinking, no one's going to pull the trigger. And then there won't be anyone left to do the curing, because we'll all be zombies." I frowned. "I'm not following." "They're saying that once someone is infected, the virus takes over, but they're still in there." The engines might be soft, but they were loud enough that I hadn't heard George walking up until she spoke. I turned to see her standing beside me, hair still rumpled from sleep, sunglasses in her hand. She looked at Dr. Shoji and asked, "Do zombies think?" "No," he said. "The virus does their thinking for them, thank God, because Alric is right. If people stop shooting because they're afraid of committing murder, we're all going to die. But there's a chance, not a huge chance, but a chance, that zombies dream." George nodded, leaning against the seat next to me. "That's what I thought you were going to say. How long before we land?" "We have about an hour before we begin our initial descent into Washington, D.C., said Dr. Shoji. "How are you feeling?" "Exhausted. I need a Coke." I was never going to get tired of hearing those words. "I'll get you one," I said, standing. "I needed to get another coffee anyway." She slid into my seat, flashing me a quick, grateful smile. Then she leaned forward, posture making it clear that she was asking Dr. Shoji a question. Probably more things about zombies thinking. Whatever it was, they would fill me in later. I walked to the self-serve kitchenette at the back of the plane, pulling a can of Coke from the refrigerator unit before pouring myself a cup of blessedly hot coffee. There were wrapped cheese and turkey sandwiches in one of the cold drawers over the coffee machine. I took down 3 of those, one for me, one for George, and one for the first person who asked where their sandwich was. We needed to keep our strength up if we were going to take on the United States government. Which was, by the way, insane. "You should know," said George. I didn't reply. It felt weird, trying to reject that little inner voice when it was the only thing that had kept me even halfway functional in the months following the real Georgia's death. But I couldn't have them both. And given the choice, I'd take the George I could share with other people. That made her real. I needed real. I needed real to anchor me to the world, because otherwise I was going to slip right over the edge. Going all the way crazy seemed a lot less appealing now than it had a few weeks ago. I used to view a total break with reality as a sort of psychological permission to spend the rest of my life, however long or short it happened to be, with George, and maybe even be happy. Having a living, breathing woman with her face made me admit that it wouldn't make me happy. The George in my head wasn't the real thing. Neither was the clone, if you wanted to get technical, but I've never been a technical guy. I needed Georgia in my life. I chose the one who was sitting in the cabin, waiting for her Coke. Alaric had come around surprisingly quickly, after he finished yelling at us for not keeping him updated while we were in Seattle. Typical newsy. He was less upset about the CDC raising the dead than he was about us not sending him regular reports. He'd spent about half an hour quizzing George on everything he could think of, while Bex and I were getting us packed to go. She must have passed, because when he was done, he'd looked at me, said, "It's her," and started listening to her like she'd never died in the first place. If only it was going to be that easy for everyone. "What did I miss?" I asked, walking back over to the group. George stuck her hand out as soon as I was close enough. I passed her the Coke and a sandwich, and was rewarded with a brief smile. She was wearing her sunglasses again, even though she didn't technically need them. We were all, frankly, more comfortable that way. "Dr. Shoji was explaining the landing plan," said Bex. "We're going to set down at the Montgomery County Air Park in Maryland, and drive from there." "The airport has been owned by the EIS since shortly after the Rising," said Dr. Shoji. "We've managed to resist all CDC efforts to buy it from us, and since we're still officially on the books as a functional organization, they haven't been able to simply take it. There's a ground crew waiting, and they've promised to have a vehicle ready." "How are we going to get off the property?" asked Bex. "I don't suppose you're running a completely unsecured airfield less than 50 miles from the nation's capital." "We're good, but we're not that good," said Dr. Shoji. "You'll take a blood test when you deplane, and another when you exit the airport. Both will be performed on EIS equipment and logged in our mainframe. If the CDC is tracking you by blood test results, they won't get anything from us. We stopped sharing all our data a long time ago." "Isn't that illegal?" asked Alric. "Isn't human cloning illegal?" asked George. She opened her Coke and took a long drink before adding, "The CDC isn't playing by the rules anymore. Why should anyone else?" "What a wonderful world we've made for ourselves," Alric scowled, slumping in his seat. "I'm getting sick and tired of everybody double-crossing everybody else. Can't something be straightforward?" I raised my hand. "I'm just here to hit stuff." Bex glared. The anger in her eyes was impossible to miss, no matter how hard I might try to pretend it wasn't there. "Don't you dare, Sean Mason. You may have been here to hit stuff once, but things have changed since then, so don't you dare. You don't get to go back to pretending you're an idiot just because you have Georgia here to hide behind. You got me? I won't let you. Even if you try, I won't let you." A moment of awkward silence followed her proclamation, each of us trying not to look at Dr. Shoji, who had just witnessed something that felt intensely personal, at least to me. That wasn't something that should have been shared with anyone outside our weird little semi-family. Dr. Shoji clearly knew that. He stood, clearing his throat as he jerked his chin toward the sandwiches in my hand. "That's a good idea. You should all eat before we land. I don't know how much opportunity we're going to have to stop once we hit the ground. We can't risk any of you taking CDC-operated blood tests before we get to where we're going." That said, he turned and walked away, heading back toward the cockpit. In a matter of seconds, the four of us were alone again. We looked at each other. Finally, Bex took a slow breath and said, "Sean, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said, 'It's okay.'" I shook my head. "It's true. I spent a lot of time letting George do the thinking for both of us, because I could get away with it. I've been doing all the thinking for a year now. I don't think I can stop. But that doesn't mean I want to do anything at this point beyond smashing things and shooting people and making sure this ends. You get me? This is going to end." "No matter what?" asked Alric, almost defiantly. I turned to look at him. Out of all of us, he was the one who still had something to lose. His little sister was with the Masons. If he died, she'd wind up staying with them. There were too many orphans in the world to take one away from an apparently loving family. They'd probably be more careful with her than they were with us, but that didn't make them good parents, and that didn't make them good for her, not in the long term. "If you need to get out at any point, you get out," I said. "But aside from that, for me and George, yeah, no matter what. If this doesn't end here, they're never going to stop coming for us. So it ends or we end. And either way, I won't blame you for running." "Thank you," said Alric quietly. "So what are we doing?" asked Bex. "What's the plan? Does anybody have a plan? Or did we just get on a plane with this guy and cross the country because, hey, at this point it was the only stupid thing we hadn't done?" "Rick was involved with a program that had me cloned," said George. "Dr. Shoji is taking us to Rick. Rick wouldn't have done this if he didn't think it was absolutely necessary." "Wow. You mean people don't arrange to have their dead friends brought back at huge financial and ethical cost just because they miss them?" asked Alric dryly. There was a pause. All four of us looking at each other wide-eyed. Then we all burst out laughing. Bex leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees as she shook with laughter. Alric sank back in his seat. George leaned sideways, her shoulder pressing into my hip, and tried to cover her mouth with the hand that wasn't holding her soda. Bex was the first to get herself back under control. Straightening up, she wiped her eyes and grinned at Alric. "Glad to see you're feeling up to being an asshole again, Kwong," she said. Alric half saluted. "Just doing my part for Assholes Anonymous of America." "Somebody has to," I said. I sat down in Dr. Shoji's abandoned seat, tossing the last turkey sandwich to Alric before taking a sip of my still warm coffee. "So basically, we're going to hit the ground running." "Do we ever do anything else?" asked Bex. "No," said George. I toasted her with my coffee, and thank God for that. Bex laughed again as she stood and made her way back to the kitchenette. Alric started unwrapping his sandwich. I smiled one more time at George before unwrapping my own sandwich and taking a large bite. We needed to keep our strength up. I had the distinct feeling that not only would we be hitting the ground running, we were probably never going to slow down again. Our lives, all our lives, had been measured in calms between storms for a very long time. Even when we were dead, in George's case. Well, this was the last calm, and I was going to enjoy it while it lasted.
I've always lived my life. No, that's a lie. Georgia Carolyn Mason, born 2016, in the final year of the Rising, died 2040 during the Ryman campaign, always lived her life by one simple commandment: tell the truth. Whenever possible, whatever it requires, tell the truth. This blog was for opinions and personal thoughts, because those too are a part of the truth. No one is truly objective, no matter how hard we try, and unless people knew where her biases were, they couldn't know when to read around them. Georgia Mason lived to tell the truth. Georgia Mason died to tell the truth. It's not her fault some people couldn't leave well enough alone. I am not Georgia Mason. I am not anyone else. I am a chimera, built of science and stolen DNA and a dead woman's memories. I am an impossibility. These are my biases. These are the things you need to know, because otherwise you won't be able to read around them. I am not her, but my name is Georgia Mason, and I am here to tell you the truth. From Living Dead Girl, the blog of Georgia Mason II, August 10th, 2041. Unpublished.
Listen to the clone girl. She's got some pretty good ideas, and oh, right, if you so much as look at her funny, I'll blow your fucking face off. We clear? Good. From Hail to the King, the blog of Sean Mason, August 10th, 2041. Unpublished.
Chapter 33. Georgia. Despite Bex's dire predictions, no one shot us out of the sky. The computerized voice of the autopilot came on over the intercom as the plane touched down on the main runway of the Montgomery County Air Park, saying, "Welcome to Montgomery County, Maryland, where the local time is 9:57 p.m. Thank you for flying with the Epidemic Intelligence Service. Please remain seated while the sterilization crew secures the plane. Any attempts to get up and move about the cabin will result in the immediate activation of security measure Alpha 16. "Meaning what?" asked Sean. "Meaning the plane fills with knockout gas and we stay unconscious until somebody comes along and shoots us full of the counteragent," said Alric. We all turned to stare at him. He shrugged. "While some people were taking naps and fucking around with their guns, I was reading the security information card. Well,
security information booklet. They take security seriously around here.
They are the EIS, said Bex.
Which has meant basically jack shit for the last 20 years, said Sean.
They saved me, I said. They can secure us as much as they want. That killed the discussion. We looked at each other, then toward the front of the plane. There was still no sign of Dr. Shoji.
You know, if he was planning to double-cross us, this would be the best time to do it, said Sean.
If he was planning to double-cross us, wouldn't he have just crashed the plane somewhere over Iowa? Asked Alric. Not if he wanted to live, said Bex. And not if he wanted to dissect us. I mean, Sean's immune, Georgia's a clone, and I'm an asshole, said Alric helpfully. Everyone laughed nervously. There was a soft thump as the plane stopped rolling down the runway, followed by the sound of clamps affixing to the wheels and windows. This was one plane that wouldn't be flying anywhere until it was certified infection-free. Blue antibacterial foam began cascading down the windows, blocking our view of the airfield.
The foam they use to sterilize planes costs $8 a gallon, said Alric. It takes approximately 2,000 gallons to sterilize a plane this size.
Bex gave him a sidelong look. Why do you know these things? What inspires you to learn them?
It impresses the ladies, said Alric.
They both laughed. Sean didn't. I turned to look toward the front of the plane and waited. The blue foam slowed from a torrent to drips and drabs, finally stopping altogether. A steady stream of bleach followed it, washing away both the remains of the foam and any biological agents foolish enough to think that hitching a ride on an EIS plane was a good idea.
Overkill much? Muttered Sean.
I surreptitiously reached over and squeezed his knee. Alric must have heard him, because he held up the security information booklet and said,
If they had any reason to believe we'd flown through or over an active outbreak, they'd be rinsing the whole plane down with formalin. Twice. And we'd be praying the plane was properly sealed, since otherwise we'd probably melt. It's just our way of saying, thank you for flying EIS Air, said Dr. Shoji, shrugging on a lab coat as he emerged from the cockpit. His black t-shirt and shorts were gone, replaced by khaki pants and a loudly patterned Hawaiian shirt, covered with purple and yellow flowers. I raised an eyebrow. He shrugged. It's camouflage. I'm supposed to be the visiting director of the Kauai Institute of Virology, which is technically true, even if I'm not here on the business of the institute. And this is what they expect. I'd wear shorts if I thought I could get away with it, but the CDC dress code forbids exposed legs. Something about caustic chemicals. He waved a hand, clearly unconcerned. Why are you up and moving about the cabin? Asked Sean. Not in the mood to get gassed because you had a cramp, thanks. Ah, sorry. Dr. Shoji produced a small remote from his pocket and pressed a button. The fasten seatbelt sign turned off, and the voice of the autopilot said, We have finished external decontamination. Please rise and collect all personal belongings. An EIS representative will be waiting on the jet bridge to confirm your current medical condition and offer any assistance that may be required. Once again, thank you for flying with EIS Air. We appreciate that you have many choices in government-owned health services and would like you to know that the EIS has always been dedicated to the preservation of the public health, above and beyond all other goals. Wow. Even the private planes have to say that shit, said Sean. Alric stood, snagging his laptop bag from the overhead compartment as he asked, By offer any assistance, do they mean bandages or bullets? I don't know. I stood, stretching before retrieving my jacket from the overhead bin. I shrugged it on, checking to be sure my holster was covered. I probably wasn't legally allowed to carry a concealed weapon,
My field license almost certainly expired after I died, but I wasn't going to tell unless someone asked me. It probably depends on your test results. You are a ray of sunshine, and I don't know how we got by without you, said Bex. I nodded sympathetically. I'm sure it was hard, but it's all right. I'm here now. Inwardly, I was ecstatic. She was acknowledging me in the present tense. She was admitting that, real Georgia or not, I was the one they had. And it felt wonderful. If you're done squabbling with each other, please, follow me, said Dr. Shoji. He walked back to the plane door where he opened the control panel next to the lock and pressed a button. There was a hiss as the hydraulics released, and the door slid open, revealing an airlock. I closed my eyes, shuddering. We were going into an EIS facility. An endless succession of white halls and people dressed in medical attire rose behind my eyes. I pushed them aside. It wasn't like I had a choice. If I wanted to develop fun new phobias, however justified, I was going to deal with them, however I had to. Sean's hand was a welcome weight on my shoulder. Hey, he said. It's cool. I opened my eyes and forced a smile, glad that my sunglasses kept him from seeing my eyes. He knew how scared I was if anyone did. I was still enough of the woman I'd been programmed to be to react in ways he recognized, but that didn't mean I needed to shove it in his face. Cool, I echoed, and followed him into the airlock. I was expecting to find men in clean-room suits waiting for us with blood tests in one hand and guns in the other, ready to shoot if our results were anything other than perfect. It was a little odd that the EIS had a manned jet bridge, rather than using one of the safer, more convenient automated systems. But it was possible they hadn't wanted to attract the attention a major renovation would draw. They were trying to keep the CDC from taking them seriously, and being the kind of small, unassuming organization that still needs to process incoming passengers by hand would help with that. I wasn't expecting to find a smiling woman with ice blonde hair loose around her shoulders, wearing a lab coat over a blue tank top and jeans. She smiled when she saw us, the expression lighting up her face in a way that would have seemed impossible when I thought her name was Dr. Shaw and she was dancing to the CDC's tune. Hello, Georgia, said Dr. Kimberly. She looked to the rest of the group, assessing them each in turn. Who are your friends? Dr. Kimberly. I had the sudden urge to hug her, another point of deviation, as my memories were quick to inform me. I stiffened instead, rejecting the alien urge. You made it out of the building. I did. Barely. We were able to delay the cleansing sequence long enough to get into one of the incinerator shafts and climb from there to the roof, she said. Gregory is safe as well. We're both hopelessly compromised, but we'll find a way around that. We always do. Such is the life of the epidemiological spy, I said. I half-turned to the others, gesturing to each in turn as I said, Rebecca Atherton, Sean Mason, and Alric Kwong, the staff of After the End Times. This is Dr. Danica Kimberly. She saved my life. I'd say she was exaggerating, but she's not, said Dr. Kimberly. She looked toward Dr. Shoji, who was hanging back, waiting for us to finish. Were there any issues? None. Our flight plan was approved without a hitch. No mechanical troubles, and the plane was swept for transmitters before we left, and 3 times during the flight. We're clean. Thank God for that, she said fervently. She rummaged through the bag she had slung over one shoulder, producing 5 slim-bodied testing kits with the words EIS official use only stenciled on their sides. She handed one to each of us and said, We use these for internal testing, which means they don't upload to any servers but our own. If any of you come up positive, you'll be isolated for 6 hours before we make a final determination." Bex paused in the act of opening her test kit. "What does that mean?" she asked. "It means that if you have any chance of recovering from the Kellis-Amberley amplification process, you'll have started to show signs by the end of that time. If you haven't shown any signs, we can either decommission you or retain you for further testing. We'd prefer to keep you, of course. Undamaged live subjects are difficult to come by, but the choice would be yours, providing you made it before you finished amplifying." "You should absolutely be on the Maryland Tourism Board," said Bex, and slipped her thumb into the kit. There was a moment of quiet as everyone waited for confirmation that we were still among the legally living. Sean watched the ceiling rather than watching the lights blinking on the test kits. Each set of lights blinked at its own tempo, analyzing the blood sample the kit had taken, looking for signs of seroconversion. One by one, they settled on a steady green. Clean. All of us were clean. I elbowed Sean in the side. "It's good," I said. "You can come down now." "Huh?" He looked down, eyes fixing on the green-lit test kit in his hand. "Oh." He cast a quick sideways glance at my kit and visibly relaxed, some of the tension going out of his jaw. Dr. Kimberly plucked the kit from his hand, sticking it into a small biohazard bag, which she then made disappear into the bag on her shoulder. The other kits went into a separate, larger biohazard bag, which she pushed into a chute in the side of the jet bridge. Then she smiled, not quite as brightly as when we first deplaned, and said, "Well, I suppose we'd best be moving along. Follow me." She turned and walked away. I was almost disappointed to see that she was wearing sensible sneakers instead of the impractical heels she'd sported at the Seattle CDC. The heels must have been one more part of her cover as Dr. Shaw, and sneakers would be a lot easier to run in if there was an outbreak. Still, it was odd to hear her walking without the gunshot clatter of her shoes hitting the floor. The jet bridge led out on a small pre-rising room, painted a merciful shade of yellow-beige. I'd never considered beige the color of mercy before, but anything was better than that dreaded medicinal white. Chairs lined the windowed walls, presumably to give passengers a view of the airfield. There was no one there, and the air smelled like disinfectant and dust. We might have been the only things alive in the entire building. Alric was the last into the room. The door closed behind him, locks engaging with a loud beep. Dr. Shoji moved to the front of the group, waving for the rest of us to follow. "Come along," he said. "The decontamination fumes can cause severe irritation if you stand too close." "And of course a door that actually sealed would look too much like competence," muttered Alric, and started walking faster. Dr. Kimberly stepped back, so that she was walking on my right. Sean cast a suspicious look her way. She ignored it. "How do you feel?" she asked. "Any unusual pain or strange sensations in your hands or feet?" "Hold on," said Sean. There was a tightly controlled note in his voice that I recognized as dawning alarm. "What are you asking her that for?" "It's okay, Sean." I put a hand on his arm as we walked, trying to soothe him. Looking back to Dr. Kimberly, I said, "I'm tired a lot. I ache. Everything feels pretty much normal." "You're achy because you're getting proper exercise, rather than the illusion of it," she said, nodding. "That will fade as your body comes into alignment with your idea of what it's capable of. I'd like to do a full physical, which there simply isn't time for, but if that's all you're experiencing that seems out of the ordinary, I'd say that you're entirely fine. Better than fine, really. You're alive." "And she's going to stay that way," said Sean. Dr. Kimberly flashed a rueful smile his way. It was odd seeing her this emotive. Adjusting to her accent had been easier. Let's hope you're the prophet in this scenario, rather than anyone with a more dire view of what's to come. The hall ended at a pair of old-fashioned swinging doors. I frowned, studying them, but couldn't see anything that looked even remotely like modern security upgrades. They were just doors, unsecured, with no scanners or test units installed beside them. We stopped in a ragged line, all of us looking at those doors, all of us looking for the catch. There had to be a catch. There was always a catch. Dr. Shoji didn't seem to notice our dismay, and neither did Dr. Kimberly. They kept on walking, pushing those unsecured doors open to reveal an underground parking garage and the big black SUV that was waiting at the curb. There's a certain shape of car that just screams, "I belong to a private security force." They're always big and black and solid-looking, with run-flat tires and bulletproof glass in the windows. And then there are the cars that belong to the Secret Service. The differences are subtle, but you can see them if you know what to look for. Wireless relay webbing built into the rear window, for those times when cell service is compromised. Thin copper lines through the rest of the glass, ready to be turned on and cut off all service, cellular or otherwise. The glass in a Secret Service car isn't just bulletproof, it's damn near indestructible. A group of Irwins who modeled themselves after a pre-rising TV show called Mythbusters managed to get a hold of a decommissioned Secret Service vehicle a few years ago. They set off 6 grenades inside the main cabin. The explosions didn't even scratch the glass. I once asked a member of Senator Ryman's security crew whether the Secret Service had a sign on the wall somewhere counting off the number of years since a sitting president had been eaten on their watch. He laughed, but he didn't look happy about it. I think I was right. "I miss Steve," I said quietly, looking at the car. "Me too," said Sean. The passenger side door of the SUV opened, and a big, blond mountain of a man unfolded himself, straightening until his head and shoulders were higher than the car's roof. "It's good to be remembered," he said. "Sean. Georgia." Sean's mouth fell open as a grin spread across his face. "Steve, my man! What the fuck are you doing here?" "I could ask you the same thing. Last time I saw you, you were in no condition to be causing this much trouble." Steve turned his face toward me, expression unreadable behind his government-issue sunglasses. I hate it when people use my own tricks on me. "You, on the other hand, were in an urn, because it was your funeral." His tone telegraphed what his expression didn't. He was deeply uncomfortable about my presence. I shrugged. "Sorry. I guess I was just too stubborn to stay dead for long." "Mad science," said Alric. "What can't it do?" Sean shook his head, snapping out of his delight over Steve's appearance. "Sorry, man, I got distracted. Steve, this is Alric Kwong, one of the site newsies. And this is Rebecca Atherton, one of our Irwins." "Call me Bex," said Bex. "Everyone else does." "It's a pleasure to meet you," rumbled Steve. "If you'd all get in the car, please. I have instructions regarding your destination." "I'm afraid this is where we leave you," said Dr. Shoji. "I'll see you again, but I can't arrive with you. That would be suspicious." "And I'm on house arrest," said Dr. Kimberly. She smiled at Steve. "I couldn't even have come this far if we hadn't been sure of who was going to be coming to collect you." "Always glad to help, Dr. Kimberly," said Steve. He opened the rear passenger door. "We need to get moving. The security changes at midnight,
and it will be best if we're past the checkpoints before that happens."
"Where are we going?" asked Bex. Steve didn't answer. He just folded his arms and waited. "Come on," I said, and started for the car. Working with Steve during the Ryman campaign taught me a lot of things about professional security. Chief among them was that once Steve made up his mind about something, that was the way things were going to go. He'd explain where we were going on the way. Bex and Sean followed me. Alric stayed where he was, looking unsure. I waited until the others were in the car before turning on my heel and crossing back to him. "What's wrong? This seems a bit convenient, don't you think?" I surprised us both by laughing, a single, sharp expression of both amusement and regret. "This has all been convenient, Alric. They've been hurting us since Seattle. Maybe before, I don't know. I wasn't with you to see the signs. At this point, what's one more leap of faith between friends?" "Seems like it might be a long fucking way to the bottom," he said. "So what?" I shrugged. "If we're going to fall, let's do it with style. Now come on. That's an order." He blinked and then smiled. "You're not my boss anymore, you know." "Alric Kwong, I will always be your boss. Now get in the damn car." I followed Alric to the SUV. He climbed in ahead of me, and I paused to wave to Dr. Shoji and Dr. Kimberly before getting in. Steve closed the door as soon as I was inside, and the locks engaged automatically. There were no handles inside. We wouldn't be getting out unless someone decided to let us out. Bex and Alric had gravitated to the far back, leaving Sean and me closer to the partition that separated us from the driver's cabin. "Isn't this cozy?" said Bex. "If they fill this thing with gas and kill us before we know what's happening, I swear, the first thing my reanimated corpse eats will be your face, Mason." "I'm pretty sure I could kick your ass even if we were all dead," said Sean. Bex shrugged. "You won't reanimate. It won't be a contest." The two of them continued teasing each other, using sharp comments and verbal barbs as a way to keep calm. Irwins. They all have a few basic personality traits in common, and one of them is a strong dislike for being pinned in small spaces that they don't control. That sort of thing is a death trap most of the time, and Sean and Bex were both well trained enough to know it. I ignored the bickering as much as I could, squinting at the black glass divider between us and the front of the car. If I had still had retinal callus amberly, I would have been able to see through that glass and tell who was driving the car. I would have had at least a little more information to use in determining whether or not we were being driven to our deaths. If you'd asked me before I died whether I liked my eyes, I would have looked at you like you were insane. Now that I was someone different, I missed their familiar limits and capabilities. Maybe it was just a matter of first-hand experience. Georgia Mason had it, and I didn't. Regardless of what it was, or wasn't, I kept squinting at the glass, wishing I could see what was on the other side. I was still squinting at the glass when it slid smoothly downward, revealing the shoulders of Steve and our driver. Sean and Bex immediately stopped sniping at each other, straightening. My shoulders locked, going so tense that it hurt. Sean grabbed my hand where it was resting against the seat, squeezing until my fingers hurt worse than my shoulders did. Steve twisted to look at us.
"We're almost there,"
he said. There was an odd tightness in his voice, like he wanted to say something, but knew he couldn't get away with it. That tightness hadn't been there before, when we were at the EIS, when we weren't in the car. Lowering my sunglasses enough to let him see where I was looking, I glanced toward the window. He shook his head. I tried again, this time slanting my gaze toward the dome covering the overhead light. Steve nodded marginally. We were bugged. I looked to Sean and saw him nodding too. Everyone who'd come with me was a trained journalist. They all knew what that exchange had meant. "Going to tell us where there is, big guy, or do we get to try and guess?" Listening to Sean trying to pretend that he was still the careless thrill-seeker who'd signed up to follow the Ryman campaign was almost painful. That man was dead. As dead as the real Georgia Mason. We were both pretending. We were just doing it in different ways. "You'll know it when you see it," said Steve. "There are a few ground rules I need you to understand, and I advise listening closely. Anyone violating the terms will be shot. Your bodies will never be found." "Wow, that's direct," said Bex. "What are they?" "First, you will not broadcast or record anything that happens after leaving this car." "Yeah, right. Will there be an EMP shield up to prevent it?" "Yes, for broadcast, but we're trusting you on the recording." He smirked a little. "I managed to convince my superiors that you didn't need to be searched for recording devices, mostly by showing them the list of what we never managed to take off you when we were on the campaign trail. I suppose they don't want to be here taking your transmitters off until dawn." "Got it. No recording," said Sean. "What else?" "Second, you will not in any way initiate physical contact with anyone who does not initiate physical contact with you." "Shake a hand, get shot?" asked Alric. When Steve nodded, he looked faintly ill. "This gets better and better with every day that passes." From the look that crossed Steve's face, Alric had no idea just how bad things had gotten. I filed the expression away for later. Whatever was happening here, Steve didn't like it. That could be useful. "Third, you will ask questions only when given permission to do so." We all stared at him. Telling a carload of reporters not to ask questions was like telling a volcano not to erupt. Not only was it pointless, it was likely to end with someone getting hurt. Steve sighed heavily. "These rules weren't my idea. I know better. Then again, you coming here wasn't my idea." He shook his head. "This is going to end badly. Please try to postpone that as long as possible." Steve pulled back, and the divider slid upward again, blocking the cabin from view. "I want to punch someone," said Sean conversationally. "Do it with the hand that's currently crushing my fingers," I suggested. "You're endangering my ability to type." Sean let go of my hand, grimacing. "Sorry." "Don't be sorry, just be ready for whatever's coming." "He didn't say anything about weapons," said Bex. "Bets that they're going to take our weapons away?" "No bet," said Alric. "These pig-fucking sons of diseased dock workers aren't going to let us out of this car armed." I raised an eyebrow. "You're really enjoying the possibilities of the English language today, aren't you?" "Just wait," said Bex. "When he gets really worked up, he swears in Cantonese. It's like listening to a macaw having a seizure." Alric glared at her. She grinned at him. And the car stopped moving. All levity fled, the four of us assuming wary positions that made our earlier tension look like nothing. Sean put one hand on my shoulder. The other, I knew, would be going to his gun. We'd started out among friends. Now we had no idea where we were. The car doors swung open, revealing the bulky shape of Steve. He stepped aside, letting us see the man who was standing behind him. "Hello, Georgia," said Rick, smiling as he offered me his hands. "I know we've never actually met before, but I have to tell you,
It's been a long time.
The concierge just came to tell me my parents have landed at the Seattle-Tacoma International Airport and will be at the Agora in less than an hour. I look like hell. My hair doesn't even bear thinking about. But oh, I am so glad they're coming. Mahir and I have discussed what to tell them, and we've settled on the only thing they're likely to accept. The truth. He's pointed out, a few too many times, that they're in medtech. They have contracts with the CDC, and they could be on the wrong side. I can't find a way to explain that I don't care. If they're on the wrong side now, they'll change when they find out what happened, what that bad, bad side was willing to do to me. I have hidden the truth from them for too long. It's time I started living up to the mission statement that Georgia Mason chose when she founded after the end times. It's time for me to start telling the truth. But it hurts. From Dandelion Mine, the blog of Magdalene Grace Garcia, August 6th, 2041. Unpublished. The lab is very quiet. I'm not sure that I like it anymore. I miss you, Joe. From the private files of Dr. Shannon Abbey, August 6th, 2041. Unpublished.
Chapter 34. Sean. Rick had more gray in his hair than I remembered. It would make him look distinguished in the right circumstances. At the moment, it just made him look old. He was wearing a tailored suit that probably cost as much as 3 rescue missions into the Florida hazard zone, and his shoes were shiny and tight. He'd never be able to run from a zombie mob in those shoes. Then again, he wouldn't have to. Not with 2 Steve-sized Secret Servicemen flanking him, each of them wearing their firearms openly on their belts. "Rick?" George got out of the car. Her movements were jerky, like she wasn't sure what she was supposed to do. She grabbed the edge of the door as she stood. "What are you—" The question was cut off as the Vice President of the United States, our former colleague and one of the only bloggers to survive the Ryman campaign, swept her into a hug. She made a squeaking noise, clearly startled, and her arms stayed down, but she didn't pull away. For George, that was practically a passionate embrace. Bex shoved against my hip. "Hey, Mason, move out of the damn way." "What?" I tore my eyes away from Rick and George. I hadn't realized I was moving, but I apparently had. I was standing, blocking Alric and Bex from getting out of the car. I stepped to the side. "Oh, sorry about that." "Sure you are." Bex stood, moving far enough to the side for Alric to squeeze out, and eyed Rick suspiciously. "So that's Richard Cousins, boy reporter. Pretty sure we're supposed to call him Mr. Vice President now, but yeah, that's him." Bex was already with the After the End Times when Rick joined us, but they'd only met once, at George's funeral. Rick had just been asked to stand with Ryman. He'd been in shock, and so had the rest of us. Bex looked at him critically, finally saying, "I could take him." "And I could take you," said Steve. "Let's not get into a pissing contest. We both know who'd come out the winner, so there's no point." "Sometimes the contest is the point," said Bex piously. Rick pushed George out to arm's length, eyes avidly scanning her face. That was going to keep him distracted for a few more seconds at least. The fact that George hadn't pulled away from him yet meant she wanted us to be studying something else, namely, our surroundings. I turned to look around, not bothering to be subtle about it. Let Alric and Bex be subtle. I'd play the happy buffoon, a role I've been practicing since I was a kid. People underestimate you if they think your only interests in life involve poking zombies with sticks and getting that perfect camera angle. We were in an underground garage. There was a row of SUVs identical to the one that drove us from the airfield parked nearby, presumably waiting to be needed. The lights were smooth and clear, and the doors weren't just gated, they were sealed with metal sheeting that looked almost like blast protection. This place was locked down tighter than a bank vault. Oh, crap. Feeling like an idiot, I turned to Steve and said, "I've never been to the White House before. Do you think we'll get some of those cool souvenir keychains before we leave? I've wanted one of those ever since I saw a video of this one dude from Newfoundland using his to pop a zombie's eye out." "Spreading it a little thick, don't you think?" asked Georgia. I forced myself to ignore it and keep on smiling. Crazy doesn't go away overnight, especially not crazy you've watered and tended yourself. But wow, was this not the time to have an incident. "I don't think this is a souvenir keychain kind of visit, but man, it's good to see you," said Rick. I turned to see him walking toward me, leaving George behind. He kept talking as he stuck out his right hand, clearly expecting me to shake it. "There were a few points where you went quiet, and I was afraid. Let's just say I've had reason to be worried about your welfare." "Really?" I took his hand, squeezing his fingers until that big politician smile he'd acquired somewhere started to look strained. "Because it seems to me that if you knew we were having problems, you could maybe have answered your fucking email and helped us." No, I couldn't have. His smile died as he pulled his hand away, and just so you were aware, if it were up to me, I would have stuck a bow on her and delivered her to your doorstep on your birthday. I never wanted things to be this way. Dr. Wynne, Buffy, Rick. How many of the people we considered allies were never allies at all? "But they are," I said. Rick sighed. True enough. He turned, starting toward the sealed blast doors behind him. His Secret Service men continued facing forward, watching us with what I could only describe as suspicion. They were waiting for one of us to do something. Instead, we just stood there. Finally, Alric asked, "Are we supposed to go with you?" "What? Oh, yes." Rick waved for us to follow him. "Right this way." "Blood tests?" asked Bex. "We don't bother with a security theater here," said Steve. There was a deep disdain in his voice, less, I thought, for the lack of security in this garage, and more for the idea that the security everywhere else in the world was flawed. And it was flawed. I used to believe in that level of security, in blood tests every 10 minutes, and checking your reflexes and response rates constantly. Even as an Irwin, I swore by following the rules. And then I met Dr. Abbey, who maintained the absolute minimum where security was concerned. And I learned that half the tests we take on a daily basis are useless. If you haven't been exposed or gone outside, what's the point of sticking another needle in your finger? Those tests didn't tell us anything we didn't already know, but they reinforced the idea that we had to be afraid, always, that our humanity was fleeting, maintained only by a constant web of government oversight. Rick tapped out a code on the keypad by the blast doors, and they slid open, revealing a hall that could have belonged in any government building I've ever seen. I'm not sure what it is that identifies their hallways, but there's something in the inevitable combination of beige, white, and green that just screams, seat of power. Mind, the presidential seal etched on the sliding glass doors that had been concealed behind the blast doors didn't hurt. "You know, my mother always dreamed I'd wind up here someday," said Bex. "Pretty sure she wanted me to be First Lady, not a semi-hostage journalist on the run from a global conspiracy, but hey, at least I'm in the White House." I laughed and started for the doors. They slid open at our approach, and, once again, there was no blood test required to get inside. "Getting into the White House through any of the public entrances requires 6 blood tests and a retinal scan," said Rick as we walked. "If you're unable to successfully complete a retinal scan for any reason, you have to submit to whatever further testing security deems necessary." Refusal to be tested will result in your being removed from the premises." "And shot," said George. "Correct?" Rick looked uncomfortable. "It generally doesn't come to that." "Mm-hmm." She had stepped through the doors a few feet ahead of me. She stopped there, waiting until we could walk on side by side. "What are we doing here, Rick?" "You're here because it was time for you to be brought up to speed." He kept walking, trusting the rest of us to follow. I'm sure the presence of 3 enormous Secret Service agents had nothing to do with his degree of confidence. No, really. The 4 of us stuck close together as we walked along the hall, George and me in the lead, right behind Rick, with Bex and Alric behind us. Steve and the 2 unnamed agents brought up the rear. The driver of our SUV stayed in the vehicle when we went inside. Presumably, he or she had been left in order to park the car. This was all very well organized. I stepped a little closer to George, whose face was set in the grim mask that meant she was as uncomfortable as I was. That was good. I didn't want to be the only one who knew we were walking into a trap. We stopped at an apparently blank wall midway down the hall. Rick gave the rest of us an apologetic look as he said, "This is where we have to take your weapons away. I'm sorry. It's just that we're about to go into some very secure areas, and I don't have the clearance to authorize you to go armed." "You're the Vice President of the United States," said George. "If you don't have the clearance, who does?" He didn't say anything. He just looked at her. "Right." George sighed and removed the gun from her belt. Steve stepped up with a large plastic bin. She put the gun inside. That was the cue for the rest of us to begin shedding our weapons. Alric and George were clean in a matter of minutes. Bex and I took longer. The bin in Steve's hands was dangerously full by the time we finished. "Can we get a claim check for those?" said Alric. Steve snorted, expression darkly amused. "Unlikely." "Just checking," said Alric, unruffled. "Thank you," said Rick. He pressed his hand against the wall. A light came on behind his palm, and the wall turned transparent, a trick I'd only seen once before, in the Portland offices of the CDC. There was an elevator on the other side. Alric whistled. "Where can I get me one of those?" "First, get a $6 billion security budget. After that, I'll put you in touch with the DOD, said Rick. The transparent patch of wall slid to the side as the elevator doors swished open, revealing a surprisingly industrial-looking metal box. This elevator could have been located in any dock or warehouse in the world, and yet here it was, in the White House. Rick beckoned us forward again. "After you." "If this is a trap, someone's getting a very stern talking to," I said blithely and stepped into the elevator. George was barely half a step behind me. Of the 3 Secret Service agents, only Steve got into the elevator with us, leaving the other 2 behind after handing one of them the bin containing our weapons. The doors swished shut again as soon as Steve was through, and Rick opened a metal panel on the wall, revealing, for the first time since our arrival, a blood testing array. It had 8 distinct panels, 1 for each of us, with 2 to spare. "I thought you didn't do security theater," said George. "This is just a precaution. We're going into a highly secured area," said Rick. "We all have to test clean before the elevator will move." "Oh, great," said Alric. "I wanted to hang out in a death trap today." Bex elbowed him in the side as she pressed her thumb against the first testing square. The white plastic turned red behind her finger, remaining that color for a count of 5 before turning green. Rick did the same with the next square, cycling it from white to red to green. Then he stepped back, looking at the rest of us. "You're up," he said. None of us were infected. The elevator chimed softly and began sliding downward, moving with a smooth efficiency that bordered on unnerving. I realized that the 4 of us were standing clustered together on one side of the elevator, leaving Rick and Steve on the other. Steve was watching the wall. Rick was watching us, a deep longing in his eyes. "Talk to him," said Georgia. I glanced toward the George beside me, wincing a little when I realized she hadn't spoken. Still, it was good advice. I took a half-step forward, focusing on Rick, and asked, "Rick, dude, what the fuck happened to you?" "Do you remember how your sister used to say the truth was the most important thing in the world? That if we all knew the truth, we'd be able to live our lives more freely and with fewer troubles." The elevator was slowing down. It's funny because she always seemed to forget that a truth you don't understand is more dangerous than a lie. Robert Stalnaker told the truth when he said Dr. Kellis was creating a cure for the common cold, and look where that's gotten us. Robert Stalnaker was the investigative reporter, whose articles on the infant Kellis cure resulted in its being released into the atmosphere, which led in turn to the creation of Kellis Amberley. If he hadn't decided to tell the truth, we might not be in the pickle we're in now. No one knows what happened to Stalnaker during the rising. Whatever it was, I hope it hurt. "Robert Stalnaker made up a story to sell papers," said George. "And by the way, I'm right here. I can hear you." The elevator stopped. Rick turned to her, looking faintly abashed, and said, "I know. I saw you made, Georgia. I can't quite wrap my head around the idea of you knowing everything you knew, well, before." "I don't, because I'm not the same girl," said George coldly. "You of all people should know that. You can't really raise the dead." "Great. Even the Clone Master has issues with Miss Undead America 2041, said Bex. "This is really the guy who paid to have you resurrected, Georgia? Because so far, not impressed." It was nice to see that my team's us-against-the-world mentality extended to George. "So what is it you're saying here, Rick?" I asked. "Are you saying we're here to learn how to lie?" "No," he said. Rick pressed his hand against the panel next to the elevator door. It slid open, revealing the featureless gray hall beyond. "You're here to learn why we have to lie, and why we can't let you run around telling the truth without consequences. It's time you learned the truth about Kellis Amberley." He looked back over his shoulder at us, and his expression was haggard, like he'd personally witnessed the end of the world. "I am so sorry." Then he stepped out of the elevator, leaving the 5 of us, my team plus Steve, behind. I looked at the others. Did that creep anybody else out just a little bit? Or was it just me who was getting the weird, and then they found out he was dead all along vibe? "This isn't good," said Bex. "No, and it isn't getting any less creepy while we stand in this elevator arguing about it." George stepped briskly out to the hallway where she stopped, turned, and looked at the rest of us. "Well, are you coming? Or am I going to go get the scoop of the century by myself?" "I don't know about you guys, but I'm not letting the dead girl make me look like a wimp," declared Bex, and shoved her way past Alric to exit the elevator. She stopped next to George, folding her arms. "Okay, 3 dudes hiding in the elevator while 2 girls are hanging out in the scary hall. You are now officially wimps, in case you were wondering." "We can't have that." I put a hand on Alric's shoulder, propelling him along with me as I stepped out of the elevator to join them. Steve was close behind me. The elevator doors slid shut as soon as he was clear, and the light above them blinked off. Someone to my left began applauding slowly. I whipped around, hand going for a gun that wasn't there, and found myself looking into the face of a man I hadn't seen in the flesh for over a year. Not since George's funeral, which he made by the skin of his teeth. The others turned with me, some of them reaching for weapons they didn't have, others just staring. It was George who managed to find her equilibrium enough to break the silence first. I guess after coming back from the dead, nothing else is going to seem like a big enough deal to knock you off balance for long. "Hello, Mr. President," she said. President Peter Ryman smiled. "Hello, Georgia." Maggie's parents have arrived, or so I'm told. I haven't been allowed to see her since their plane landed, and for all I know, they've come, bundled her into their private jet, and gone, leaving me to settle an utterly astronomical bill. I do hope they take physical labor in exchange. Washing dishes should have us paid off in, 300 or 400 years, give or take a decade or two. Nan will shout when she finds out I've become an indentured servant in America. Probably say it serves me right for being so damn stubborn, going off and leaving her alone. Dr. Abby sent an email last night, saying the others were leaving her lab on another mission. She wouldn't say where, and my mail to her has started bouncing. Either she's blocked me, or she's changed addresses. Either way, we're cut off for the nonce, because none of my colleagues are answering their email. And I alone am left to tell the... Damn, I thought I was done being the one who stayed behind to write the story down. Bloody journalists. May they all come home safely. From Fish and Clips, the blog of Mihir Gowda, August 6th, 2041. Unpublished.
Michael and Alyssa are at the gift shop near the front gate, getting her some clean t-shirts. We've been at Cliff's amusement park in New Mexico for 2 days now, and we're all starting to run out of clothes. It should be safe to head back to Berkeley soon. Right now, it's a media circus, and the only way we can avoid it is by acting like everything is normal. Alyssa's been a good sport about things, thank God. It probably helps that after Florida, nothing looks dangerous to her. She's a good kid. Even after everything she's been through, she's a good kid. Sean and Georgia, they were good kids, too. Even after everything we put them through, they somehow managed to grow up to be good people. I don't know how that happened. I guess that makes sense, because I never really knew them. I never wanted to. I suppose that makes me a hypocrite, because now that they're grown and gone for good, in George's case, I'm proud of them. I wish I'd been a better mother when I had the chance. From Stacy's Survival Strategies, the blog of Stacy Mason, August 6th, 2041. Unpublished. Chapter 35. Georgia. President Ryman was flanked by 3 Secret Servicemen of his own, along with a man I didn't recognize, but whose CDC-issue lab coat immediately made my heart start beating faster. I managed to hold my ground only by reminding myself that Georgia Mason, the original, would never show fear in the face of a man who wasn't holding a gun to her head, and maybe not even then. If I was going to deal with these people, I had to do it the way she would have done it. Nothing else was going to work. "You don't seem surprised to see me," I said, tilting my chin up just enough to be sure my sunglasses would entirely block my eyes. I didn't want him thinking of me as a science project. I wanted him thinking of me as Georgia, and Georgia's eyes didn't look like mine. "That's because I'm not," he said. He looked tired. None of his Secret Servicemen were familiar. The only familiar face I'd seen among the guards was Steve, and Steve would probably have a job until everyone who'd been on the campaign was dead and gone. There was something to be said for loyalty like his. Sean took a step forward, planting himself beside me, and all but glared at President Ryman. "You mean you knew about this cloning shit too, and you didn't tell me? Don't you people think that sending me a note might have been a good idea?" "No, they didn't," I said, as calmly as I could. It was surprisingly easy. Losing my temper wouldn't do any good, and I was starting to become accustomed to the idea that everyone in the world, except Sean, was going to betray me. I was never supposed to leave the lab. Rick moved to join President Ryman. He met my eyes as he turned to face the rest of us. President Ryman didn't. He looked away instead, and the set of his jaw said everything he wasn't saying out loud. "You bastard," whispered Sean. He started to take a step forward. I grabbed his elbow, stopping him. "The last thing we need today is for you to assault the president," I said quietly. "Take a deep breath and let it go." "He was going to let them kill you." "He let them make me in the first place. Let's call that part a wash and see where he takes it from there." I kept watching President Ryman's face. He kept not meeting my eyes. "Why are we here, Mr. President? You never had to let us make it this far." "Yes, I did." His head snapped around. For a moment I saw the man I knew behind the beaten shadows in his eyes. He looked angry. Not with us. With the world. "I owed you this." "Did you owe us this before or after you let your people call an airstrike on Oakland?" asked Bex. "David Nowakowski stayed behind when those bombs came down. He was an Irwin. A good one. He wasn't involved in your campaign because he was in Alaska at the time, but he would have liked you." Her tone was calm and challenging at the same time, daring him to give an answer she didn't approve of. "The airstrike on Oakland was called in response to an outbreak and did not involve the president," said the man from the CDC. I managed not to cringe at the sound of his voice. "Consider your words before you make accusations." "It was a pretty convenient outbreak, considering one of your people had just shown up running for her life," snapped Sean. "Don't try to bullshit us, okay? We all know we're not leaving this building alive, so there's no point in fucking with our heads." "Sean." President Ryman actually sounded offended. "Please don't make assumptions. You're absolutely going to leave here alive. At a certain point, it became inevitable that we'd bring you here to fully explain the situation." "Does that point have anything to do with us having secure footage of a living clone of Georgia Mason running around Seattle?" asked Alric. "I ask purely out of academic curiosity, you understand. I know you're going to lie through your teeth." President Ryman sighed. "You don't trust me anymore, do you?" "Have you given us a reason to?" I asked. "You're alive, Georgia. I'd think that might be enough to buy me a little patience." "You were planning to have me killed and replaced with a more tractable version. I think that explains a little crankiness." The man from the CDC cleared his throat. "It doesn't matter who's angry with whom. You are here to have the true nature of the Kellis-Amberley infection explained. With that in mind, I believe it's time we make you understand why you have been remiss in your lines of inquiry." "Ever notice how people like to use $5 words when they know they're wrong?" asked Bex of no one in particular. President Ryman shook his head. "Arguing is getting us nowhere. This way." He gestured down the hall before starting to walk. His Secret Servicemen promptly moved to get behind us, making it clear that we'd be herded along if we didn't come on our own. We went. The hallway led to a room with walls covered by crystal display screens. 2 of them were already showing the structure of the Kellis-Amberley virus. Another showed an outline of a generic human body. Ryman walked to the large table at the center of the room and stopped, clearly unhappy, as he turned to the man from the CDC. "I believe that, at this point, I must remind you that national security depends on your silence," said the man from the CDC. "Nothing said here can leave this room." Reporters," said Bex. "Or did you forget?"
"Even reporters have things they care about," he said, with chilling calm. "Perhaps you feel immortal. Perhaps you consider martyrdom something to aspire to, a thrilling entry for your much-lauded wall. But you have a family, don't you? Rebecca Atherton of the Westchester Athertons. Your younger sister was married this past summer, Catherine. A very pretty girl. It's a pity they live in such a remote area."
Bex's eyes widened before narrowing into angry slits, filled with a murderous rage. "Don't you even—" she began.
"And you, Mr. Kwong. Your sister is your only remaining family. She's currently in the custody of Stacy and Michael Mason, not people renowned for their ability to keep children alive, when you stop to think about it."
For possibly the first time in my life, original or artificial, the urge to defend the Masons rose inside me. "You've made your point," I snapped. "We'll keep our mouths shut. Now do you want to explain what the hell is so important that you need to tell us your evil plan before you have us all shot?"
"It's not an evil plan, Georgia. It's the truth."
With those words, President Ryman went from sounding weary to sounding utterly heartbroken.
"You've become too associated with this whole situation, and that means we need you. You're the ones who tell the truth, and the ones who fell off the radar when things turned bad. People will believe you."
"Even when we're lying to them?" His silence was all the answer I needed.
"Please, sit," said the man from the CDC.
Grudgingly, I sat. The others did the same. Only the man from the CDC remained standing.
"The first thing you need to understand is that the KA virus, being man-made, bonds tightly to anything it encounters," he began,
in the sort of easy lecturing tone that all doctors seem to learn in medical school. Ignoring the tension in the room, he produced a remote from his pocket and pointed it at the nearest screen. The Kellis Amberley model displayed there began to rotate.
"This tendency created the hybridized virus to begin with, and it is what has complicated our cure for the infection."
Sean frowned. "Complicated your search for a cure?"
"No," said the man from the CDC calmly. "Complicated our cure."
The model was suddenly surrounded by smaller, semi-spherical images that looked something like slides I'd seen of pre-rising flu virus. They began attacking the larger KA virus, surrounding it before engulfing it entirely.
"We've managed to create several treatments that work remarkably well, destroying the Kellis-Amberley infection in 9 out of 10 afflicted."
We all stared at him, even Steve. It was Alric who found his voice first, asking slowly, "Then why haven't you released it?"
"The Kellis-Amberley virus has become so entwined with our immune systems that killing it kills them as well. Without a functioning immune system, the cured become targets for every opportunistic infection that comes along. None of our subjects have lasted long."
The image on the screen reset itself, returning to the single Kellis-Amberley virus, floating serene and undisturbed.
"To put it in simpler terms, kill the virus, kill the population."
"So why don't you just tell people that?" demanded Sean. "We're not idiots."
"Try telling Alexander Kellis that people aren't idiots," suggested the man from the CDC. "We cannot say there will never be a cure. People need hope. The hope that someday Kellis-Amberley will be banished, and we will all be free to resume the lives that we remember."
"Why?" asked Alric. He shook his head slowly. "We can live with the virus. The reservoir conditions are proof of that.
We can find a new status quo. One where anyone could become a zombie anytime, and you don't dare shoot them because they might recover their senses. This nation barely recovered from the Rising when the lines were clear and infection meant death. I doubt we could hold it together as a people if we were told that recovery was an option.
I was starting to hate the absolute calm of the man from the CDC's delivery. He continued to watch us coolly.
A cure may be impossible, but a solution will be found. A strain of the virus that doesn't generate anomalous reservoir conditions will be discovered, and will be used to standardize the tragically incurable condition that now informs our society. No one will ever need to know that a cure is not possible. No one will ever need to give up hope.
No one except for all the people who would have recovered if you'd just failed to shoot them in the head, said Sean. The bitterness in his voice was strong enough to worry me. I put a hand on his arm, praying that would be enough to keep him from doing anything stupid. The ones who would have gotten better.
Sacrifices must be made,
said the man from the CDC. Something in his tone provided the last piece I needed to fully understand what he was saying. You want to infect the entire world with the same strain of the virus, I said slowly.
Yes.
You're going to need a better distribution method if you're planning to accomplish that. You can't be sure of everyone getting exposed the natural way. For the first time, he looked uncomfortable. Alric, meanwhile, was staring at him, mouth actually falling slightly open in shock. Finally, Alric said in a hushed tone, "You built the mosquitoes?"
"Built is a strong word," began Rick. "They were never intended to reach the American mainland,"
said President Ryman. I had heard that man speak with conviction 100 times on the campaign trail. I had heard him make promises he damn well intended to keep. I had never heard him deliver a party line with that little sincerity. He wasn't lying. He might as well have been. "What happened?" I asked. "Was there a leak?"
"No,"
said Sean, before anyone else could speak.
"They let them go. They wanted to bury the news cycle, keep what happened in Memphis from getting out. Isn't that right?" "The storm was an unexpected complication," said the man from the CDC. "The carrier mosquitoes were never intended to make it out of Cuba."
I was busy holding Sean's arm, keeping him from doing anything we might regret later. I didn't think to grab Alric. Neither did Bex. Before any of us had a chance to react, the normally non-violent newsie was launching himself at the man from the CDC, locking his hands around the taller man's throat and slamming him into the wall. The crystal display screen shook dangerously, but didn't fall. "Your complication killed my parents!" shouted Alric, slamming the man from the CDC against the wall again. No one moved to pull them apart. "They were in Florida. You killed my family to bury a news cycle because you couldn't read a fucking weather report." The man from the CDC made a strained, choking noise, clawing helplessly at Alric's hands. Still, no one moved to pull them apart. Finally, wearily, President Ryman said, "It would make everyone's job easier if you would stop trying to actually kill him. I understand that you're angry. This isn't helping." Bex glared at him as she stepped forward, putting her hands on Alric's shoulders. He slumped, fingers still locked around the doctor's throat. "Let him go, Alric," she said quietly. "It's time to let him go." "They killed my parents," Alric mumbled. "They killed a lot of people. They even killed Georgia. But strangling this man won't bring them back, and he hasn't finished telling us everything he knows. Now let him go. It's time to let him talk. You can kill him later." Reluctantly, Alaric let go. The doctor staggered away from him, coughing, one hand coming up to clutch at his throat like he was going to finish the job of strangling himself. Pointing at Alaric, he demanded, "Restrain that man!" "Begging your pardon, sir, but no," said Steve. "I serve at the pleasure of the President, not at the whim of the CDC." The man from the CDC glared daggers at him. President Ryman ignored him, turning to us. "The mosquitoes are a modified form of the species that carries yellow fever," he said. "They're purely artificial. They can't reproduce, and they can't survive in temperatures below a certain level. The loss of American life has been tragic. It will end when winter comes." "They can't reproduce?" said Sean incredulously. "That's your big solution? They won't fuck? Did none of you people ever see Jurassic Park?" "It may take us years to clean out the zombie mobs left by the outbreak, but I assure you, the mosquitoes will not be a factor for long," said President Ryman. He met my eyes for an instant, and I almost recoiled from the pain lurking in his face. He was the president. He was the man at the head of this conspiracy. Somehow, he'd gone from being Tate's patsy to the man in the position Tate once aspired to, and he looked like he was being tortured. "Tell that to my parents," said Alaric. He sagged against Bex, glaring daggers at anyone who made the mistake of looking his way. If he'd been armed, I think more than one person would have been in danger of dying. Still clutching his throat, the man from the CDC said, "Regardless, you were brought here for a purpose. You will do as you're told, or you will not leave here alive." "What purpose would that be?" I asked warily. "You have a certain reputation for honesty," said the man from the CDC. "You will begin reporting the news as we present it, rather than reporting it as you see fit. By adding your voices to ours, we can hopefully control some of the more unpleasant rumors to have arisen since the events surrounding the most recent presidential election." It was my turn to stare at him. Finally, I said, "You want me to lie for you?" "Oh, no," said the man from the CDC. "You know, I'm disappointed. I really thought you'd be smarter. I suppose the cloning process wasn't as reliable as we had hoped." "No," said Sean. He pulled his arm free of my hand. "You're already out of the game as far as they're concerned. You said it yourself. The George I got was supposed to be the brainwashed, agreeable one who thought they had the best damn ideas ever." "Then why?" I asked. President Ryman sighed. "Sean, I'm sorry." "No, you're not." Sean glanced at me. The look on his face was enough to make me wish I'd never come back from the dead. "They brought you back so they'd have something they could use to make me do what they told me to do. They brought you back for leverage, so they could make me lie for them. You always told the truth, George, but I made people believe it." "Oh." My voice was barely a whisper. It hurt to even force myself to speak that loudly. "Well, then it's over. We won't do it." "Again, I thought you'd be smarter." I turned to the man from the CDC. He was shaking his head and holding what looked like a fountain pen in his hand. Sean went rigid, barely seeming to breathe. "You'll do what we tell you to do. If you choose not to, well, we'll have to find ourselves some replacement reporters, because you are all
going to die.
Because we chose to tell the truth, the cool of age, the rage of youth, and stand against the lies of old, the whispers soft, the tales untold, we find ourselves the walking dead, the loves unkept, the words unsaid. And in the crypt of all we've known, the broken blade, the breaking stone, we know that we were in the right, the coming dawn, the ending night. So here is when we stop the lies. The time is come. We have to rise.
From Dandelion Mine, the blog of Magdalene Grace Garcia, August 7th, 2041. The problem with people who have power is that they start thinking more about what it takes to keep that power than they do about what's right or wrong, or just plain a bad idea. Here's a tip for you. If you're ever in a position to be making calls on right and wrong that can impact an entire nation, run your decisions past a 6-year-old. If they look at you in horror and tell you you're getting coal in your stocking for the rest of your life, you should probably reconsider your course of action. Unless you want to be remembered as a monster, in which case, knock yourself out. From Charming, Not Sincere, the blog of Rebecca Atherton, August 7th, 2041.
Chapter 36. Sean. The pen in the doctor's hand, so much like the one Dr. Wynne used to kill Kelly in the Memphis CDC, what felt like the better part of a lifetime ago, was enough to make me go cold. I was immune to Kellis Amberley. None of the others could say the same. Especially not George, who made me immune, but didn't confer the same immunity on her own clone. "Do you think you could survive losing me again?" asked her voice, sweet and low and somehow poisonous. She'd never taken that tone with me before. But why shouldn't she turn on me? I was replacing her and doing my best to shove her away. What kind of world were we living in, where the people we trusted to keep us healthy were the ones keeping us sick, and a man couldn't even depend on his own insanity? I raised my hands defensively and said, "There's no reason for us to do anything crazy. Let's just settle down, okay?" Out of the corner of my eye I could see Bex restraining Alric, keeping him from moving toward the now deadly doctor. He wasn't with us in Memphis. We told him what happened, but he didn't really understand. "It's a pen," said George. It took me a second to realize that it was the live George who was speaking, not the increasingly malicious voice inside my head. I glanced her way, giving a quick, tight shake of my head. "We're all going to stay calm," I said, hoping she'd decide to listen. "Okay?" George frowned before nodding slowly. "Okay." She put her own hands up, mirroring my defensive position. "I'm sorry I spoke too hastily. We'll consider your proposal." "Why don't I believe you?" asked the doctor. He glared at President Ryman. "I knew this was a terrible plan from the start. We should have arranged for an outbreak in their hometown as soon as the campaign was over. Wynne was soft on them, the old fool. Leaving them alone was his idea, not mine." "That sounds less like soft on us, and more like sensible resource management," said Bex, pulling the doctor's attention back to her. I winced but didn't try to stop her. She was keeping him from focusing on any one person. That was valuable. I just hoped it wouldn't get her shot. "Put down the pen," said Steve. His tone was clipped, indicating that he, too, knew exactly what it was. "No, I don't think so," said the doctor. "The agreement was simple. I would allow the president to bring his little covey of pet journalists here and try to sway them to the side of reason. If it failed, they would be mine to dispose of. As I expected, it has failed." "Who says she speaks for the rest of us?" The words sounded alien even as they left my mouth. George, please forgive me, I thought. I mean, come on, man. It was nice of you to let the science dudes grow me a replacement, but you could have just sent a card. She's a clone. She's not a real person. She doesn't get to be the one who gets the real people dead. The man from the CDC paused, an uncertain look crossing his face. I decided to press what little advantage I had. I'm not going to pretend we're happy about this bullshit. I mean, dude, you killed Alric's parents. That's pretty crappy, and it doesn't make us feel like playing nice. But that doesn't mean she speaks for the rest of us. You know she's not a perfect copy of my sister. You built a broken Georgia. Maybe you could have done a better job if she hadn't managed to get away from you. That happens a lot, doesn't it? Clones, mosquitoes, reporters. You've been running the country for like 20 years. Shouldn't you be better at this by now? That's quite enough, son, said President Ryman. Turning to the man from the CDC, he said, Put the pen down. They're willing to listen to what we have to say. Isn't that what we brought them here for? To sway them to the right way of thinking? I could see George out of the corner of my eye. She had her face turned toward me, jaw slack in the way that told me she was staring behind the dark lenses of her sunglasses. I was briefly, terribly grateful she'd chosen to keep wearing them. I wouldn't have been able to keep smiling if I'd been able to see her eyes. She believes every word you're saying, whispered my internal George, sounding pleased and disappointed at the same time, like she couldn't decide which was better. I bet she said those same things to herself every day since she woke up. Not good enough. Not Georgia enough. Not real. And now you've confirmed it. Think she'll ever forgive you? That seemed like a less pressing question at the moment than whether I was ever going to be able to forgive myself. We had to survive before I could find out one way or the other. George sniffled before saying in a small voice, If I'm not going to be a part of this decision, can I please go lie down? My head hurts. I don't understand what's going on. She sounded utterly pathetic. I had to bite back a sigh of relief. Georgia's migraines were the one thing that ever got the Masons to let her out of public appearances when we were kids. Her eyes meant that sometimes migraines just happened, and the best thing for her to do was lie in a nice dark place and wait for them to go away. I used to wonder why the Masons never noticed that she always seemed to have a migraine when we were supposed to go to the government orphanage where she was adopted. Lucky her, she was found within driving distance of Berkeley. The Masons had to go all the way to Southern California to get me. As far as I knew, she never once visited that orphanage, and if she was claiming a migraine now, she was faking it. She was playing along. Slowly, the man from the CDC said, If he feels we built him a, as he says, broken George, he won't mind if I shoot her right now. We can always make him a better one. I froze, every nerve I had screaming two contradictory commands. Save her, don't let her die again, warring with, No, you can't. You'll all die if you try, and you can choose that for you, but you can't choose it for Bex and Alric. I had to let him pull the trigger. I couldn't let him. As soon as he started to tense his fingers, I'd jump for him, and whatever came after that would be anybody's guess. I knew that, even as the sanest part of me was telling me it was the worst thing I could possibly do. Bex and Alric knew it too. They glanced my way, uncertainty in their eyes. I was the boss. I was the one they counted on to keep them safe, and that wasn't going to stop me from getting them both killed. Rescue came from an unexpected quarter. Steve cleared his throat before saying, with professional calm, If your hand so much as twitches, sir, I will be forced to shoot you. Intentionally beginning an outbreak in the presence of the President is considered an act of treason. Intent to commit an act of treason authorizes me to take whatever steps are necessary to prevent that act from being carried out. Now, said President Ryman again, your point is made. He didn't stop you. They'll listen to us. Put the pen down. Fine. Looking disgusted, The man from the CDC slid the pen back into the pocket of his lab coat. You say the clone has no part in your decision-making process. Prove it. Agree to distribute the news on our behalf. Please, can I go lie down? Whispered George. I knew she was faking. The pain in her voice was still enough to make me want to put my arms around her and never let go. Men from the CDC and Secret Service agents and government conspiracies be damned. You treat all your science projects this badly? Asked Bex. Of course not, said President Ryman. Rick, take her somewhere. Calm her down, give her a glass of water, whatever it takes to settle her. We'll decide what's to be done with her when we finish sorting things out here. Yes, Mr. President, said Rick. He moved quickly, taking George's elbow before I could formulate a protest. Come with me. I'll see if we can't find you something to make you feel a little better. If it had been anyone other than Rick, I would have stepped in. I wouldn't have had a choice. But it was Rick, and he used to be one of us, and so I didn't say anything. Steve followed after him, a hulking, defensive presence. He'd keep her safe if Rick couldn't. George sniffled and let herself be led away. She didn't look back at me. Not once. See, whispered the George in my mind. She believed every word you said. Shut up, I muttered and grimaced, waiting to see what effect that would have on the already questionably stable nameless doctor from the CDC. He didn't appear to have heard me. Instead, he watched as Rick led George away, waiting until they were out of sight before turning back to me. My apologies if I seemed somewhat aggressive before, he said finally. Had things gone as originally planned, this is the point where we would be presenting her to you. Not this clone, perhaps, but one that was not, as you put it, defective. She would be a gift, given in good faith, to show you that working with us is the right thing to do. I wanted to tell him that if he'd reached the point where giving other people away like party favors was the right thing to do, he was too crazy for me to want to work with him. And I know from crazy. I wanted to tell him they shouldn't have worked so hard to make a person when they cloned my sister, because an empty shell and excuses about brain damage would have been an awful lot easier for them to control. I didn't say any of those things. I guess I never went all the way crazy after all. Instead, I did what I do best and went on the attack. If you wanted us to get this far, why did your men try to kill us in Seattle? I asked. I mean, not exactly, hi, let's be besties behavior, you know? That was an unfortunate misunderstanding, said the doctor. A surprising number of your misunderstandings involve bullets and body counts, said Alric. He was glowering. If I were the man from the CDC, I would have been considering a fatal accident for Alric as a simple matter of self-preservation. There are automated security protocols that go into effect whenever we have reason to suspect industrial espionage, and it does happen, especially in a place like the CDC. Our discoveries are often quite lucrative. The theft of Subject 7C was enough to activate those protocols. Subject 7C? I asked blankly. Georgia, said Bex. Once again, I weighed the merits of punching someone, and regretfully decided I couldn't afford the fallout. Do those automated security protocols usually include pre-bugging our shoes? Because your dudes only found us by following the bugs we already had on us. The doctor looked uncomfortable. It is sometimes necessary to protect our investments through extra-legal channels. We had an agreement with certain elements of the local underground that, were they approached about an infiltration of our facility, they would ensure we could apprehend those responsible. And by doing it after a crime was committed, you avoided getting in trouble for working with the local underground, said Alric with grudging respect. Slick. Stupid, but slick. Why bother screwing around? Why not just stop them from getting inside in the first place? For once, I had the answer the newsie didn't. Because a few break-ins keep everybody believing the CDC is at risk. And we never looked too hard at the budget for security upgrades and growing new people in big tanks. All of which loops us back around to the thing we're not talking about here. Why did you clone Georgia? There are cheaper ways to convince us that you're the good guys. And yeah, I know I said leverage earlier, and I meant it. Only again, way cheaper ways to do it. You could have threatened my parents, my team, but we couldn't get to your team if we couldn't get to you. And we knew that was a risk as far back as the campaign trail, said the doctor calmly. President Ryman looked away. She wasn't the only one we were prepared to resurrect, although her death meant she was the best candidate. We were able to extract her brain almost immediately and get to work while the Kellis-Amberley virus was still working in her system. It's a fascinating behavior, considering how little of the brain the virus actually requires. He must have seen the storm warnings in our faces, because he changed topics in the middle of the stream, saying, "She was to be leverage, as you've indicated, but she was also going to help us be sure you were getting the information we needed you to have. Manipulate the old media during the Rising, manipulate the new media to keep the world from finding out how much of this you engineered," said Bex. "How did you get the rest of the world to go along with it?" "I'm not Tate," said the doctor acidly. "I don't need to convince you that I'm in the right. I'm here to present you with a choice. Work for us. Help us to shape the next 20 years. Or never leave this building again. It's up to you." I looked at Bex and Alric. They looked back at me. None of us said anything. I don't think any of us knew what to say. Finally, Alric asked, "You promise the mosquitoes are going to die on their own?" "You have my word as a scientist." I somehow managed not to snort. Alric continued, "And none of us are being charged with any crimes?" "The reverse. Once we've worked things out to our mutual satisfaction, we'll announce that you've been added to the list of bloggers with White House press access. The only reason you weren't added before was out of respect for your loss." The doctor smiled. The expression seemed alien on his face. "I think you'll find that we can be very reasonable when you follow the rules and behave like rational people." "And George?" I asked. "You can keep her, if you can keep her in line and out of sight." "My sister?" asked Alric. "Will be returned to your custody as soon as possible. She was fortunate to escape Florida." Bex didn't say anything. Her family was more likely to be supporting the CDC than at risk from their actions. "Well?" asked the doctor. I opened my mouth, not quite sure what was going to come out of it. "We'll do it," I said. "Good," said the doctor. "I hoped you'd see sense. Welcome to the CDC." You know what? Fuck it. Just fuck it. The Rising didn't manage to wipe out the human race. It just made us turn into even bigger assholes than we were before. Hear that, mad science? You failed. You were supposed to kill us all, and instead you turned us into monsters. Fuck it. From Adaptive Immunities, the blog of Sean Mason, August 7th, 2041. Unpublished.
Testing. This is a test post to check formatting and be sure the files are uploading correctly. Test, test, test. Is this thing on? From Living Dead Girl, the blog of Georgia Mason II, August 7th, 2041. Unpublished. Chapter 37. Georgia. Steve was a constant, silent presence behind us as Rick steered me down the hall. It was weirdly like being back on the campaign trail, only I wasn't carrying a gun, Rick wasn't carrying a cat, and I was no longer sure who the good guys were. On second thought, it was nothing at all like being back on the campaign trail. The hall ended at a door that looked like real oak. Rick let go of me to press his palm flat against the testing panel next to the door. A small red light clicked on above it, oscillating rapidly between red and green, before settling on green. It remained lit for less than 5 seconds. Then it clicked off, and the door clicked open.
"I'm going to be waiting for you on the other side," said Rick. "Do you trust Steve?"
It was an interesting question. If Ryman was no longer one of the good guys, I wasn't sure I trusted anyone. But of the people I didn't trust, Steve was one of the ones I distrusted the least. "We'll be fine," I said.
"I'll see you in a moment,"
said Rick, and opened the door. Part of me wondered what kind of awesome security procedures they'd have in place to prevent people from following each other through. Always a risk, no matter how much the people who designed the airlock systems try to keep it from happening. Some airlocks will gas you if you try to go through without getting a blood test. Somehow, I doubted they'd use something that crude on a door that might be opened by the President of the United States. The rest of me understood that playing with the security system was something too stupid for Sean to do, and that meant it was absolutely too dumb for me. The door closed behind Rick, the little red light making another brief appearance before shutting itself politely off. "Cute," I said, stepping forward to press my hand against the testing plate. Needles bit into the skin at the point where each of my fingers joined my palm. That was an unusual spot for a test array. I took a small, startled breath, finally pulling away as the light turned green and clicked off. "That's my cue."
"I'll be right through,"
said Steve. He smiled encouragingly when I looked back at him, and I held that image firmly in my mind as I stepped through the door to whatever was waiting on the other side. Steve wouldn't have smiled while he sent me to my death. I might be a clone, and Ryman might be corrupt, but some things about a person's essential nature never change. The door opened on a narrow hallway that looked like it was constructed hundreds of years before the Rising and never substantially redecorated. Rick was waiting. A relieved smile spread across his face when he saw me.
"I was afraid you wouldn't come."
"What, you thought I'd go back to the nice man in the lab coat who was about to have me recycled?" I dropped the pretense of having a migraine, straightening and looking at him flatly. "You could have warned me what we were walking into."
"No, I couldn't have."
The door swung open as Steve joined us in the hall. Rick switched his attention from me to Steve, asking,
"Anyone following us?"
"Not that I saw," rumbled Steve. I raised an eyebrow. He explained.
"This is one of the tunnels built during the Cold War, in case we needed to evacuate the capital. They probably wouldn't have been any use in a nuclear strike. A nuke's a pretty damn big deal. But there's one thing they do manage, quite nicely."
I nodded slowly, catching his meaning. "We're underground. No wireless transmission."
"We sweep this hall hourly for bugs. For the moment, we're in the clear."
Steve looked past me to Rick.
"You can proceed, Mr. Vice President." "Thank you, Steve."
Rick sighed, beginning to walk.
"It really is good to see you."
"Most people just send flowers. Raising the dead is a little extreme." I matched my steps to his, watching him as we walked. "What's going on, Rick? What's really going on?"
"I meant it when I said that, if it had been up to me, I would have simply handed you over to Sean as soon as you woke up enough to know yourself."
A muscle in Rick's jaw twitched as he continued.
"I will go to my grave knowing that I have been responsible for your death more than 20 times. Each time one of the clones of the original Georgia Mason was decanted, I told myself, that's it. No more. If she's not real, we find another way. But each time, I couldn't think of another way. And we needed you. I needed you."
"Why?"
Same reason those people back there were hoping you'd play nicely with the other children. People associate your face with the truth. If you tell them a lie they want to believe, they won't question it.
And the government can keep on killing people like me. People like your wife. God, Rick, is that really what you want?
No. That's what they want.
Rick stopped at an unsecured door, pushing it open. Gregory was sitting at a terminal on the other side, with Dr. Shoji looking over his shoulder. I couldn't even be surprised. Rick kept talking.
I want you to tell the world the truth. I want you to blow it all to hell. People believe you. People believe in you because of the way you died. They'll believe the truth even if they don't want to, as long as they're hearing it from you.
I don't understand,
I said. Hello, Georgia, said Gregory, looking up from the screen. It's good to see you again.
It was touch and go for a while there, but I pulled through, I said. How about you?
Minor burns, concussion, and I won't be working with the CDC again anytime soon. That's all right. I was tired of them anyway.
Good. I turned to Rick. Now please, explain. A huge global conspiracy has ruined my life. Hell, has ended my life, and then started it over again, leaving me with probably the worst identity issues I could imagine. And they did it for what? So you could clone me and use me to sell ice to the Eskimos?
A huge global conspiracy has ruined your life. If it helps, they also killed my wife.
Rick's smile faded like it had never been there at all.
I took Lisa's death for a suicide because that's what they told me it was. I found out differently only when I saw her file. They did it because of what you saw back in that room. There is no cure for Kellis Amberley. There's never going to be a cure. There's just going to be a war with the virus. One we can't win, but can only adapt to. We can only survive it. And that's not acceptable to some people.
So they're doing this instead?
It didn't start out like this, Georgia. It started out with good intentions. God, such good intentions. They thought they were taking steps to protect the country. In the end, no one noticed when protection turned into imprisonment, or when for the good of the people turned into for the good of the people in power. It was all baby steps, all the way.
Aren't the worst things usually that way? I asked. So why is Ryman on their side now? Wasn't he supposed to be the good guy, the one we could depend on? Rick didn't say anything. He just looked at me, waiting.
He didn't have to wait long.
Emily, I whispered. Emily Ryman has retinal KA.
Which makes her an excellent candidate for an accidental death, if he stops playing along. And you're not their first clone. Just the first one that really replicates the person you were based on. If you'd been alive for the last year, you would have noticed that Emily rarely speaks in public. She just stands and smiles. Does that sound like the Emily Ryman you know?
I stared at him in mute horror. Rick continued.
They replaced her the night after the inauguration, and now she and the children are hostages against the president's good behavior. He's in the same position you are. He's a perfect figurehead. Because even people who believe all politicians are corrupt remember his association with you on the campaign trail. And they remember what happened to Rebecca Ryman. They believe in him, even if they don't realize it.
Rick laughed a little, bitterly.
I think this may have been the plan all along. Tate was never going to wind up in power. Ryman was too good a puppet to pass up.
I think I hate the human race, I said.
There's the Georgia Mason we all know and love, said Steve. Now the question is, what are we going to do about it?
I paused. You mean I'm standing in a room with the Vice President of the United States, a member of the Secret Service, and 2 renegade EIS scientists, and you expect the clone to make the decisions? See, this is why this country is in trouble all the damn time. The people running it are crazy.
We just want to know if you'll help, said Dr. Shoji.
And by help, you mean...
Will you do what you did in Sacramento?
What I did in Sacramento was reveal Tate's dirty dealing and the fact that someone had been bankrolling him. But we never suspected the CDC, and so mostly what I did was make sure Ryman got into power. That, and die. I knew they were asking me to tell the truth again, to tell it for them this time, but I couldn't help remembering the way it felt to know that I was coming to an end. It wasn't my memory, just a snapshot stolen from the virus-riddled mind of a dead woman, but that didn't make it feel any less real. I died in Sacramento. If I did what they wanted me to do, I could very well die again. And if I was going to be the kind of person who valued her life more than she valued the truth, I wasn't going to be Georgia Mason at all. Unless I wanted to find someone else I was willing to be, this was what I was made for. We have to get Emily, the real Emily, away from the CDC, and get the kids out of here, I said slowly. They're going to be civilians in a position to confirm my story. If I start posting while they're still hostages, they won't make it out of here alive.
Steve cracked his knuckles. Don't worry about them. The First Lady still has friends in the Secret Service. We can extract the kids at any time. Dr. Shaw is organizing a team to extract the First Lady from the CDC installation where she's being held and move her to a secure EIS facility near here, said Dr. Shoji.
The EIS has been a busy little secret government organization. I looked levelly at Dr. Shoji. If I do this, I need to know that we're not replacing one bad deal with another. What are your plans?
I don't speak for the EIS as a whole, and I can't see the future, he said. But for the past 10 years at least, we've been bleeding off the best recruits the CDC gets. We've been getting the members of your generation, the ones who want a solution that doesn't always involve a bullet. I think that corruption is a risk for every organization, even ours. But we're going to be very busy for quite some time, just cleaning up the mess that's been made for us. If the EIS is going to go the way of the CDC, it probably won't be within my lifetime.
Whereas the CDC is a bad deal right now, I said. That's fair. But you realize that if I do this, if I get involved, and you ever start to cross the line,
I can't promise what the future will be. All I can do is promise that the EIS will try to make sure we have one.
I nodded. Fine. Steve, get the kids out of here. Dr. Shoji, do whatever you need to do to get them to safety, and make sure Dr. Shaw takes care of Emily. Does anybody here have a gun I can borrow? The Secret Service confiscated all of ours. Rick blinked.
I was expecting you to ask for an internet connection.
Oh, I'm going to need one of those, too, once we get everybody back together. But first, we have a job that requires weapons. Steve unsnapped his sidearm and passed it to me. I accepted it before smiling coolly at Rick. We need to go and kidnap the president. And here my mother said a job in medicine would be dangerous, said Gregory. Rick didn't say anything. But slowly, with an expression of almost painful relief. He nodded.
I regret to inform you that we have lied to you. Last year, when most of the site went camping, we were in actuality running for our lives, being pursued by no less an adversary than the Centers for Disease Control. Our flight began when Dr. Kelly Connolly, believed dead following a break-in at the Memphis CDC, arrived at our Oakland offices and asked for our help. The destruction of Oakland followed soon after. In the interests of concealing our location and activities, we were forced to present a cover story to the world. For this, on the behalf of the Factual News Division, I apologize. We are not lying now. Please download and read the attached documents, which encompass everything leading up to our departure from Oakland. If they do not load, please visit one of our mirror sites. Continue trying. This is important. These are things you need to know. We are telling you the truth. From Fish and Clips, the blog of Mihir Gowda, August 7th, 2041. The mosquitoes that swept from Cuba to the American Gulf Coast, resulting in the death of millions, did not arise naturally. They were genetically engineered by scientists in the employ of the CDC. Please download and review the attached documents for further details, including a full description of the life cycle of the modified yellow fever mosquito. We are telling you the truth. That will not bring my parents back to life. From the Kwong Way of Things, the blog of Alric Kwong, August 7th, 2041. Chapter 38. Sean. The man from the CDC kept on talking. To be honest, I had pretty much stopped listening. Alric and Bex were paying attention and periodically asking questions that seemed at least vaguely connected to the things coming out of his mouth, so I figured no one would notice, or care, if I checked out for a little bit. As long as I didn't start to drool, they'd probably figure I was just being a big dumb Irwin and letting the smart people talk. That's the useful thing about being a figurehead. Nobody cares if you're an idiot, as long as you're a useful one. "They're never going to give her back to you," murmured Georgia. There was a faint echoing quality to her words, and I knew that if I turned my head she'd be there, watching me, waiting for me to admit that she was right. That scared me almost more than the things she was saying. I used to welcome the hallucinations, viewing them as the only way I could see her anymore. Now, I knew I wasn't going to go uncrazy as fast as I went crazy, but the idea of being left alone with a voice in my head and the occasional delusional vision was suddenly terrifying. I got her back. Why the hell wasn't the world going to let me keep her? "You don't need to worry about their little replacement. The world will let you keep me," she said. "Just you and me, forever. That's what you said you wanted, isn't it? You volunteered to be a haunted house." "Shut up," I muttered, trying to keep my voice low enough that no one else would notice. It didn't work. "What was that?" asked the doctor, attention swinging back around to me. Uh-oh. I began. "He talks to himself," said Bex matter-of-factly. "I'm actually impressed that this is the first time he's done it. Just ignore him, and keep telling us why immune response in babies is enough to cause reservoir conditions, but not enough to avoid spontaneous amplification when they cross the 60-pound threshold." "He talks to himself?" The doctor frowned at me like I had suddenly become an exciting new medical mystery. I wonder how he'd feel if he knew I was immune to the Kellis-Amberley virus. He'd probably start asking whether he could dissect me, assuming he cared about asking. George had already proven that people were now a matter of crunch, all you want, we'll make more. Maybe he already had Sean II baking in one of their cloning tanks, ready for his triumphant decanting. Fuck that. Turns out being forced to shoot the one person in the world you thought would outlive you in the head sort of fucks with your sense of reality, I said coldly. I mean, My choices were a nice mellow psychotic break with talking to myself and the occasional voice in my head, or climbing the nearest cell tower and playing sniper until somebody came and gunned me down. I figured option A would be better for my long-term health, if not my sanity. "And you still listen to him? You still do what he says?" asked the doctor, his attention swinging back to Bex and Alric. Alric shrugged. "Sure. He's the boss." "Fascinating." The man from the CDC shook his head as he turned toward President Ryman. "You see the power of trust? Once you believe a person won't mislead you, you keep believing it, even after you realize they've gone insane. This plan may actually work." "Or maybe not," said George. "It's a little bit of a coin toss right now, if you ask me." The doctor whipped around, eyes widening. "What are you doing?" His reaction made me realize she was really here, rather than speaking into the dark inside my head. I turned to see George standing in the doorway, an unfamiliar gun in her hands. She had it aimed squarely at the doctor's chest. Rick was behind her, expression grim, standing next to a man I didn't recognize. Steve was nowhere to be seen. "If you so much as twitch, I swear I will shoot you," said George. The doctor ignored her, reaching for his pocket. The sound of the safety clicking off was very loud. He froze. "You're making a mistake," he said. "Maybe your mistake was focusing so hard on my replacement that you forgot to give me an off switch," replied George. "No, they gave you one," said the stranger. "We just took it out before they had the chance to use it." "Oh, right," said George. "Silly me. I always forget about the excruciatingly painful non-elective surgeries." The doctor's eyes got even wider, if that was possible. "Dr. Lake?" he demanded, looking toward the unfamiliar man. The stranger smiled, the expression bordering on a snarl. "I resign," he said. "So this is mutiny." The man from the CDC slanted his eyes toward President Ryman and his remaining agents. "This is treason." None of the Secret Service men were reaching for their guns, and the look on President Ryman's face wasn't shock or outrage. It was relief. Like this was what he'd been waiting for all along. "You'd know about that, wouldn't you?" he asked. I never heard him sound so bitter. "Treason? That's something you at the CDC have been experts on for quite a while." The man from the CDC's eyes widened in exaggerated shock. "I don't understand what you're implying, Mr. President." "Emily's safe," said George. "The EIS has her. Steve's getting the kids out of the building. They can't hold your family over you anymore." "Do you think it's that simple?" asked the man from the CDC. "We've had a long time to get to where we are today. You're making a large mistake. People have died for less." "People have died for nothing," George shot back. "And no, I don't think it's that simple. But I do think you made one major tactical error when you invited us here." The man from the CDC sneered. "What's that?" "We're the ones that people listen to. And we're the ones who learned about backups from Georgette Messonnier." George smiled. "Anybody here who doesn't have 6 cameras running, raise your hand." Not a single member of my team raised their hand. Bex grinned. Alric smirked. And the man from the CDC, perhaps realizing that he was finished, moved. Jamming his hand into his pocket, he pulled out the pen he'd been holding before, aiming it at the president. The Secret Service men shouted something, grabbing Ryman's shoulders. Not fast enough. There was no way they'd be able to get him clear fast enough. I didn't think. I just jumped, putting myself between the man from the CDC and President Ryman half a second before I heard the sound of George's gun going off. The man from the CDC froze, looking slowly down at the spreading red patch in the middle of his chest. The pen dropped from his hand and he fell, crumpling to the floor. The last sound he made was a hollow thud when his head hit the tile. It was almost comic, in a weird way. No one was laughing. They were all staring at me. Bex had a hand covering her mouth, and Alric looked like he was about to be sick, Only Georgia didn't look distraught. Mostly, she looked confused. Lowering her gun, she asked, "What is that?" I looked at the needle sticking out of my chest, anchored in the flesh a few inches to the right of my sternum. It hurt a little, now that I was thinking about it. It would probably hurt more once the adrenaline washed out of my system. "Oh," I said, my words almost drowned out by the sound of one of the Secret Service men emptying his gun into the man from the CDC's head. "That's a problem." You know what's awesome? Assholes who do all their research and have all the pieces of the puzzle and can't be bothered with anything that doesn't fit the picture they've decided they're putting together. You know, idiots. The kind of stupid you can manage to achieve only by being really, really smart, because only really, really smart people can reach adulthood without having any goddamn common sense. Seriously. Thank you, smart people, for being absolute idiots. I appreciate it. From Adaptive Immunities, the blog of Sean Mason, August 7th, 2041. Unpublished.
Kill me once? Shame on you. Kill me twice? Shame on me. Kill my brother? Oh, it's on. And you are not going to enjoy it. From Living Dead Girl, the blog of Georgia Mason II, August 7th, 2041. Unpublished.
Chapter 39. Georgia. Everyone stared at the needle sticking out of Sean's chest, their expressions showing varying degrees of shock and horror. I put the safety back on my borrowed gun and slowly lowered it, shoving it into the waistband of my pants. No one said anything. One of the Secret Service agents pulled President Ryman back, putting more distance between him and Sean. I tried to force myself to swallow. I remembered being hit by a similar needle in Sacramento, although mine had been attached to a syringe. "Sean?" I said very softly. "The CDC weaponized Kellis Amberly a while ago," said Sean. He grimaced as he pulled the needle out of his chest. "Okay, fucking ow. Could we go with a slightly less ouch-worthy doomsday weapon next time? Not that I don't appreciate it failing to, puncture my lung or something, but that stings." "Put the needle down and step away from the president," said one of the Secret Service agents. His gun was in his hand, and from his tone, he meant business. "Sean," said President Ryman. "Oh, right. You guys didn't get the memo, did you? See, part of why they're so into killing the people with the reservoir conditions, like, George or your wife or Rick's wife, who probably didn't kill herself, and isn't that a bitch? Part of why they're so into that is because of, whatchamacallit, antibody transference," said Alric. He relaxed as he spoke, some of the tension going out of his shoulders. "Yeah, that. Turns out the reservoir conditions are sort of like the middle step in us learning how to live with our cuddly virus buddies. People with reservoir conditions get better because they're making antibodies. And then, people who spend a lot of time with those people get something even better." Sean grinned at me. "We get to be immune." "What?" said President Ryman. "What?" said Gregory. "Can I get a biohazard bag over here?" said Sean. He grimaced again. "And maybe some gauze or something? This really stings." "This is impossible," said one of the Secret Service agents. He leveled his handgun on Sean. "Sir, we need to get you out of here." "No," said President Ryman. We all turned to look at him, even Sean, who still looked perfectly lucid. Conversion takes time, but he should have been showing some of the outward signs of infection after being shot with that large a dose of virus. "Sir?"
said the Secret Service agent. I said no. We brought these people here because we were looking for a Hail Mary. If they're going to give us one, we're not going to turn our backs on them. President Ryman's gaze settled on Gregory. I'm sorry, son. I didn't catch your name. Dr. Gregory Lake, sir. EIS. Gregory produced a testing kit from his lab coat pocket, tossing it to Sean. If I may be so bold, this might help keep these nice gentlemen from shooting you before we can get out of here. Practical and prepared. That's what I like to see in a public servant. President Ryman turned to Sean. Sean. I know. Proof that this isn't just preamplification crazy. Sean sighed as he popped the lid off his testing kit. You know, George, if you'd just listened when I said I wanted to skip the presidential campaign and petition to go to Yellowstone instead, none of this would have happened. He stuck his thumb into the opening. I managed to smile. It wasn't easy. But imagine all the fun we'd have missed. Meeting Rick, that town hall in Eakley. Burying Buffy. Burying you. I would have been okay with missing the fun. The lights on his test unit seemed to be confused. They were flashing, returning to yellow over and over again. Finally, the green light stopped flickering, and the red and yellow began to oscillate, like the unit was trying to make up its mind. The Secret Servicemen drew their guns. I could see what came next, as clearly as if it had already happened. Blood on the floor, Sean falling, and no handy CDC madmen to bring him back to me. Stop! I shouted, putting both my hands up in front of me. It hasn't stopped yet! It hadn't stopped. The light was still flashing between red and yellow, and as I watched, the green came back into the rotation. The flash began holding there, a little bit longer each time. Fascinating, murmured Gregory. You can't dissect him, I said. No, but can we have some blood? Say a gallon? For starters? We'll see. The light wasn't flashing red at all anymore. Instead, it was flickering between yellow and green. Then the yellow cut out entirely, and it was just green. Uninfected. Safe. I let out a slow breath, only then feeling the terror that had been burning in my veins the whole time. Sean was safe. Sean was going to be okay. Sean was holding up the green-lit test unit with an expression of vague amusement on his face as he asked, Well, does that clear me? Or do I need to do a little dance, too? A little dance is never amiss, said Elric, straight-faced. I started to move toward Sean. Gregory grabbed my shoulder, stopping me. Don't. What? Asked Sean and I in unison. Gregory shook his head, not letting go. He may be immune, but you're not. If the virus on his clothing is live, it could cause you to amplify. This gets better and better. Bex glared at the body of the man from the CDC. I should have taken the headshot. Maybe next time, said Sean. In the meantime, Mr. President, your wife and children are safe, said Rick. We can get out of here. We can find a way to make this right. It's going to be a little harder than we thought. The sound of Steve's voice was a surprise. We turned to see him standing in the door, with plaster on the shoulders of his formerly immaculate black suit, and the bin holding our equipment in his arms. Steve? Said Sean. The building is surrounded, said Steve. He moved to put the bin on the table. I took the liberty of retrieving your weapons. We may be shooting our way out. Surrounded? Asked Bex, as she moved to rummage through the bin. By what, political protesters? No, said Steve. Zombies. "It's always zombies," complained Sean. No one laughed. He frowned. "Tough crowd." "What is it about you two and massive outbreaks?" asked Steve. "We were outbreak-free until you got here."
"Just lucky, I guess," I said. "Where's everyone else?"
"With Dr. Shoji. I doubled back when I saw the moaners on the lawn."
At least something was going right. The Secret Service agents with President Ryman looked stunned, although whether it was at the zombies or our flippancy, I couldn't have said. They weren't with us on the campaign trail. They didn't understand that this was how we coped.
"Can't we get out through the tunnels?" asked Rick. "Only if you enjoy being zombie, Chow," said Steve. "The CDC is nothing if not efficient." Sean took his gun from Bex, careful not to touch her hand. "Is there any route out of here that doesn't get us eaten?" "We go through the parking garage to the covered motorway," said Steve. "We may still get eaten, but we'll have a better shot at getting out alive."
President Ryman was starting to look distinctly unhappy. Poor guy. Leader of the free world and unwilling tool of an international conspiracy, 1 minute. Potential zombie food the next.
"How did this happen?" he demanded. "Our extraction of your wife may have triggered some alarms," said Gregory. "Between that and the situation here, the CDC is taking steps to resolve the matter. Congratulations. We are all expendable." "Cheer up, everybody," said Sean, and grinned. The grin of a manic Irwin getting ready to shove his way into danger. "This is going to be great for ratings. Let's go." We went.
The past 30 years bear a startling resemblance to the Greek myth of Pandora when looked at clearly in the light. A box that should not have been opened, a plague of pains and pestilences loosed upon the world, and, at the end, hope. Hope that we refused, for many years, to allow ourselves to look upon with unshadowed eyes. What were we afraid of? Were we afraid hope would prove another phantom, slipping through our hands like mist? Were we afraid something worse was hidden in its wake? I think not. I think we were, quite simply, afraid to admit to hope, because admitting to hope would mean admitting the world had changed forever. There is no return to the world we knew before the rising. That world is dead. But as the rising itself took such great pains to teach us, even after death, life still goes on. From Pandora's Box, The Rising Reimagined, authored by Mahir Gowda, August 10th, 2041.
"Look, Ma, I'm abducting the president. Aren't you proud of your baby girl now?"
From Charming, Not Sincere, the blog of Rebecca Atherton, August 7th, 2041. Unpublished.
Chapter 40. Sean. We fell into a ragged formation with President Ryman at the center. Alric was almost as well protected. He'd never passed his field certifications, and none of us was particularly enthused by the idea of him firing a gun in an enclosed space. The next ring was made up of Secret Service men, all of them except Steve, who was on the outer ring with me, Gregory and the rest of my team, including Rick, who'd taken a pistol from one of the agents and was walking next to Bex. None of them objected to the vice president endangering himself. Either they were giving up, or they figured they'd be lucky if they managed to get any of us out alive, much less both of the elected officials. "You people still know how to throw a party," he said nervously. "Practice. Alric?" I didn't turn to face him. My attention remained on the hall ahead of us. Steve was on point, since he was the one who actually knew the way, but I wasn't going to let him hit the first wave, if there was a first wave, alone. "How are you doing with bouncing a signal out of this loony bin?" "I'm still trying to get a clean connection." "Well, keep trying. We need to get this footage to Mahir before we get ripped to pieces by the living dead." "You're always such an optimist," muttered George. I slanted a grin her way. "Like I said, practice." "Is that also where you learned to be such an asshole?" "Yep. How am I doing?" "Good." The halls were eerily silent. That would have been a good thing. Moaning usually means you're about to become a snack food. But we didn't know whether or not the zombies were inside. Eventually, even the nervous banter stopped. The only sounds were breathing, footsteps, and the occasional soft beep as Alric tried and failed to make a connection with the outside world. I wanted to be comforted by the fact that George and I were walking into danger together, but I couldn't manage it. I kept thinking about how fragile she was, how breakable, how easily killed. She might have gotten better the first time, but now, in a new body with a new immune system that never learned to coexist with the virus, she'd die. And this time the CDC wouldn't be standing by to miraculously resurrect her. She'd stay gone. "Fuck," I muttered. No one said anything. At a time like this, me talking to myself was the least of our worries. Steve led us to a T-junction and paused. "We can't take the elevator back up to the public garage. We're going to need to use the private vehicle pool. It's the only way to be sure we haven't been compromised." "It's too quiet," said Rick. George grimaced. "Why do people say that? Wouldn't it be quicker to just ask if that noise was the wind?" Something moaned down the corridor to our right. I sighed. That wasn't the wind. "No, it wasn't," said Steve tightly. "But how?" began Alric. "Questions later, running now," said Bex. We ran. The Secret Service men fell back until they were running behind the rest of us, moving at that strange, twisted half-jog men use when they want to cover the ground behind them as they run. Bex and Rick moved to flank the non-combatants. Alric was still frantically slapping his PDA, trying to get a solid connection, even as we were fleeing for our lives, while George and I took the front, running close on Steve's heels. The moaning behind us continued, now getting louder. The zombies were fresh. They had to be, if they were gaining on us that fast. "I hate the fucking CDC," I snarled. "Save your breath," George advised. We ran. The hall seemed like it might be endless, right up until the moment where we turned a corner and it ended, terminating in a set of clear glass doors leading into an airlock. There was a red light on above the door. "It's gone into security lockdown," shouted Steve. "We're going to have to check out clean, one at a time." One of the Secret Service men moved through the group to slap his palm against the testing panel. The other agents were close behind him, dragging a protesting President Ryman in their wake. His safety was their job. Ours wasn't. And the moaning was getting louder. The light turned green. The first agent took his hand off the testing panel and stepped through the now-open door, letting the airlock cycle around him as he stepped out into the parking garage. Nothing attacked him immediately. He turned back to the rest of us, signaling for the second agent to send the president through. "Got it!" said Alric, his delight sounding almost obscene, considering the circumstances. The rest of us stared at him. He held up his PDA. "Upload established. I'm transmitting." "Finally," breathed George, a certain tension slipping out of her shoulders. "Get those files up as fast as you can. Working on it." "Even death doesn't change your priorities, does it?" asked Rick, tiredly amused. "Not really, no," said George. She grinned at him, gun still aimed toward the unseen zombies. I could have kissed her. It would probably have been a good thing, since we were all about to be zombie chow. Instead, I adjusted my position, calling over my shoulder, "A little speed in the carpool lane would be appreciated, guys. We've got incoming, and I didn't bring enough limbs to share with everybody." "The system's cycling as fast as it can," said Steve reproachfully. "Don't really give a fuck how fast the system is cycling. Just don't want to get eaten by zombies right after uncovering a mass conspiracy to deceive the American public. Seems a little anticlimactic, you know what I mean? Like getting empty boxes on Christmas morning." "You got empty boxes?" asked Bex. "Lucky bastard. I always got dresses." Alric glanced up. "Dresses?" "Frilly dresses," she said with disgust. Lacy frilly dresses. "Are all journalists insane, or did I just hit the mother lode?" asked Gregory. "Yes," said Rick and George in unison. We were still laughing, the anxious laughter of people who know they're about to die horribly, when the first zombies came around the corner, and laughter ceased to be an option. At least the sight of the zombies answered the question of where they came from. They were wearing White House ID badges, dressed in respectable suits and sensible shoes. Someone must have triggered an outbreak inside the building, opened the right doors, and let the feeding frenzy commence. Anyone who hadn't been caught by the initial infection would have been taken out by the first wave of actual infected. I'll give my companions this. No one screamed. Instead, everyone but Alric and Gregory braced themselves and opened fire, giving the people at the airlock time to cycle through. Alric moved to put himself behind Bex and out of the line of fire, attention still focused primarily on the device in his hands. 40% uploaded, he called. Not enough, muttered George, and fired. Her shot went wild. With a wordless sound of frustration, she shifted the gun to her left hand and used her right to pull off her sunglasses and throw them aside. She resumed her stance and fired again. This time, she didn't miss. "Mr. Vice President," Steve's voice was anxious. "Sir, you need to go through the lock." Rick didn't move. "Go on, Rick," I said, firing twice more into the seemingly endless tide of zombies. "Get out of here. Go be important. If we don't get out, somebody who understands the news is going to need to interpret what Alric's putting online." Rick still didn't move. He fired again. Another zombie went down. "Go on, Rick," said George. "Mahir gets left behind, and you leave when we need somebody to make it off the battlefield. That's how this story goes." She never looked at him. She just kept shooting. Rick shot her a stricken look, and he went, turning and retreating toward the airlock. I stepped a little closer to her, closing a bit more of the distance between us, and kept shooting. We were all falling back now, just a little bit, just a few steps. There are people who will tell you the worst place to be in an outbreak is a narrow tunnel with a limited number of exits. They're probably right. But a narrow tunnel with a limited number of exits is also the best place to be in an outbreak, because the zombies can only come at you so fast. The airlock hissed. Rick was through. "Dr. Lake," called Steve, "come on." Gregory didn't need to be told twice. He turned and ran, vanishing from my range of sight. My clip clicked on empty. I ejected it and slapped a new one into place, twisting the stock until I felt the clip snap home. George repeated the process 2 bullets later. By then I was firing again, covering the holes she made. We still worked together well, even if neither of us was really the person we used to be. Even if neither of us was ever going to be that person. Those people. Again. "If this is crazy, I don't care," I said, and fired. Another zombie went down. We were losing ground fast now, and still they kept coming. "Neither do I," said George, and kept firing. "Alric!" shouted Steve. "Coming!" Alric started forward and froze, eyes widening as he looked at the screen of his little device. "There's no signal there. I almost lost the connection." "Alric, just go," snapped George. "I can't. I have to get these files up before somebody hits us with an EMP screen." Bex took 2 long steps backward, firing all the while, and snatched the device from his hand. "I can manage an upload as well as you can," she snarled. "Now go!" Alric stared at her. "Bex, go!" He turned and fled. The zombies were still closing. There were 5 of us left now. Me, George, Bex, one of the Secret Service agents, I still didn't know his name, and Steve, who was urging Alric through the airlock as quickly as he could. "You see the failure inherent in this model, don't you?" asked George. She fired. A zombie went down. They were closing in. "What are you talking about?" Bex groaned, the sound similar to a zombie's moan, only in that it held no actual words. No zombie could have sounded that aggravated. "You can't shoot while you're going through the airlock. That means someone has to watch your back. One person to stand guard, one person leaving, until eventually— "There's only one person left," I said, feeling suddenly numb. A zombie lurched forward. I put a bullet through its skull. It fell. Fuck. "It always comes down to the cold equations," said George. Fuck! I fired again. This time I missed. "Next!" shouted Steve. "Go!" said Bex, nodding to George. "Both of you, go. You need to get out of here." "We're not leaving you. You're not leaving him, either." The last of the Secret Service agents was running for the airlock. "You're not going to leave her, and she's not going to leave you. We can't ask your big friend to stay behind, not when he may be the most muscle we have left. That leaves me. Now get out of here." Bex held up Alric's PDA with a hand that wasn't holding her gun. "We're at 90%. I'll make sure the news is waiting for you when you hit the surface. Rebecca," Bex shot me a venomous glance, "I don't have her nose for news. I don't have your total lack of regard for my own safety. What I have is a family that doesn't want me, and a job that I know how to do. And that job says I stand here and let you get out because you're the ones who can do the best job telling this story. Now go!" "Sean, come on." George took a step backward, still firing. "I don't want to do this," I said quietly. "So don't," said George in the space behind my eyes. Her voice was soft, cajoling. She would never ask me to do something I didn't want to do. She would never try to convince me to leave a teammate behind. She would let me die here and take everything we'd fought and bled for with me. "Sean, go!" shouted Bex. She shoved the PDA into her pocket and called, "Hey, big guy, how sturdy are those doors?" "Sturdy enough," rumbled Steve. "Georgia, come on." "Coming." She kept shooting as she backed away until she had to turn and press her hand against the test unit, and shooting ceased to be an option. "Good." Bex dug her hand into a different pocket, producing a small round object that I recognized, after a few seconds, as a concussion grenade. "Then I'm taking no prisoners." "You had a grenade in your pocket?" I asked, unsure whether to be impressed or horrified. "Dr. Abby gave it to me. She swore it was stable." "Dr. Abby isn't stable." "Doesn't matter now." Bex grinned, still firing. Gunpowder streaked her cheeks and forehead, mixed with sweat and cleaned in narrow tracks by the tears I wasn't sure she was aware of shedding. "Get out of here, Mason. We had a good time, didn't we? It wasn't all bad." The zombies were getting closer all the time. I kept firing. "We had a great time. You were amazing. You are amazing." "Same to you, Mason. Now go." "Sean!" shouted Steve. I took a deep breath, fired twice more into the throng, and ran. Steve and Bex covered me while the airlock cycled. By the time I was through, there was a distance of barely 10 feet between the leading wave of zombies, slowed by bullets, sickness, and the bodies of their own fallen, and the airlock door. Steve was the next one through, Bex covering him by herself. She fired faster than I would have thought possible, and almost every shot was a good one. Still, she was outnumbered, and the zombies were nearly on top of her when Steve stepped out into the parking garage with the rest of us. Beck stopped firing. She turned to face the glass, a smile on her face, zombies looming up hard and fast behind her. We couldn't hear them moaning anymore, or the sound her gun made when it hit the ground. She raised her free hand in a perfect pageant wave, seemingly oblivious to the hands reaching out to grab her hair. Then she went over backward, vanishing into the teeming river of infected flesh. The blast came a few seconds later. There was no sound, only a sudden red rain as the detonation destroyed everything it came in contact with. There was nothing of Bex in that redness. There was everything of Bex in that redness. And so I let George pull me away from the flames that were beginning to consume the hall, leading me toward the motorcade idling in the middle of the parking garage. Alric was standing next to the lead car. He was crying, silently but steadily, his eyes fixed on the flames now starting to show through the streaks of blood on the glass. The hall was burning. Depending on how many alarms had been disabled before the zombies were released, the whole building might go with it. I put a hand on Alric's shoulder. "She got the news out," I said. He nodded. "I know." Good. There was nothing else that anyone could say. We climbed into the waiting cars, pulled the doors shut, and drove away into the darkness. This is where I'm supposed to say something mealy-mouthed and meaningless like, "We regret," or "We are sorry to say." That's what you do at a time like this. But the thing is, there was never anything meaningless about Bex. She was one of the most calculated people I ever knew, and I don't mean that in a bad way. She always knew her angles. She always knew where the light was. I guess in another world she was probably Miss America or something. One of those women who lived and died by the light. But we didn't live in that world, and so she grew up to be something else. Something better. Rebecca Atherton was a reporter before she was anything else. She was a crack shot with any ranged weapon you've ever heard of, and a few you probably haven't. She was honest, and she was faithful, and she was strong, and she helped me kill a zombie bear. She's also dead. So this is where I say we'd better live up to her sacrifice, because there's nothing in the world that can ever replace her. Good night, Bex. You told the truth. From Adaptive Immunities, the blog of Sean Mason, August 8th, 2041.
Chapter 41. Georgia.
True to Steve's word, the zombies came surging in as soon as the parking garage doors were open. Their grasping hands and gaping jaws were no match for an armored presidential motorcade. We mowed them down in droves, their viscera splattering the windshield, until Steve activated the wipers and cleaned the gore away. It was surreal, like driving into a bloody red rain. The barrier between the front and back of the car remained down the whole time, which was a mixed blessing. We could see what was going on, but being able to see meant, in some way, that we couldn't look away. Alric, Sean, and I had been hustled into the same car, along with Steve and Rick. President Ryman, the rest of the Secret Service agents, and Gregory were in the other car. Presumably, Gregory was giving directions to the nearest EIS safe house. Maybe, if we were lucky, we'd even make it there in one piece. I wasn't feeling lucky. My phone rang shortly after we were clear of the parking garage and its signal-suppressing architecture. I clipped my ear cuff on and tapped it, saying tightly, "Georgia, go." "Did you just blow up the bloody White House?" demanded Mahir, loudly enough that everyone in the back of the car turned and looked at me. "Yeah, Mahir, we kind of did. Although technically that's not entirely true. Bex kind of did." There was a pause as he thought through that statement. Then, slowly, he asked, "Georgia, did Bex—" Sean was her immediate superior, so I believe he'll be making the official announcement. But I am sorry to say that as of August 7th, 2041, Rebecca Atherton's name has been added to the wall. Mahir breathed out slowly. Several seconds passed in silence before he said, "Maggie is doing better. She's taken to swearing at the nurses." "I'm sure everyone will be glad to hear that." "Georgia." "Yes?" "Did you kill the president?" I glanced toward the red-streaked windshield. We were through the last line of zombies, and I could see President Ryman's car ahead of ours. The whole back window was blocked out by blood and chunks of flesh. Decontamination of our vehicles was going to be a massive undertaking. "No," I said. "We just kidnapped him a little." "Technically, I suppose he kidnapped himself. I guess that's one for the courts." There was a long pause before Mahir said, "I'm suddenly glad to have remained in Seattle." It's conveniently close to the Canadian border, in case you need to make a run for it.
Mahir, I need you to gather all the betas and moderators we have.
Wake people up if you need to, and get them online. We're about to have a massive fire drill.
What's that?
Hang on. I turned to Alric. Where did you upload those files? They were set to upload to my private folder. Mahir has the administrative password. Alric's voice was dull, like all the life had been leached out of it. He didn't lift his head. I relayed this to Mahir, adding, I need you to download, listen, and sort through the data. Get as many of the newsies on it as you can. Start cutting the data into coherent chunks, minimal editing, no two files the same size or length. We're going to need to get them out without making them easy to suppress. Do not post anything until you receive my next transmission. I need you to match my information. Sean shook his head. Times like this, I wish Buffy were here. I put a hand over his, waiting for Mahir's response. It came quickly. Georgia.
What is this?
This is the end. This is the last story. I sighed and closed my eyes, leaning until my head hit Sean's shoulder. I was suddenly tired. So tired. This is where we tell the truth and get the fuck out of the way while the experts figure out what they're supposed to do with it. I'll download the files, said Mahir. He took a breath. After I tell Maggie about Bex, that is. I have to tell her. I know.
Godspeed, Georgia Mason.
Same to you, Mahir. Same to you. I tapped my ear cuff without opening my eyes, cutting off the connection. When this is over, I want to find a new profession. Something with fewer zombies.
I could get behind that,
said Sean, pushing me gently away. I opened my eyes, giving him a startled look. He indicated his shirt, where a spot of blood marked the needle's entry point.
Still potentially hot. Sorry, but I'm not losing you again. Not over laundry.
The statement was so ridiculous that I actually smiled before sobering again. We all checked out clean when we went through the airlock.
Yup, I remain immune.
Thanks for that. I mean, really. It sort of explains how I got out of so many close calls.
And here I'd been attributing my survival to sheer awesomeness on my part. But I'm okay with that if it means I'm going to survive.
Sean looked toward Alric.
You okay? Not hurt?
She's gone, Alric whispered, voice barely audible above the sound of the engine. Bex is gone. She was there, and now she's just gone. I exchanged a look with Sean before saying, carefully, I know. I'm sorry. Will she come back? You came back. Will she? We exchanged another look. This time it was Rick who spoke, before Sean or I could say anything.
I'm sorry, Alric. What we did with Georgia was unethical, and it would have been impossible if Sean's shot hadn't left her brain essentially intact. We might have been able to replicate her body, but we would never have been able to recreate her mind.
I'm sorry, I said again. Alric sighed, a shaky, shuddering sound, and said, I knew you were going to say that. I just needed to hear it. He lifted his head, regarding us with tear-filled eyes. This wasn't worth it.
It never is, said Sean.
We rode in silence after that, blindly following the lead car down twisting back roads and half-hidden residential streets. The motorcade wasn't running its lights, but it was still equipped with the transmitters that changed the lights in our favor and allowed us to dodge the random blood tests on certain streets. It was possible the CDC could also use those transmitters to track us. I put the thought out of my mind as firmly as I could. If we were being followed, There was nothing we could do about it. We were out of places to go. It felt like we'd been driving for an hour or more when we made a sharp left onto a private driveway. We had gone barely 10 yards when a steel gate slid shut behind us, and blue guiding lights clicked on along the sides of the road. "Wherever it is we're going, I think we're just about there," I said.
"Think they'll have cookies?" asked Sean. "I think they're more likely to have full immersion bleach tanks," said Alric darkly. "Your optimism is duly noted," said Steve. He cocked his head, apparently listening to something on his own earpiece before adding, "Welcome to the EIS."
"So that's a yes on both the cookies and the bleach," I said. We followed President Ryman's car into a low parking garage that was better lit than the one we'd left. It was also substantially fuller. Dr. Shoji and Dr. Kimberly were standing in front of the doors to the main building, flanked on either side by orderlies with tranquilizer rifles. It said something about the past week that I found the sight extremely reassuring. The car stopped, and one by one we climbed out, squinting under the bright fluorescent lights. Sean stood just out of reach, both of us turning to look toward our welcoming committee. Once everyone was out of both cars, Dr. Shoji stepped forward and said, "According to the news, there has been a terrorist attack on the White House, and both President Ryman and Vice President Cousins are missing, feared dead." "Where's my wife?" asked President Ryman.
"The clone died in the attack. The original is inside," said Dr. Shoji. "She and the children are safe, and have been waiting for you. What do you intend to do?"
President Ryman paused, before turning to me and smiling that faintly off-kilter smile I'd seen so many times on the campaign trail, the one that promised he'd do his best to change the world, if only we'd be patient with him while he figured out exactly how to do it.
"I think it's time I gave a little State of the Union interview, if Miss Mason would be so kind."
I nodded. "It would be my honor, sir."
"Great," said Sean, clapping his hands together. "Let's go through decon, get in there, and change the world. And then? Cookies." "Cookies," agreed Rick.
I started toward the door. Alric grabbed my arm before I took my second step, stopping me. I turned, blinking at him.
"Was it worth it?"
he asked. "God, I hope so," I said. He let me go. And as a group, reunited at last, for whatever good it was going to do us, we walked into the building.
Red flag distribution. Red flag distribution. Red flag distribution. Creative Commons license alert level alpha. Spread to all news sites immediately. Repost freely. Repost freely. Repost freely. Feed is live. Transcription follows. Image. A woman who appears to be Georgia Mason. Reference the wall, 6/20/40. Stands in front of a podium bearing the logo of the Epidemic Intelligence Service.
Woman. My name is Georgia Mason. My name is Subject 7C. I died on June 20th, 2040, during the Ryman for President campaign. I was resurrected earlier this year by the CDC using illegal and unethical human cloning technology. If you are viewing this video or reading a transcription on a download-enabled site, you can verify my DNA structure by downloading the file labeled G. Mason Genetic Profile. Georgia. I am here because the CDC wanted a more effective mechanism for lying to you and believed I would provide a viable control for my brother, Sean Mason, as well as serving a potential role as a mouthpiece for their version of the truth. I am here because I was not allowed to rest.
Image. The camera swings around to show Sean Mason. Reference. after the end times, holding a whiteboard on which the date 8/7/41 has been written. Sean. Listen to the dead girl. She's telling you what you need to hear. Image. The camera returns to Georgia.
Georgia. Before I died, I told you all that someone was trying to keep you afraid. Someone was trying to keep you from realizing that you were being controlled through unnecessary security and exaggerated fear. I begged you to rise. I begged you to stop them. Unfortunately, words are cheap, even today, and actions are expensive. I did not change the world by dying. All I did was die. But you still have the opportunity to change things, and that opportunity is greater and more immediate than any of us could have known. Kellis Amberley is not the scourge we have been led to treat it as. It is a living thing, and like any living thing, it seeks to evolve, to find a balance with its hosts. Kellis Amberley has been trying to adapt to us, and we have been trying to adapt to it. But our government, believing that it has the right to decide for everyone, has not allowed that adaptation. They have been killing those individuals who represented our best chance of finding peace with this disease. For more information, download the file labeled Reservoir Condition Fatality Rates. Georgia. You may already be hearing reports that we are terrorists, that we have destroyed a part of the nation's capital and either killed or kidnapped the president. These reports are untrue. One of our reporters, Rebecca Atherton, was killed in the process of rescuing the president from those same individuals who had me brought back from the grave, those same individuals who had me killed in the first place.
Image. At this point in the video recording, a 5-second clip of Rebecca Atherton, filmed a year previous, plays. She is wearing khaki, her hair is loose, and she is shooting a zombie with a paintball gun. Each paintball appears to be filled with acid. She is laughing. Her face goes to still frame, and the image returns to Georgia.
Georgia. And why did they kill me? Why did they arrange a set of circumstances that resulted in Rebecca's death and the death of countless others? Because there are things they didn't want you to know. This is one of them. The virus is changing. I repeat, the virus is changing. But there are people who wanted to control those changes, no matter how many lives it cost. They believed that only by keeping us afraid could they keep us under control. But we have had time to learn and grow since the rising. We are smarter now. We have adapted. There are things we cannot tell you, because there are answers we do not have. But we have more information than we did, and please believe me when I say the information that is left unshared is only that which must be studied further before it is safe to reveal. The EIS will be working with the government to codify that information. In time, you will know everything. The CDC's motivation for resurrecting me, as opposed to any of the others they could have chosen, was simple. They thought you would listen to me. They thought you would accept my words as truth. Let's prove them right. Believe me. Believe the contents of these files, and believe your president.
Image. President Peter Ryman walks into the frame, followed by Vice President Richard Cousins. Georgia Mason moves to the side, and President Ryman takes her place. Vice President Cousins stands to his other side. President Ryman. I am speaking now not only to the citizens of the United States of America, but to the citizens of the planet Earth. Because Kellis Amberley is a global issue, not a national one. And the conspiracy in which I have been engaged over this past year is thus also global in its scope. Ladies and gentlemen, I am here to tell you that I have been held against my will with my family as hostages to ensure my cooperation. The individuals responsible for this have a simple goal in mind: to continue to forward their control of the American public through manipulation of the Kellis-Amberley virus. I regret to state that, during my time in office, I have approved immoral, unethical, and illegal scientific experimentation resulting in the murder of both American and international citizens. I have signed papers approving the weaponization of Kellis-Amberley. I was present when the decision was made to release a modified strain of mosquito capable of carrying the Kellis-Amberley virus into the sovereign nation of Cuba. The fact that I did these things under duress does not absolve me or ameliorate the nature of my actions. I have betrayed my country. I have dishonored my office. I have betrayed myself. Read the files accompanying this report. Read the comprehensive articles I am sure these and other reporters will shortly present to you. Realize that you have been betrayed. Realize that you have been misled. And heed the words of a very wise woman who spoke from a place of genuine need when she addressed you a year ago. My name is Peter Ryman, and I am begging you. Rise up while you can. Download all attachments? Yes, no. Terminate live feed. Red flag distribution. Red flag distribution. Red flag distribution. Repost freely. Rise up while you can.
Coda. Living for you. Rise up while you can. Georgia Mason.
It's the oldest story in the world. Boy loves girl. Boy loses girl. Boy gets girl back thanks to the unethical behavior of megalomaniacal mad scientists who never met a corpse they wouldn't try to resurrect. Anyone coming within 100 yards of my happy ending had better pray that they're immune to bullets. Sean Mason.
We did the best we could with what we had, and when what we had wasn't enough, we found ways to make it work. We told the truth, even when it hurt us, even when it killed us, even when it set the wolves at our doors. I can't speak for the dead, but I think the living will agree that anything we did because we felt we had to. History will judge us. The future will decide whether what we did was right or wrong, or without meaning. In the here and now, this is as close as we could get to an ending. The world goes on. Zombies or no zombies, political conspiracy or no political conspiracy. The world goes on. I think I like it that way. From Living Dead Girl, the blog of Georgia Mason II, May 17th, 2042.
Who wants to see me wrestle a zombie moose? From Hail to the King, the blog of Sean Mason, May 17th, 2042. Chapter 42. Mahir. The phone rang at 3:30 in the morning, waking both Nan and Sanjukta from a sound sleep. Nandini glared as she levered herself from the bed and left the room, following our infant daughter's wailing. I swore, rolling over and grabbing my cell off the bedside table, bringing it to my ear before I was done sitting up. "This had best be bloody important, or I'm letting my wife give you what for," I snarled. "Mr. Gowda, this is Christopher Rogers from the All-Night News. I apologize if I woke you. I thought I had calculated the time difference between London and San Francisco correctly." Smug bastard. I could hear it in his voice, the vague, self-congratulatory tone of a reporter who thinks he's put his subject off balance. "How did you get this number?" "Mr. Gowda, I have a few questions, if you don't—" "I bloody well do mind. This is an unlisted number, and I know what you're calling about. You want to know where the Masons are, don't you?" Silence greeted my question. That was a sufficient answer in and of itself. When will you people learn to listen? I don't know where the Masons are. No one knows where the Masons are. They disappeared after the management of the CDC was given over to the EIS. Last anyone saw of either of them, they were in an unmarked car heading God knows where. That wasn't entirely true. The last time I saw them was on the border between the United States and Canada, when Steve handed them the keys to their own van, which was waiting for them on the Canadian side. They mailed back all the bugs the CIA had planted a week later, and they were gone. It was true enough. Every version of their disappearance ended the same way, after all, and they were gone. Mr. Gowda, your site is still syndicating blogs provided by both Masons. We find it difficult to credit your continued insistence that you do not know their whereabouts. You little nit. They're using relays put in place by Georgette Messonnier. So far as I know, your FBI has been trying to unsnarl that woman's mad coding since before she died. What makes you think I could do it from here? I'm a reporter, not a computer technician. Nandini came back into the room, Sanjukta held against her chest. She cast a glare at me, demanding, "Who is it?" "Another reporter. I'm getting rid of him." "Let me." "Not sure he deserves that yet, dear." I turned my attention back to the phone. "My wife is about to take the phone off me. You'd best hang up and never call this number again, or I'll have you cited for harassment. Surprisingly, your government takes quite an interest in my complaints." Emily Ryman had taken her place beside her husband while pictures of her clone, killed during the attack on the White House, were shown to the world. President Ryman was found guilty of betraying the public trust. He was not found guilty of treason. He had been coerced, he had been afraid for the lives of his family, and he had been uncovering a treasonous group within his own government. He barely escaped being hailed as a hero. Sean and Georgia's reports had a great deal to do with that, and President Ryman's gratitude to the Masons had transferred to the site when they vanished. Having the President of the United States indebted to me had proven very useful in some situations, such as this one. "Mr. Gowda, please. The people have a right to know." "The people know everything they have a right to know, Mr. Rogers. I'll be hanging up now." They didn't know there was no cure. Someday they would. Someday we'd take back India and a great deal more of the world beside. But not yet. The world wasn't ready. Too many shots would go unfired, and too many more would die in the blind hope that their loved ones would be among the saved. Recovering from the first rising took us 20 years. It might take 20 more to reach the point where we could recover from the second one. "Mr. Gowda," I hung up on his protests and stood, dropping the phone onto the bed. "I'm sorry about that. Let me take her. You get some rest." "I hate that those people call here," she complained, placing Sanjukta gently in my hands. I drew my infant daughter close, smiling down at her sleepy face, her dark eyes almost closed. Looking up, I said, "I hate it as well. They'll stop eventually." Nandini snorted her disbelief and climbed back into the bed, rolling over to face the wall. Her breathing leveled out in minutes, telling me that she had drifted back to sleep. Sanjukta was less obliging. I left the bedroom, walking slow circles around the living room as I waited for her eyes to close. "Would you like to hear a story, my love? It's about some very brave people and the way they tried to change the world." I wasn't lying to that reporter when I told him I didn't know where Sean and Georgia, the second Georgia, were. They sent their posts and articles via blind relay. They sent their very rare postcards much the same way. So far as I knew, they were somewhere in the vast empty reaches of Canada, making a life for themselves. Maybe they had come back into the United States to rejoin Dr. Abbey. A few of her letters had led me to believe she might have seen them, at least briefly, but I doubted those would ever be more than visits. The Masons had lived and died in the public eye. Now, finally, they were free of it, and they were living for themselves, rather than living for anyone else. I wasn't going to be the one to take that away from them. Especially not now. They were clever to vanish when they did, while the world was still reeling from their final revelations. Things exploded not long after. The new director of the CDC, Dr. Gregory Lake, publicly redirected their research into reservoir conditions and possible vaccination paths, while privately redirecting it into spontaneous remission and transmittable immunity. Oversight committees were called, and arrests were made through all levels of several governments. The world slowly began to change as the people began, finally, to rise. Maggie recovered and remained with the site. Her parents even assisted in funding replacements for the equipment we'd lost, both to disaster, and when the Masons insisted on reclaiming their van, Alric and Alyssa moved in with her. Alric and Maggie will be getting married in the spring, mirroring the ceremony into several virtual worlds for the sake of those of us who have had quite enough of the United States for now. Thank you very much. Alric took over the Newsies, one of our more promising betas. Another George, amusingly enough, although he goes by Geo to prevent confusion, took over the Irwins. And I took over the entire operation, with Maggie as my second. We work well together. Maybe it's not as flashy and exciting as it was during the Mason era, but it does well enough by us. We changed the world. That's all the news can hope to do, I suppose. The last postcard I had from the Masons came not a week before that reporter's early morning call. It summed up the whole situation rather neatly. Still having a wonderful time. Still glad you're not here. All our love, G and S. Sanjukta sighed, drifting back into sleep. I kissed her on the forehead as I turned to carry her back to her own room, where I settled her down on the mattress of her crib. She fussed, but didn't wake. I drew the blanket over her and backed out of the room, pausing in the doorway to whisper, "They may not have lived happily ever after, but they lived happily long enough." And then I turned, and I went back to bed.